Clerk has advised that we do have quorum. Members of Council, please rise if you're able for the National Anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, and all of us command. Quand on procès porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. Au Canada, Kichigwanage, Nani Bueda Migueche Wendanda.
Please remain standing and join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of Ken Higgs, Sandy Kishin, Joseph Mihevik, John Park, Gerard Robinson, and George Vincent. Thank you. Please be seated. I would like to take a moment on behalf of Council to acknowledge the Indigenous peoples of all the lands that we are on today. We do this to reaffirm our commitment and responsibility in improving relationships between nations and to deepening our own understanding of Indigenous peoples and their cultures. It is a moment to reflect on the importance of this land, which we each call home. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Williams Treaties signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, the City Clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meeting at Toronto.ca/council. This meeting is being held as a hybrid meeting and is being streamed live on YouTube, and I'd like to welcome the public who are with us here today and who are watching the meeting online. Members, before we go to our agenda, I understand we have some announcements. Councillor Matlow, you wish to make an announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Leadership in our communities come in many ways, and I want to acknowledge the wife of the late Gerald Robinson, Linda Gaylord, their sons Angus and Malcolm Robinson, and his friend and partner in community advocacy, Martha Randall, who's here today in the chambers, who represents the Tarragon Village Community Association. Gerald was not only a great architect, he's responsible for the Calanat. He was an engineer, an artist, a musician, a professor, an author, and a sharp wit. And he thrived in community. He loved our city. He surrounded himself with artists during the Beat years, collaborated with engineers on projects, and involved himself in local grassroots politics. I won't read the entire condolence motion that I provided council, but I want to share just one thing about him that impacted our city so greatly. Along with being an architect, he was involved with the reform movement to preserve our downtown neighborhoods, including campaigns to stop the Spadina Expressway and save Old City Hall. In fact, he was involved in Mayor Crombie's campaign team. He was a remarkable community leader, and we are all greater for him. And I just wanted to express our condolences to his friends and family. And I also wanted to mention, because I didn't hear that there was a condolence motion today, that yesterday the Ismaili community and all of us lost the Aga Khan. The Aga Khan was a champion for human rights, for dignity, for bridge building, and for peace. And we are gifted by the Aga Khan Museum, which is a testament to his legacy. Many of us have visited the museum along with the Ismaili Center. It has over 1,000 artifacts that demonstrate the incredible and purposeful and meaningful contributions that Muslim civilizations and communities have contributed to Toronto's community, along with all of us, for generations, to arts, to science, to literature, and more. The Aga Khan's favorite, when he was asked about his favorite artifact, in fact, he talked about this ancient compass-like artifact that they have there that had Latin and Arabic and Hebrew scripture on it. And the reason that he said that he loved it so much is because it brought all faiths and civilizations together, and as it was a compass, going in a direction together. We can learn a lot from the Aga Khan, and as I've reminded some members of the community who I love very much, even when we lose somebody we love, he was a father figure to many, along with a spiritual leader. Even when we lose somebody we love, the person may die, but the love doesn't die, and the relationship doesn't die, and his legacy will continue on. Thank you.
Although I understand there is going to be a motion after lunch, which the mayor is going to present, just to let you know. Councillor Turnus Lynn, you wish to make an announcement at this time? Mic is on. Your mic is on. I turned it on, so
Okay.
Just let me turn it on, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your indulgence, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the bravery and heroism of Cameron Whidden and Jaden Brown, two young men who helped save a life in Ward 15, Don Valley West last month. Cameron and Jaden are students at the Royal Military College of Canada in Kingston. I am so pleased that Cameron, Jaden, and the Whidden family are here with us this morning in the gallery. On January 2nd, a vehicle traveling on Bayview Avenue near MURA Avenue lost control and veered off the road, crashing into a concrete barrier at a nearby grocery store. You may remember seeing footage of this on the news reports. The driver was trapped inside the vehicle and an engine fire broke out. Cameron and Jaden were nearby when they heard the crash. They immediately went out to investigate the source of the sound and leapt into action right away when they saw the situation before them. Together, they quickly smashed in the windows so the driver could breathe and extinguished the engine fire, preventing the flames from spreading or causing an explosion. I am confident that their actions that day saved a life. My fellow members of North York Community Council remember that we also discussed this incident on January 9th when we considered my motion for a safety review of this location. I am committed to doing all that I can to ensure nothing like this happens again. On behalf of my City Council colleagues, I want to extend my sincerest thanks to Cameron and Jaden for their bravery and their quick thinking in the face of an emergency. They both represent the very best of what it means to be a Torontonian. In a few moments, the Mayor and I will be presenting them both with official scrolls in recognition in the Members' Lounge. Please join me in giving Cameron and Jaden, who my office refer to as the Bayview Heroes, a well-deserved round of applause. They are here with us today.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvie, you wish to make an announcement at this time?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. This morning, I'm pleased to share with you that the Women for Climate Mentorship Program has just kicked off its 5th cohort of mentees. Since 2021, the Women for Climate TO Mentorship Program has empowered and supported female climate leaders who are working to develop and implement innovative solutions to address the climate emergency in Toronto. The program offers mentorship, training, and networking opportunities to advance local climate-related projects and business ventures, and culminates in a pitch competition with additional financial support for the top 3 finalists. It's like a friendly Dragon's Den. City staff work extremely hard year-round to run the program, and I'd like to thank Jessica Chow and Ashwati Michael, along with my co-champion for the program, Selena Young. You can find out more information on the program on our website at Toronto.ca/womenforclimate. And here are the participants this year. Our mentees are Ikanori Ayo, Mary Whittle, Marley Alls, Leah Barabo, Chengi Yang, San Chen, Chloe Dosberg, Delaney Fernando, Rosa Fragomini, Tiffany Tran, Amanda Horn, Kelly Okamura. And also would like to acknowledge our mentors, Zoe McKenzie, Karen Leung, Nama Blonder, Sabine McDonald, Marijige McLean, Emily Dargy, Allison Venditti, Allison Daisley, Maria Shibaiva Escarga, Carrie Connor, Shori Sabagopur, Mary Evanhar, Sarah Rodriguez, Megan Davies, and Alex Zute. Please join me in welcoming this year's mentees and thanking this year's mentors.
Thank you. Mayor Chow, you wish to make an announcement at this time? No?
At lunch, after lunch.
Oh, okay. It was just on here. Okay, thank you. All right, today's special meeting of council is for the following purposes: to consider reports from the Executive Committee, the Planning and Housing Committee, and the Community Councils. No, to consider new business from city officials and to consider notices of motion. Members of council, this is a special meeting under council procedures. No new business items such as motions without notice may be introduced. This rule cannot be waived. Members, this meeting is scheduled for one day only. We have 13 member motions on the main agenda. I propose to do the run-through of the members' motion during our review of the order paper once I have taken all the holds. I will now call upon the committee chairs to introduce their reports. The chairs can speak for their reports for up to 5 minutes. Mayor Chow, you have a motion to introduce the Executive Committee report.
I do. That the report from meeting 20 of the Executive Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Speaker, I rise to introduce the agenda, and I want to highlight an item we adopted without much fanfare. It's a new emergency shelter being delivered in collaboration with the Two-Spirited people of the First Nation, serving the 2S LGBTQ1A+ Indigenous community. This new shelter is going to be in Beaches, East York, and I know our colleague, Councillor Bradford, has worked hard in his community to support this shelter, hosting community meetings and working with neighbors to make it a success. And I want to congratulate Councillor Bradford on this milestone in turning the land over from the city to Two Spirits for this important project that will help so many people. Yeah, and another critical item, especially in a time when we really need shelters, right? It's tough out there. Another critical item will get Toronto moving. Today, City Council will reaffirm its commitment to continue the design work to advance the Eglinton East LRT and the Waterfront LRT. Last week, some of you may have noticed that I obtained funding from the federal and the provincial governments, and together we are putting aside over almost $1 billion to build 24,000 homes, many of them affordable, on the waterfront. But without proper public transit, the transit situation in the traffic situation in the area will be in total chaos. It will be gridlocked everywhere. And so the waterfront LRT, of course, is important. But also for several decades, Scarborough residents have demanded better public transit. The city is finally listening and is committing funding to design the Eglinton East LRT. And I look forward to working with all of you to persuade other orders of government to provide funding so we could finally start building this much needed transit projects across the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor. Councillor Perks, you have a motion to introduce the Planning and Housing Committee report.
Yes, if I could have it up, please. Thank you. I'd like to move that the report from meeting 18 of the Planning and Housing Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Holyday, you have a motion to introduce the Etobicoke York Community Council report.
Good morning, and yes, thank you, Speaker, I do. That the report from meeting 19 of the Etobicoke York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, you have a motion to introduce the North York Community Council report.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting 20 of the North York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce the Scarborough Community Council report.
I do, Madam Speaker. That the report from meeting 19 of the Scarborough Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, you have a motion to introduce the Toronto and East York Community Council report.
Yes, good morning, Madam Speaker. That the report from meeting 19 of the Toronto and East York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. May I have a motion to introduce the new business from city officials moved by Councillor Carroll?
There we are. Yes, that new business and business previously requested from city officials listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motions, please raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest at this time? Okay, I don't see any. I will now call for petitions. Are there any petitions at this time? No? Okay. Members, I will now review the order paper. A city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 26.6, review of the order paper. We have one deferred item today, GG 18.38, deferred from the December 17th and 18th meeting of City Council. The Mayor has designated as her first key matter item MM 26.7 on creation of a City of Toronto Buy Local, Buy Canadian campaign by Councillor Colle and by Councillor McKelvie, subject to Council's vote to waive referral on this item. If the motion is to waive referral carries, this will be our first item of business. The Mayor has designated item PH 18.4 on expanding housing options in neighborhoods as the second key matter and second item of business today. Members, with the Mayor's consent, I would propose the following related matters be considered together. That items PH 18.5, PH 18.7 be considered with the Mayor's second key matter as they are related to action on housing. Mayor Chow, would you consent to the joining of these items?
Absolutely.
Okay.
The reason the first item is sovereignty and buy local are very connected, so let's talk about that together as the first item. The second item after lunch, maybe, because there are three items in here that are connected. Well, it's all about the housing plan, and it includes the Councillor Jamel Meyer 6+ pilot project. It includes the funding we've put aside, and finally being able to do 700 units of affordable, housing through the MURA program. That's the second item. The third one is, of course, the avenue, the zoning question. So I thought we could put all of that together. So that's why, just a bit of explanation so that we could talk about housing together.
At the same
and
time.
sovereignty together.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for that. Members, there are some additional, the city clerk has, members, there are some additional related matters on the agenda that I propose to be considered together if they are held. Items EX 20.11 and PH 18.2 on the Renew Golden Mile Environmental Assessment. The city clerk has noted the items that members wish to hold. I will now go through the items to take additional member holds, and I will review the order paper one section at a time. Councillor Holyday?
Speaker, I don't agree to joining two of the planning items because what that does is that it reduces our question time. So if there's an opportunity to put that to vote, I would like that opportunity.
It's on EX 2011 and PH 18.2?
Well, more specifically, PH4 and PH5. Those are two very distinct planning items. I understand that members can propose to join them. I don't agree with it and would like that recorded.
Take a recorded vote. That's on PH 18.5 and PH 18.7 to be considered with the mayor's second key matter. So Councillor Holyday has asked for a recorded vote.
Just stand by while we stage the vote.
Yes, so what we're voting on the members, on the Mayor Chow's request to combine the two items. Councillor Holyday has asked for a recorded vote on that. Okay, just a sec.
Madam Speaker, yes to what? It's not clear on the screen.
I'm sorry, the motion really is from Mayor Chow, not from Councillor Holyday? Am I not correct? Oh, it's proposed by the speaker, okay.
Sorry, I don't understand what
Members,
yes indicates on this vote.
Okay,
Speaker.
Okay, please, if someone can just
Madam
listen.
Speaker, we're going
Okay.
to cancel the vote and start again.
Okay, just one sec, Councillor Holyday. Did the clerk want to say something? No? Point of order.
It's a simple one. Could you just read the motion to us so that we're clear?
Well, that's what I was just going to do.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're just going to prepare the motion so the councillors understand what we're voting on. Okay, so there's the motion on the screen. So the motion is that we combine PH 18.5 and PH 18.7 to be considered with the mayor's second key matter. Councillor Holyday has asked for a recorded vote on that. Okay? All right. All right, I'll read the items out, just in case. Okay. I'll have to get to the item, though. So what we're doing is on PH 18.5 is the Housing Action Plan. And then on PH 18.7 is multi-unit residential acquisition. Those are the two items. Combined. Yeah. Combined with number 4, which is the mayor's key item, which is PH 18.4, expanding housing options in neighborhoods. Okay, so that's what we're voting on. Thank you. Okay.
Councillor Burnside, how do you vote, please? Affirmative. Councillor Perruzza, please. The motion carries. The vote is 17-7.
The clerk will open the speakers list on the CMP and you can place your name on the list. When I recognize you, state the item or items you wish to hold, and I will go through the agenda one section at a time. So we do have a deferred item. It's here with Councillor Fletcher. You'd like to hold the item down? Okay. It's here without a recommendation. Now we'll go through the executive committee. Councillor Morley.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Apologies. I'm looking to hold a CC item. Should I wait till that section comes up, or can I hold it now?
We're at executive right now. Okay, nothing on executive. Councillor Myers on executive.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. EX 20.9, Advancing Eglinton East LRT, and EX 20.10, Advancing the Waterfront East LRT. Can we hold those items till 4:30 so someone from the
No,
TTC
we'll
can
get
come?
to that. Right now, we're just going through holds. So you're holding.
I'm already holding them. Just want to time it.
Yes,
till 4:30.
okay. So when I get to the time items, I will get to you.
Okay.
Councillor Holyday. Executive.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. EX 20.3, Old City Hall Future Use Analysis. EX 20.5, Moss Park Arena Governance and Operational Transition Plan. And EX 20.13, Toward Municipal Autonomy and Effective Local Governance.
Thank you.
1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher.
Original, thank you.
Okay,
Done.
Thanks. Councillor Candavel, Executive.
Madam Speaker, I believe my item's been held by Councillor Holyday, so you can take me off the list on executive.
Take your name off, okay. Councillor Cheng, Executive.
Thank you. I'd like to hold EX 20.19, authorization to enter into agreements to deliver a successful FIFA. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Speaker, I have some good news. I have a number of items I can release. Just give me a second, and I'm getting to the right.
We're on executive.
Oh, executive. Okay,
Yes.
sorry.
Okay.
I'm on planning and housing.
All right. Well, actually, planning and housing is next. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I can release PH 18.2, city-initiated official plan and zoning bylaw amendments to support Renew Golden Mile Municipal Class Environmental Assessment Decision Report. And I'll have more after that.
So you're releasing PH 18.2?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to hold that.
On favor?
Oh, wait, no, I'd like
I'll
to
keep
hold
the
it.
hold
Do I
then.
wait?
I'll keep the hold then.
Great.
Sorry? Oh, you're going to keep the hold. All right. And Councillor Candeval, I turn on your mic. Okay?
Yep.
Please.
I'd like to then try to release 18.3, recommended parking requirements for new development, accessible bicycle and visitor. Oh, I'll keep holding that. I'm sorry. I thought I had that sorted out with Councillor Cheng.
All right.
Okay. 18.9, amendment to the sign bylaw to regulate bike share signs outside public right-of-way.
Okay. PH 18.9. On favor? Carried.
Okay. PH 1814, thermal comfort guidelines for large area studies, public realm capital projects, and large site developments.
Okay. 18.14?
Yep.
Okay, on PH 18.14, Councillor Perks is releasing. On favor? Carried.
PH 1816, 3100 Weston Road, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act.
PH 18.16, Councillor Perks is releasing. On favor? Okay, Councillor Pruzza.
Do you want to keep that, hold that for debate?
Councillor Pruzza, Councillor Perks is releasing the item. Are you okay with it? Yeah? Okay, on favor? Carried.
PH 1817, 29, 31, and 33 Sussex Avenue, notion of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act.
Okay, on PH 18.17, Councillor Perks is releasing. On favor? Carried.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Candeval, do you have any holds?
Are we in executive? Or sorry,
No,
planning and housing?
planning and housing.
Sorry, PH 18.2.
Well, first of all, they've all been held, so you can't hold anything.
Yeah.
Okay? Just want to remind members of council, it's a one-day council meeting. Etobicoke York Community Council. North York Community Council. Scarborough Community Council. Toronto and East York Community Council. Councillor Candeval.
No.
Okay, but why do you keep putting your hand? Okay, I just want to remind members of council, I turn your mic on and off. Okay? Thank you. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, good morning. TE 19.14, on Kensington, there's a staff have a supplementary report. So I'd like to hold it and move the supplementary report.
Are you prepared to move it now, Councillor Sachs?
I am very happy to move it now.
Okay, so that we'll put it up.
The clerk has a motion.
Yeah, so we'll put we'll put it on the screen and we'll vote on it now. That's on T 19.14. There it is. By Councillor Sachs. On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Speaker, I'd like to hold TE 19.28 Ontario Line fourth quarter construction update. Thank you.
Okay, you're holding T 19.28?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Good morning. look to clerks to see if the motion is ready on TE 19.9. If it's not, I'll just hold that for them to.
Is the motion ready?
Okay.
No, it's not ready.
I'll just hold that.
So you'll hold it, okay.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, now we're going to new business. Any holds on new business? Councillor Morley.
Madam Speaker, I would like to hold CC 26.12, 40 to 60 St. Lawrence Avenue, Ontario Land Tribunal hearing, request for directions.
Okay.
I have a deferral motion on it. Can I move that now?
Do we have it? Is it ready? Okay, it is ready, so if you want to move it now.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just moving to defer to next day, just to wrap up a couple outstanding items on this, and then we'll be good to go.
There it is there.
Yep, thank you. That's the motion.
Okay.
Sorry,
so,
till March, next
to be
meeting.
deferred into the March meeting, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Thanks, Madam.
On CC 2612, Councillor Morley has put a motion through on favor, carried.
Thank you.
Councillor Candeval.
I'd like to hold CC 26.11.
Okay.
And Madam Speaker, I had my name on earlier because I got confused between EX and PH. There's an EX item I'd like to hold, EX 2011.
Okay, just one at a time. You're holding CC 2611?
2611.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
EX.
just a sec, please. I have to go back to executive. Which item on executive?
20.11.
2011?
2011.
The Golden Mile?
Yes.
EX. The Golden Mile. Yeah, he went back to executive. Any more on new business? Okay, so if I can have someone hold CC 2613 City of Mississauga Official Plan Amendment.
There's supplementary recommendation?
Yeah, there's a supplementary report on that. You hold it? Okay. Well, if the supplementary report is ready, can the mayor just move it now? Oh, okay, let's wait then, okay. Well, now go to the members' motion. Oh, sorry, I got Councillor Pasternak.
Members' motion.
Okay, okay, just a sec. Yeah. Okay, so we'll go one by one. We'll put the members' motions up. Okay, which, you have to hold it down. Hold it down and defer it. I know, but we have to get to it. But we can't defer an item till we get to it. Okay, if we can put the first motion up. MM 26.1. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to reopening of item. Okay, well, I haven't finished speaking yet. Is this the one that you want to defer, Councillor Pastor? No, but we have to open it first. Okay, everyone, let's just calm down. Okay. Okay, this motion is subject to reopening of item 2024 EX 15.3 only as it pertains to the site located at 1220 Wilson Avenue. A 2/3 vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. So we're going to take a recorded vote on reopening. Okay, recorded vote.
Speaker, the motion to reopen the previous item does not carry. The vote is 10 to 16.
Did you put the vote on the screen? Oh, okay, there it is. All right. Well, according to the screen, you didn't vote at all. Oh, can you
Speaker,
can you just correct that?
there were 26 votes when I called the results, so we'll add Councillor Bravo back in.
Okay, and Councillor Bravo wants to vote no. All right. MM 26.2. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 26.3. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 26.4. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the General Government Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 26.5. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to reopening of item 2024 CC 24.10 only as it pertains to part 2 of the decision. A 2/3 vote is required to open that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 26.6. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried.
Point of order. Madam Speaker, I had asked earlier that once we've waived referral, I would like to defer this to the next meeting.
Pardon?
I had asked earlier that once we waive.
Is this the one that you wanted to?
Yes, there were two, and this is the second one. Yeah.
Okay, just a second. So on 26.6.
So we've waived referral. I'd just like to defer it to the next meeting.
Oh, okay. So, all right. So we waive referral. So Councillor Pasternak, what do you want to do? Defer it?
I'd like to defer it to the next regular scheduled meeting.
Okay, Councillor Pasternak has asked that it be deferred to the next council meeting. All in favor? Carried. MM 26.7. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. Communications has been submitted on this item. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. And the Mayor will hold that item down. MM 26.8. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Pardon? Oh, you want to hold it? Okay. Councillor Pruitt says holding. MM 26.8. 26.9. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. 26.10. Councillor Moyes, I believe that you're going to. Okay, so you want to move a motion to withdraw the motion? Yeah. All in favor of withdrawing? Carried. 26.11. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote on waiving referral? Okay, recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor McKelvie, please. Councillor Crisanti, please. The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 25-1.
Oh, Councillor Holyday, you're holding? Okay. MM 26.12. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 26.13. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? On MM 26.13? All in favor? Carried. And that item is being held, right? No? Oh. Okay, so on the item, MM 20, no? Okay, I'm just asking. Okay, just a sec. Mayor Chow.
This one is about our sovereignty. It's also about buying local. So what I've said is that if no one holds it, we can let it go. But this one is about Canada not for sale. But the other one is about buy local. So I've attached it. So if someone is holding this down, we can debate this two together.
And that's why I'm asking if anybody wants to hold it. No, nobody wants to hold it. On the item then. Oh, so you want to hold it, Councillor Prutz? Oh, that's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking. That's why I asked if anybody's holding it. Nobody said anything. All right, okay, Councillor Prutz, thanks. And the city clerk has advised that the financial impact summary sheet for member motions 26.1 and 26.13 from the chief financial officer and treasurer has been posted with the agenda item RM 26.6 review of the order paper. So, members, with the mayor's consent, I would propose the following related matters be considered together. that item MN 26.13 be considered with the mayor's first key matter, as they are both related to Canada's relations with the United States. Mayor Chow, would you consent to the joining of these two items? Yes? Okay. I will now consider requests to make items urgent and time specific. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list. Councillor Myers, I believe that you were asking that question at the beginning, right?
Yes, I was. Thank you, Speaker. I would like to time EX 20.9 advancing Eglinton East LRT and EX 20.10 advancing the Waterfront East LRT till 4:30 p.m. so that someone from the TTC can be here.
Okay, so Councillor Myers is moving that EX 20.9 and EX 20.10 be dealt with at 4:30. On favor? Carried. All those in favor of adopting the balance of the order paper as amended and all items not held, please raise your hands. All in favor? Carries. Members, I want to remind you that regardless of whether you are attending today's meeting by video conference or in person, you will continue to submit and approve your motions in advance. The clerk staff are available to assist you with motions. If you do not have your motion ready, I will not recognize you, and I'm also reminding members that you must state your motion first before you speak to it. We will now proceed to the consideration of the mayor's first key matter, item MM 26.7, together with item MM 26.13. So do we have any questions to staff? Please put your name. Councillor Peruzza, you held the item down, so do you have anything to say? No. We're going to... Do we have any questions? Oh. To staff. Well, I'm asking you because you held the item down. Councillor Peruzza, questions to staff?
Sure. I just, so in a nutshell, in terms of the City of Toronto's relationship with American products, either products, services, materials, what are the implications for us if we were to for example, immediately say we are no longer going to purchase anything that has any material, service, or product that has any American content.
To the Speaker, to do that as a blanket statement would not be prudent for the City of Toronto. There are elements of our purchasing, procurement, and the contracts we already in place that we need to look at. I think the intent here is for us to be very clear about trying wherever possible to exercise more direction towards Canadian products or products that aren't American. But to say a blanket piece that prohibits that would not be prudent for the City of Toronto.
So let me ask the question another way, because I've been trying to sort of grapple with this and I don't know the answer to it. In terms of, you know, the materials, products, services that the City of Toronto procures, what would be the value of American content throughout that stream? How much money are we talking about here?
So to the Speaker, we're working through some of this. I don't have a number that I can say with confidence in terms of what it is. We're working through that. So we've been charged to go away and look at our procurement, answer some of these questions, bring forward some ideas about how we can move in the spirit of some of these motions. But at today's meeting, no, we don't have that yet.
Okay. So we don't have anywhere near a number or any kind of number that...
So to the Speaker, I can say it's less than 10%.
Less than 10% of?
Of our procurement.
So what would be our total procurement?
So, you know, the capital is probably the easier side, so we procure about $5 billion a year in capital, but then you have a nearly, if it moves through, we're proposing a nearly $19 billion operating budget. Much of that procures some services as well, if you exclude out, obviously, our salaries and other pieces. So it's a significant amount of procurement, and what we're looking at is what is that percentage that is purely from an American perspective, but there's lots of complexity to the issue of procurement and where things are procured and how businesses are set up that provide us the services and the goods that we need.
Okay. I can appreciate that. So is there any way to get any of those numbers and for you folks to be able to provide some commentary, like a brief commentary to us before the end of the day today?
To the Speaker, probably not by the end of today, but we're going to get that together as fast as possible. It will take us a few days to do that. I can't commit to the end of today because most of the people that will be working on it are here answering questions on other reports.
Would we be able to get
it? Let's say we'll endeavor to get that information by the end of the week.
And so we would have it before we go through our budget, so we have a better understanding of what in our budget has American content in it and what those values would be.
So we'll provide you a high-level breakdown prior to the budget discussion, yes.
Okay. And in terms of consultants and how much do we purchase yearly? How much do we spend on consultants yearly?
So to the Speaker, our Chief Financial Officer, we don't have that handy to us. If there's some questions like that you want us to answer, we can try and get it today in those pieces, or we can include it in.
That would be an area that I would be particularly interested in, that and how much of that is basically American, how much of that value is American? So, would that be consistent with your 10%?
Yes, that's the less than 10 is across the board, so that would be included there. But what we'll do is give you a breakdown of service areas, some of the key service areas, from the capital side as well as the service side in our summary, and consulting would be a major part of that service side, and we can be able to give you a good breakdown there.
Thank you. Councillor Holyday, questions?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Buy Canadian, buy local. It's very patriotic. It's very exciting. But there's more to that. I wondered if staff could tell me, if council adopts these sorts of positions, what are the agreements that are currently in place that we would have to navigate or consider with respect to trading and trade partners and what we've already agreed to do with other trading partners? I think it's the agreements on international trade, AIT. Just a
For
comment
you,
on it.
Madam Speaker. The city would have to be mindful of its obligations under the CETA, which is an agreement with the European Union.
Okay. Do we have anything on the North American scene that...
There's no agreement with the United States that would bind municipalities.
Okay. So municipalities are free then to make buy local decisions? Or do we have to go through a process to think through those decisions?
There is that limitation under the CETA that we would have to be mindful of. And then, of course, the practical considerations that the city manager has just identified as well.
Does the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement come into play when we think through these sorts of things?
The CETA is the one that we would have to be mindful of.
Okay. I'm going to ask a little different line of questioning. The potential for tariffs are profound to our provincial manufacturing sector, especially where those goods may be exported. I suppose we have some oil and some lumber, but that really speaks to the urban region of Toronto. Have we done some analysis on a regional basis to understand the impacts to the manufacturing businesses and the workers that could be impacted?
To the Speaker, analysis has been going on prior to the point of the tariff threat of last week. You're right that Toronto has elements of the manufacturing base that is most exposed, given the nature of the 25% tariff on goods that we saw the Americans declare. That analysis continues, and we'll be looking to update Council with additional information prior to budget. A briefing note was circulated to all councillors' offices last night with details around those impacts.
When can council see a little deeper about what the impacts could be? For instance, have we looked at where the auto manufacturing plants are, and that includes parts, within the region of Toronto? Because I would put, this is beyond the borders of 416. Issues about labor force that are just outside the city's border still do affect the city as people move across those municipal lines. When do we get to see more about this, about what really could happen if there's a very deep change in these industries?
To the Speaker, our analysis will continue. By early next week, we anticipate providing more detailed projections around what potential impacts could be. You are correct that it's a highly integrated regional and cross-border economy with a lot of complexity around rules of origins of goods and how tariffs would ultimately be applied. So during the 30-day moratorium or pause that has been put in place by the Americans, we will use that in order to undertake with all of our partners a detailed analysis, the type of which you're describing.
Would it be fair to say that there are thousands of jobs at stake in this sort of situation? They're just to give a sense of scale to council.
To the Speaker, the Premier of Ontario has described the potential impact at the provincial level of being on the order of 500,000 jobs. The Toronto region is 53% of the provincial economy, so we are working with our partners to determine with a finer degree of confidence what the local impacts could be.
And by extension, a lot of those workers will be within the GTA, and hence this is very much a municipal concern. Is that fair?
Through the Speaker, yes. Again, a highly integrated regional economy. Many Toronto residents would work with impacted firms lying outside the borders of the City of Toronto. I consider the City Manager's Office is working closely with a number of multilateral tables to try to ensure that we have a regional response.
And one last one, back to the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement. Tariff discussions aside from what was in the media, that agreement is structured in a way that would be equally as profound as tariffs coming through if that was to change significantly for things like auto manufacturing and parts and machinery plants that are located within the Greater Toronto Area. Is that fair?
Last question, Councillor Holyday.
To the Speaker, Canada has benefited incredibly from a series of trade agreements going as far back as the Auto Pact, but certainly under the renegotiation of CUSMA 5 years ago. We would hope that those free trade agreements would remain in place following the current dispute.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I don't see any other questions on the screen. And just to remind members of council, we're dealing with MM 26-7 and 13 at the same time. So Mayor Chow to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Rise to speak about why we're proud Canadian. We absolutely are. Some of you might be an immigrant like I did, but I do remember my father, when he was considered immigrating, there was the question of whether we would immigrate to America, because my brother was already there in San Francisco, finishing his university degree, or we could choose Canada. We chose Canada, my father and my mom chose Canada because of our universal health care, because of a diverse city, a welcoming city, and they saw a bright future for their daughter, in this beautiful country of ours. And a big piece of it is how we support and care for each other. Hong Kong has a very good education system, but my dad was involved in education. He also thought that Canada has a tremendously strong education system, and also of lifespan is long, and partially is because of the universal Medicare. And we are a country that are built on our support for each other. You've heard the story of how Toronto opened its arm to Irish refugees in the 1830s, and we are now opening our arms to a lot of people seeking a safe haven in Canada. Toronto has always been a beacon of hope, so there's no doubt that we will declare our sovereignty, and we are not for sale, and we are not interested in joining the United States. We do know that our neighbors are a bit anxious with this senseless economic attack from our U.S. government, our neighbor down the south, President Trump, which is why I've had conversation and have spoken to our city manager last week, and that yesterday you would have received a briefing note that detailed 13 initiatives that our economic development team will be doing. And I could generally broadly say that it includes absolutely a Buy Toronto, Buy Local campaign. It also look at our procurement and our contracts to see whether we could also focus on putting Canadian industry, Canadian workers first. We are also looking at putting together an economic action team to bring in outside experts to support our action, to inform our action, and also help us implement our action if we are to face another attack. Yes, we do have a brief reprieve, 30 days reprieve, but it may come again. So we are stronger when we work together. We stand united as a Team Canada approach, and we are the most diverse city in the globe. So every day, Toronto reach out and talk to the world through our at least, 200 languages that we speak, and that is our unique advantage. Some, like President Trump, wants to focus on what divides us and put up barriers, make it harder to work together, to trade and create jobs. So I think today we're going to do exact opposite. We will unite behind our Team Canada, and as a City Council, we'll unite with our local citizens. Yes, we will lead a Buy Local, Buy Canada campaign. We will stand together in Toronto Council and demonstrate that we can be united, and that we know the better way where we work together. So I look forward to some of your suggestions as to how we could lead the Buy Canada campaign, and absolutely we will pledge our allegiance to Canada and no one else. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to just speak about our autonomy and sovereignty as a country, and I think that it's important to remember that we need economic autonomy, and that's built largely by being able to be self-sustaining, and we have every element here in Ontario and the Greater Toronto Area. That's why it's so important that we protect our green belt. It's a source of food, and it's a source of clean water. It's a ring of protection for us that we cannot erode. We have to stand up for it. It's why we need to protect the jobs belt with the employment lands in this city so that we can make what we need in this country. We can make the pharmaceuticals that we would have needed during the pandemic, and we wouldn't have scrambled. We couldn't make masks. We have to think about how we are incentivizing and supporting a range of industries so that we are actually able to take care of ourselves and each other. On the question of sovereignty, I think it's really crucial at this time to recommit to the the covenants, the conventions, the international agreements that this country has signed on to, and to remember that these, while they may be imperfect, are a line of protection for us, and that when we descend into disorder and chaos and agreements are ripped up and the things that we committed to as a country are ignored, then we are allowing for this kind of brutal chaos to continue to reign, not just here, but all over the world, and destabilizing the global economy, and also creating displacement of people. And I think that this is the kind of chaos in which this new president in the United States functions under. I just want to finally say that we also have to cling with everything that we have to our protected rights and freedoms. Our Charter of Rights and Freedoms is essential. Upholding what we have committed to about the freedoms that Canadians have will stand us in good stead, and we must never do anything to erode what those freedoms are and those protections are. Solidarity with each other is going to rule the day. And I think that we have to remember also that there are corporate interests that are going to be very happy and behind a lot of these maneuvers. And I think about the global tech platforms, which are headquartered wherever, are not accountable to sovereign governments, don't pay taxes locally, but use all our amenities and benefit from other education and the support that we provide for the workforces. We have to be mindful of regulation at the federal level, and I hope that the federal government is thinking about this, and that we are thinking about how it's working class people, regular people who always pay the price, and that's here in Canada and also in the United States. And they are, like us, we have to hold each other. The solidarity can also be with Americans who are going to be hurt in this situation. We should, we have been waving the flag today, and we have been speaking for Canada. I'd like to say that we have a lot in common with those workers that are going to suffer the tariffs on the other side, and the more that through the labor movement those conversations can continue with solidarity, the president and his administration will feel the pressure from below that we are creating here across the society, from the street all the way into the highest orders of government.
Thank you. Councillor Holyday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I hope members of Council support the motions. But I hope, more importantly, that this is a moment in time when we realize that we need to think a lot about our future. Should our neighbors to the south pursue policies affiliated with economic nationalism, one of the things coming out of that could be the United States essentially insourcing industry and manufacturing, and that's their decision to do so. If we look at ourselves as Canada, how does that affect us? Clearly, big impacts to the oil industry, big impacts to the lumber and materials industry. But if we look at ourselves in Ontario and in the Greater Toronto area, that has a lot to do with manufacturing. And should that manufacturing get insourced in the United States instead of it happening in North America or worldwide, that certainly changes things for us here. And it changes the labor environment, it changes the business environment. So why is that serious for the City of Toronto? Well, we need to think about what Canada may do with its trade diversification, or how it may choose to focus itself into the future. And those are national initiatives, those are provincial initiatives, local initiatives, but it could change the landscape. And that will have to do with how Canada sees itself relating to the United States and their objectives and the rest of the world. But we need to think about where workers will go if those jobs don't exist. How will they get retrained? How will we train and teach people going forward? Where will they live? How will they move? And it's not just about the 416 border. Look around us. Look at Brampton. Look at Oshawa. Look at Oakville. Look at places beyond that are within the catchment area of the Greater Toronto area that have these very, very important auto manufacturing facilities. And I'm only talking auto, there's others. This is profound. And there may be a 30-day reprieve. These tariffs may or may not come in 30 days, we don't know. But look at the broader policy trend towards economic nationalism. And if it's not this particular issue, it could be another one in the future that we will be thinking about where our place is in the world. That matters to the City of Toronto. That matters in decisions like, what do we do as a government? What jobs do we take on? How big do we grow? How big is the public service? What are our taxes? What is our tax climate for business investment if there's others wooing away business? Very, very fundamental sliders. I just encourage members of council to read about this. I encourage staff to do work on this. As far as I'm concerned, if we have to put resources towards this, towards EDC and other divisions, we should be doing that. Because we should be ready for the future in this city. People really need to think through what this change signals and what it means for the decades and generations ahead. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. So when Councillor Holyday asked me to second the motion, I was of course, very quick to accept and say yes, and honored to be able to put my name to this motion. Speaker, as a proud Canadian and City Councillor for Etobicoke North, I've heard quite a bit from my own constituents regarding this and how this notion of 51st state is so ridiculous, and my own constituents have come to me in large numbers saying, this is insane, this is crazy. Our patriotism, Speaker, is strong and fierce, our identity is diverse, and our resolve is courageous. And our pride, Speaker, is a defining trait of the true North, strong and free. And this is the kind of message that I've been getting from people that I've spoken to. Even people on the other side of the border, Speaker, people I know, and this message is to President Trump. Americans don't want this. They think it's as crazy as we feel. So as we prepare to celebrate, I remind everyone, next week, I believe, February the 15th, so we're preparing to celebrate the Canadian flag. And let's be reminded of what our Canadian flag represents. It's a symbol of our nations, our people's resolve, our pride, strength, and honor. And yes, I spell honor with a U. We love Americans, but America's not Canada, and Canada is not the USA. Canada is the second largest landmass, the first nation of hockey, and the best darn part of North America. Could have used another word, but it is. So, Speaker, my colleagues, and Torontonians, my name is Vincent Crisanti, and I'm Canadian. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morley.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to rise to add my voice to the chorus of my colleagues who are proudly standing in the chamber today to affirm our patriotism as Canadians and our freedom, our strength, and the reality that we will remain that way. As the Mayor mentioned, Toronto is the most diverse city on the planet that we call home, and that is something that I take great pride in. As someone who is a proud Canadian, I'm also a Bahamian woman, and I'm proud of my heritage in that respect. I know many Torontonians call other places home in addition to Canada, and that is part of what makes us such an incredibly powerful place. We talked yesterday or the other day at the announcements on tariffs about being a beacon to the world, about what it looks like to be a strong, free, and democratic society that is, in fact, diverse. It is something that we need to continue to lean into and understand that as our fundamental power and something that unites us. What I have been hearing recently as I and many of us have been navigating deep anxieties, really just mind-boggling levels of abuse of power happening in the free world of which we are a part, And it is important for us to understand and remember that the best antidote to anxiety is action. And so I would encourage everybody to think about what we can do, not just on a collective level, but as individuals, to take action, whether that is refusing to succumb to fear and fear-mongering that is happening not just south of the border, but in our own backyard and in our communities. We face adversity by leaning into it and having hard conversations and doing the right thing for the most marginalized amongst us so we all can rise as a result. That is the work that I am deeply committed to as a leader in our community and in our city, and it's something that I know Canadians and Torontonians will continue to stand up and stand strong to represent. I want to ensure we are all continuing to center ourselves in love, in joy, and in possibility, because people want us to be in a state that makes us unable to dream bigger and better for the future. And I refuse to accept that state of being. I know how much we are capable of, and I look forward to the continued work with my colleagues here at Toronto City Council to be that beacon to the world, to empower our residents, to do the right thing, and to stand up what is a world-class city that includes everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you. One of the most beloved local businesses in Beaches East York is Fearless Meat. It's located on Kingston Road. They offer very affordable burgers and fries and ice cream. I like to take my daughters there on a regular basis during the summer. David Brown is the owner of Fearless Meats, and he announced this week that they would be switching some of their supply chain components to create an all-Canadian supply chain at Fearless Meats. And I think that's what this Team Canada response is all about. When you go out and you support Fearless Meats, you're not only supporting a local business on Kingston Road, but you're buying Canadian meat, Canadian dairy, supporting agriculture in this country, and countless other Canadian producers and suppliers that are contributing to that effort. I like the motions that are in front of us. I like what my colleagues and the mayor are doing here. We should be encouraging Torontonians to buy local and to support the Canadian economy wherever possible. But I also think that there's more that we can do here in the council chamber before telling Torontonians what they ought to be doing. They know what's going on. They don't need us to communicate to them about the trade war, about the impetus for shopping local, for buying local. You can see it right now. They're rising to the challenge. In stadiums across North America right now, every time the U.S. anthem comes on in a Canadian market, it's met with a chorus of boos. People are plugged in. They are aware of what's happening. I think it's not a bad thing to tell people to shop local, but I think we really need to be focused on how can we secure the economy here and support local businesses and fight for competitiveness and affordability here in Toronto. I don't think we can expect small business, the mom and pop shops, to get through this alone. There is a role for our local government to play in supporting them. We need to reward businesses that are going to be trying to do the right thing, to keep people employed, to switch up those supply chains, to buy Canadian, even when it's difficult to do that. We actually do have tools in the toolbox here at City Hall to do that. And I think it's an opportunity for us to reflect as a council, as a city, on what is our local economy agenda? How are we driving for competitiveness? How are we driving to encourage entrepreneurs and investments here in the city of Toronto? Are there opportunities for us to improve affordability? Is there an opportunity to reduce the largest bill that a lot of businesses are facing every year, which is their property tax bill? Could we provide some relief there for the moms and pops, for small business? Are there opportunities for us to look and reduce some of the red tape so that Toronto becomes a more appealing market to attract investment and dollars on a go-forward basis? I think this shot across the bow from the President of the United States is an opportunity for us to reflect on those practices, for the things that we are doing here today, the things that we're not doing here today, and really focus our minds on making Toronto more competitive and the best place in this country to invest your time, your talent, and your treasure. We need people to take risks. We need people to grow businesses. We need people to create jobs here in this city. Because if we don't have new investment, if we don't have new businesses, if we don't have job creators, then all of the things that we want to provide for people and support with the different programs that, you know, are very important here in the city of Toronto, that stuff falls away. So that's what this really needs to be focused on. That's where my attention is going to be in the coming days and weeks. And certainly I want to work with all my council colleagues to make Toronto the most competitive and attractive place to invest in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll keep my comments brief. I just want to first start off by thanking my colleagues for putting these motions together. I think it's a good step that we are affirming unanimously our approval of our sovereignty as Canadians. And, you know, as a city councillor for Scarborough North, I have a unique perspective on this in that 70% of my residents are immigrants, which means 70% of the people living in my ward chose to be Canadians. They made the conscious decision that they wanted to uproot their lives and come here, start their families, start their business, restart their lives. And it's really a testament to the kind of people that make up the residents of my ward. I'm also fortunate in that in my ward, we do have the jobs belt, one of them, Tapscott employment area, that employs thousands of people across the city in critical industries such as manufacturing, food and beverages, IT, cosmetics, a number of key industries that really help even out Toronto's employment and give people access to good, solid, middle-class paying jobs that are well paid and that are you know, safe and secure from a lot of the disruptions that are happening in the wider economy. So I really would hope that we as councillors would take this opportunity to look at how we can actually support our local businesses, particularly our manufacturers, which are going to suffer disproportionately from these types of tariffs, to really make sure that when we're buying Canadian, we're buying Toronto too. We have that focus of how do we support the businesses that are in our community and how do we make sure that they are able to continue employing our residents, manufacturing, creating wealth that are shared with throughout our city. And I really hope that's the approach that we take. And I really hope that we do this in a focused and determined way so that Toronto will continue to be a place where businesses and families can thrive. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I do have a motion, and I'd like to put it up on the screen. And this motion speaks to a lot of what we've heard here already today from my colleagues about how we as a city step up to this moment. And I really appreciate everyone sharing so thoughtfully our connection and our commitment to this issue and what we have in front of us in this motion, and the opportunity that's not just a call to action, but also an invitation, right, for us to continue to affirm what makes us so proud and confident about our capability to stand together as a city and as a council. And I've shared this before, and I will share it again here as we debate this issue and discuss it and continue to come together about our way forward. And that's that more than 50 years ago, my parents immigrated to Canada and to Toronto specifically, and they made Toronto their first home together, and that is one of their most proud and celebrated choices in their whole lives. And, you know, that is, for me, one of the most enduring inspirations and my commitment and responsibility to my home, to Toronto, and to the well-being of Canada and all of us who call it home. And that means that every opportunity that we get to strengthen it, to better it, and to do that work together is exciting, right? That is work that we are up for. And we have shown time and time again how capable we are of standing together and coming together in the most challenging times. Earlier this week, I was speaking to the incredible leadership of some of the biggest BIAs in the city, many of them who call Spadina Fort York home, and they were reminding me that this is not the first crisis that we've faced, right? Whether it's from the pandemic or, reaching back to the 2007-2008 market crashes, there have been many different challenges to us that we have risen to and met, and we have taken that approach, as the mayor has laid out, and so many of you have shared as well, a Team Canada approach. That's Toronto, that's Ontario, that's Canada, and we are encouraging Torontonians to buy local, to buy Canadian, for us to be, looking on our main street and around the corner for how we can continue to step up in our individual actions and our choices to support each other. And I absolutely agree with Councillor Bradford. We also have to look at the levers that we have as a city in order to do that, right? To walk the talk on this. And the thing that is so encouraging is that we are not just awakening to that responsibility now in the face of this current crisis, but that our new economic action plan, the one that we approved last year, lays out so many of those policies, right, that have allowed us to see this with clarity and to get ahead of these challenges. And one of those is our new and better approaches to procurement. And we as a city have been leading when it comes to procurement and social procurement and community benefits. That has been setting an example for how that can be done, not just in other places in Canada, but across jurisdictions. And we have to make sure, and we have to continue to make sure, and especially in this moment, to use our purchasing power as a city to invest in our local businesses, to invest in workers, to invest in creating opportunities, to grow industries in our own backyard, and to make sure that we as a city are even stronger and more resilient in facing and managing ourselves through crisis and economic uncertainty. And that is what we have the opportunity to do. We already have a roadmap that has been set out with that thoughtful approach, with the foresight. And this is the moment for us to also use that to accelerate those efforts and again, continue to demonstrate to Torontonians, to our local businesses, and to municipalities and communities right across Canada that we are stepping up to what it means to be leaders for our community and to hold confidence that no matter what comes at us, we can do this, we have, and we can as Toronto. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes to speak.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Speaker, I too want to stand here and just to say that, I'm a proud Canadian, and I will be till my last breath. After more than a decade, the City of Toronto has joined the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, and I'm at that table with Deputy Mayor McKelvie, Councillor Ainsley, and Councillor Chernes-Lynn. And we had our monthly meeting last week, Thursday and Friday, and all of Thursday, the presentation we spoke about was tariffs. 444 municipalities across Ontario are all on the same page when it comes to actually pushing back against the Trump tariffs. And we put a motion forth, again, stating that we will support the Premier and the federal government, and we'll push back against the Trump tariffs. I'm also the small business advocate for the City of Toronto, and I've spent the last few weeks going across the city and more specifically across my ward, talking to BIAs, talking to businesses, and conveying our support, my support to them on behalf of the city. I was actually shopping this past Sunday, and while I was in the St. Lawrence Market, some of the people in the stores were actually looking at the labels to see where these items were being sold. And I was one of them. I wanted to buy some oranges because I make fresh orange juice every morning, and decided that, you know what, this week I'm not buying oranges, I'm buying apples instead. And many Torontonians, many Canadians across the country are doing that as well. And we should send a clear message, we should continue to send a clear message to the Trump administration
that Canada is not for sale, and will push back and continue to push back at all levels of government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Before we go to our next speaker, Councillor Pasternak, you wish to make an introduction at this time?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the traditions of Black History Month here and Black History Month, yes. Black History Month, both here at City Hall and, of course, in York Centre, is to invite the Afrocentric Alternative School here to the Council chamber. I'd like to welcome Principal Hugh Reynolds, Vice Principal Lorraine Virgo, and teacher Natasha Wright. This is a school that began operating in September of 2009 in response to initial community requests for such a school back in 2007. When it was established, it was fully booked and with a waiting list, and its local councillor was its local trustee was Trustee James Pasternak. So I am most proud of the school. One of the few benefits of the doubling of the ward was it once again was in the area I represent. Its philosophy is to better support and engage Black students. The students there see themselves reflected in the curriculum and its leadership. It promotes positive Black identity, and there's a strong sense of community. Each morning before the start of each day, students recite the school pledge, which reads as follows: "Today I pledge to be the best possible me. No matter how good I am, I know that I can become better. Today I pledge to be focused, self-disciplined, and ready to learn. And today I pledge to believe in me." It is the only public school of its kind in Canada. Please welcome students, a grade 5-6 split of the Afrocentric Alternative School.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Prutza to speak.
So, Speaker, I have a motion. Maybe if we can put that up. The motion is simple, modest in its ask, but could be quite effective if done well. So I would ask all of you to support that as a friendly amendment to Councillor Colle's motion. Madam Speaker, it's interesting that a nutty character in the White House has somehow, enabled us to find our Canadianismo again, right? How amazing is that? He uses this tactic, right, where he lobs these bombs and appears to be irrational and has probably got a grand plan afoot, but that nobody's clear on, and he destabilizes everybody. He's got friends and foes looking at him and saying, "What's this guy all about? What's he doing?" And I got to tell you, I bet you the biggest people scratching their heads today about what the president is doing is his closest friends and allies across the United States of America. I want to take you all back in time for a second. Remember when this country used to have its own plans about how we were going to create and establish our own sovereignty? Who remembers FIRA, the Foreign Investment Review Agency? Nobody remembers that, right? Well, we used to have a FIRA, a Foreign Investment Review Agency that used to monitor foreign content and foreign ownership of Canadian goods and companies. Gone. Who remembers public ownership of Petro-Canada? We were going to take over and control our own natural resources, right? Because we deemed those to be important and they were in the national interest. Where's that? Gone. Why are all those things gone? Well, you remember the two amigos, right? Conservative guy in Ottawa, right? What was his name again? I forgot his name. Mulroney. That was his name. Brian Mulroney was Prime Minister of the country, right? And Ronald Reagan, his good old buddy, Republican buddy down south, what did they do? Free trade, right? Remember they said to us, oh, we got to buy into this liberal, global, economic concept where we got to take down all these barriers and let capital run freely across the planet. And we will all be better off for it because it'll trickle down. All that wealth it'll generate. Open your pockets, folks, because it's all going to like trickle down and rain in and fill those pockets of yours. We bought into that. And then they added a third amigo, right? Who remembers the third amigo's name? And what did that all do? Free trade. NAFTA, right? It put us through the worst economic recession of our time. It killed the Canadian economy. It killed Canadian jobs. It sent them all overseas. It decimated our manufacturing sector. I dare you find a pair of shoes made in Canada. And you know, the list could go on and on and on. We made the adjustment. We made the adjustment to the benefit of the Americans, to the massive benefit of the Americans. And now, lo and behold, you got a guy who's, I guess, a Republican as well. Maybe he's a Republican, maybe he's not a Republican, right? But he certainly twisted the heads of many of the folks who are in the Republican Party across from coast to coast in the United States. He's got them all twirling around saying, oh my God, what's this all about? Is he going to turn the clock back? Is he going to turn all our friends into foes? Well, this is certainly is a way of doing that. Putting this country through an economic adjustment all over again. A deep, deep recession, similar to what we experienced in the early 90s when we made that adjustment to free trade, is just mind-numbing. It is mind-numbing for him to even propose to do something so hideous. But here we are, and we need to react. So my little modest motion says, you know what? Clearly identify what's Canadian, and we should all go out and buy Canadian and support Canadian industries, Canadian jobs, buy Canadian products. Might cost a little more, but at the end of the day, we'll all benefit a great deal more from it. Thank you all so very much.
Oh, you were lucky. I gave you a little extra time there. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to start by thanking the staff that are mobilized around this issue on our behalf. The public service, the city manager and the mayor certainly, but I want to especially highlight those folks that are sitting there in case we had questions for them, the General Manager of Economic Development, the Chief Procurement Officer, the people who will deal with the impacts directly. And I want to thank them because their work actually started long before any of us were live to this issue. The minute the president was elected and began showing that he was actually going to move very quickly on things that we thought were joke promises within a campaign, they knew that they had to look at that promise. And so a couple of weeks before we had the announcement, this work began in the Economic Development Shop. Very quickly moved to, oh, this is happening. And we all started paying attention to it. Our Chief Procurement Officer really has to look at it. And now there is an action plan to, be there at the ready to support other governments, our other orders of government. If they can pull off a miracle in 30 days, we want to be there to assist in any way, shape, or form. We want to be there reaching out to our businesses who are really sweating this right now. This is all work that they're doing. They're doing this work on our behalf. The outreach has happened before we were concerned, and it is now going to travel through these 30 days. And they do have the framework to begin to mobilize around impacts. And we've been here before. you know, my reaction on Saturday watching this was, you know, in my time, we got through the global financial crisis. We got through the pandemic crisis, all of them hitting our local economy so hard. And so I thought, can we please just catch a break in this town? This is a very challenging time. And they are our greatest representatives right now and fully mobilized. This morning we attended the Economic Development Officers Council of Ontario that's downtown meeting at the Harbour Castle. What a fortuitous time for their annual conference to be taking place, because they're all putting their heads together. Ontario-wide, they're looking at what we do municipally. And so we should be focused on local economy, because we are very likely going to end up in a trade war. Prime Minister has already made it clear that if there are going to be tariffs, there are going to be retaliatory tariffs. This is a trade war. That's what it's called. I'm sorry that the White House staff are so perplexed that we're calling it a trade war. That's what you call it when you throw out any kind of trade agreement you have and you begin to create tariff policy in order to punish other nations. It's called a trade war. And so we have to be there for our businesses. We have to be out and about locally. We have to be out helping people keep calm and carry on, but keep calm and carry on locally, because people are all going to have to start to retool to be able to serve us, to be able to keep this a vital community. And that's going to be happening all across Canada. And we really are, as the largest city, we're standard bearers for how you keep a local economy alive, how you adjust. There may not be a FIRA anymore, but we have a Foreign Direct Investment Corporation. They've got to totally reorganize, because Toronto Global knows that most of the FDI that we attract comes from the United States. And in the United States, the tech sector and all the rest, they don't know what they're going to do. They're reeling as well. And so we have to be totally global now and try to understand what we do. And we do that regionally. If we're affected, the whole GTHA is affected, and in reverse. And so, yes, buy local. Yes, make it clear to the United States that Canada is not for sale. It's in our very being. We are fundamentally different from the United States, and that doesn't change. But what I would ask is that you remember that you got things started without even knowing it, because this team was already mobilized around the plans that you adopted. Our budget that we'll adopt in a week's time has the wherewithal to get out there with sidewalks to skylines, which is needed now more than ever, and to be able to help people do what they need to do across all of our business sectors, large and small, across the culture sector where we have so much business that might be affected.
5 seconds.
So all you have to do is support those measures and let them get on with the work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson to speak.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and good morning. I don't know whether or not I'm going to be that person of bad news in this chamber, but in light of what we're facing, in light of USMCA and all the other agreements that we actually have in place that we here in this chamber have zero control over, we have no ability to affect. We may offer suggestions. However, those suggestions may not be taken in a way that has validity or balance with respect to our interests. I've seen this movie before. I don't know if it's a suspense. I don't know if it's a mystery. I don't even know if it's comedy, quite frankly, because as we have all these words in this chamber, they're all wonderful, and I know they're well intended. However, we ourselves should really look in the mirror. Forget about Donald Trump and the misery that he's causing. We ourselves in this own chamber have caused our own misery for our own small businesses. There are many businesses here who have developed technology that we in this chamber, we as a city, have refused to purchase. There are examples of that where we have technology developed here, And they are not able to sell it to us because they're local. So now what we have today, while everybody points the finger at Donald Trump and says, well, it's all Donald Trump's fault that we're not supporting local. Hey, we've had the opportunity to do it. In this very chamber, we had Pay It, which we basically endorse, an American company. We had all these Canadian companies coming in and saying, hey, we could provide that technology. Did we actually buy it? No, we didn't. Had we got screwed by it? Yes, we did. We've actually rescinded that recently. I just want to remind us of the fact that while we can say lots of great words in this chamber, our actions does not support the deed that needs to happen, which is actually to support local businesses. We've got high taxes. We've got zoning rules that prevents business from growing. We've got all myriad of policies and red tape that basically causes our local businesses not to grow and expand. It's not a simple Donald Trump fault. Yes, I disagree with all that we've heard from Donald Trump and his minions, if you will. But I think we need to make sure that we do a better job in supporting the very businesses that we say we want to endorse, that we want to buy Canadian products and so on and so forth, when in fact we don't even give them an opportunity to actually do business with us. Not with respect to anyone else, but with us. And here we are in this chamber, we're saying, point the finger, point the finger, point the fingers. We need to point the fingers at ourselves. We're not doing enough for our local businesses. We're not talking, we're not hearing, we're not listening. And we can have, a sidewalk to skyline or to the heavens. The fact of the matter is that unless we are genuinely serious about actually helping and investing and create opportunities for our businesses, we will never realize the benefit of local benefits and local businesses really growing, creating the jobs that you speak about, because it will all just simply be words. And so there needs to be a plan. Yes, we have remnants of plans, I guess, that are in place, but constructively, comprehensively, with all the business groups in this city, with all the talent that we have in this city, we certainly can do more. Let's not just simply talk in this chamber about responding to the ill will of a leader that we have no control over. In fact, in his own country, no one seems to have control over him and the mess that he's making. In 2012, we spent an hour with him. Former Mayor Ford, Doug Ford, and myself, we talked to him as a business person when he came here to open up the Trump Tower. He was a different person then. He's different today, and I don't know anybody who can talk to him. So let's develop our own plan, but let's not talk about developing a plan and not execute it, because we do that way too often. Nobody wins that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Our last speaker is Councillor Colle.
Bring it home. Yeah, thank you. This is an opportunity for us to step above the petty politics, to step above what mistakes the federal government has done or the provincial government has done or what the city has done. Let's get above that. Let's get to thinking about Canada. And that's what we're doing here today. We're trying to support this incredible, phenomenal creation called Canada. And I just remember someone said their parents chose Canada or they chose. I came as an immigrant. I didn't choose to come here. My parents didn't choose to come here. We had nowhere to go. War ravaged Italy, nothing to eat, nowhere to live, no jobs, desperately looking for a safe haven, and luckily Canada opened its door to us. So you might say Canada chose me or let me in. So this is why I'm so passionate about this issue, because Canada has done that for so many millions of people. it has been a safe haven for people from all over the world. And that's why we all owe Canada so much. So in this time of economic peril, we have to stand together for Canada. That's what we're trying to do here today in our small way. And I just want to also mention that back in 1849, a City of Toronto council moved a motion. Here's what the motion said in 1849. Toronto and the home district, having learned from the public press that a document has been circulated for signatures in and about City of Montreal, Toronto, advocating for the annexation of Her Majesty's Province of Canada, they're basically saying we reject this, and we believe to be this complaint being grossly exaggerated, and that we want to remain part of the sovereign British colony of Canada. This is in 1849. The City Council here was worried about annexation. And I just want to say that I became very interested in this a couple of times in the past. As a former history teacher, I remember vividly one of the biggest economic disasters in Canadian history. That was when the Diefenbaker government canceled the Avro Arrow. 1957, destroyed a whole aviation industry. We had the world's leading fighter jet. We had a jetliner, all produced here in Malton, in Etobicoke. But Canadians at that time says, oh, the Americans will sell us the Beaumark missile. Let's forget about the Canadian jobs. That was a devastating blow to the Canadian economy. I also remember a little fight we had with Mr. Warren Buffett in 2013. His company, in the middle of the night, shut down the Leamington Hines plant. Threw 2,000 workers out of work and destroyed basically the whole tomato industry in southern Ontario because Mr. Buffett wanted it to become a hedge fund. So he closed the whole plant down. And that's when we started with the look at buying the alternative French's, which was using Canadian tomatoes. But anyways, and just, it's interesting to know too, today Costco is advertising made in Canada products. You go there, just somebody sent me a picture saying, hey, we've got Canadian products here at Costco. And as you know, they're an American company. But as someone said, we have been woken up by what's happened in the States. And just remember, we're doing it not for us. We're doing it for the 63,000 Canadian soldiers who died in World War I trying to protect democracy. Another tens of thousands that died in World War II. And they had to wait 2 years before the Americans even joined the war. We fought with the Americans in Korea. We went to Afghanistan with them. 9/11, the Newfoundlanders let them all in when they needed a haven. And then to be kicked around by this person in Washington, this is the worst blow of all. And again, I just think we can do something here. We have purchasing power. We also encourage Canadians and Torontonians to buy local, buy Canadian. We can do our part. So don't think we don't have an influence, especially when now
Councillor Colle,
I just want to say that people all over the country have rallied behind the flag. They're buying, encouraging Canadian. So that's what we're trying to do. We're with the people.
Thank you. Okay, members, if you could take your seats, we're ready to vote. If we can put the motions on the screen. Yes. We're going to be voting on MM 26.7 first. Yes, thank you, Councillor Perruzza. Thank you. So our first motion is by Deputy Mayor Malik. It's on the screen. On favor? No, item is amended. We'll have oh, you want everything? Okay. Councillor Proust is asking for recorded vote on the amendment.
Motion 1 carries unanimously, 26 in favor.
Okay, item is amended. Oh, sorry, we have another one. By Councillor Proust, a recorded vote. Right, Councillor Proust?
Councillor Bradford, please. Motion 2 carries unanimously, 26 in favor.
Item is amended, recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please. The item is amended, carries unanimously, 26 in favor.
Okay, our next one is MM 26.13. Vote on the item, recorded vote.
Councillor McKelvie, please. The motion carries unanimously, 26 in favor.
Mayor Chow?
Originally, we were going to go to the second key item, housing items. I don't want it to, we can start and then lunch will happen. So can we deal with the housing items after lunch? And you have many other things you need to do.
Yeah. Okay, there's the motion on the screen. On favor, carried. Okay, so then, Councillor, we'll just go to the top of the agenda. Councillor Fletcher, are you ready for your deferred item? You're not ready?
No, I'm not. I'm waiting for a motion from staff. Thank you.
Okay, so then we'll go to the next item, which is EX 20.3, Old City Hall. Councillor Holyday, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff? Councillor Holyday?
Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, you have questions? Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
If you can give it a moment to get everyone in place, Speaker.
Are the staff ready? Staff ready? Yeah? Okay. Okay, Councillor Holyday, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. To the staff, this report, at least the staff report, is a check-in on work that was already started. In other words, the City of Toronto knew that City Hall needed to find a new purpose for its future. And so you've come back to Council and said, hey, we're still working on this. No news, but we want to have your authorization to continue to work. Is that a fair sum?
Madam Speaker, that is correct.
The addition of a Toronto museum, that, do I understand that to be a council directive rather than a staff proposal coming forward?
Madam Speaker, the museum was included as part of the council direction in 2018. It was also analyzed as part of the studies leading up to that as one of the options for the building.
More broadly, the Old City Hall is a unique building in that it's historically protected. It is of a form that speaks to a bygone era in terms of office planning and so on. Wide hallways, large rooms that were courtrooms. And so the ability to repurpose this building, similar to what it exists today, is limited. And thus, the feedback from people that you've talked to has been tepid. No one's jumping at taking this building over. Is that correct? Is that fair?
Madam Speaker, yes, the building has some considerations that will make it more complex to adapt, such as the heritage conditions, the grand civic spaces, and the efficiency of the floor plate. We're confident that finding a new analysis and new uses will attract an audience, but that's a process that needs to begin again to make sure we're reflecting the current market condition.
CREM and Create.to are really the city's two real estate arms and facility arms. Is there any match to the city's current needs for this building?
That will be part of the, through the Speaker, that will be part of the process that needs to be undertaken with the evaluation. We'll be checking in to see what city uses may be accommodated in the building. Right now, we don't have any program for city uses, such as office space, scheduled for the building.
Right, office space. So, you know, we're going through a lot of work, like a lot of people, to compress our office space footprint. Two parts to that. We are having people not work 5 days a week and effectively share the space, but we're also remodernizing floor plates and making them far more efficient. Does this building lend itself well to that strategy, or are you looking at other places to execute that strategy?
To the Speaker, the building has different conditions in different parts of it. Some parts will lend itself well to an office or similar condition, while other parts are not as easy to adapt. The previous strategies took that into account, which is why we had a multiple use scenario that was recommended. Any new study that will begin from a direction that we'll get from Council today will have to take those things into consideration as well.
Is it safe to say that it's well understood that the next user of this building is most likely going to have to put significant capital dollars into the building to adapt it to what it is they need and to ensure that it meets their requirements going forward?
Yes, that's through the Speaker. Yes, that's correct.
And once court services, the remaining bits and pieces of it, move to the new St. Lawrence building in the spring, we're really out of that building.
To the Speaker, yes, that's correct.
So given the capital needs, is there anyone out there that has expressed any desire to either purchase or long-term lease of this building?
To the Speaker, there's no current interest that would result in any binding agreement. This is part of why we want to do the study, to do a new analysis and see what the market can offer.
If we were to offer it for $1 or $2 or whatever the magic number is to another public sector or maybe another order of government, do you think anybody would take it?
To the Speaker, that's a situation we would have to look at. We haven't contemplated that specific scenario to this point.
And the last piece, this building and this property, as beautiful as it is, has a very significant number of restrictions on it because of its historical significance, at least the shell of the building. So the flexibility of adaptive reuses at a reasonable cost is fairly limited. And that is the stumbling block. Is that fair?
To the Speaker, there are certainly heritage considerations that will have to be taken into account to understand how the property can be adapted. Those will be addressed by professionals who are familiar with that so that we can respect the heritage and find a new use.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, questions?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I want to follow on Councillor Holiday's train of thought, Madam Speaker. There are some heritage restrictions here, but we've never really articulated them, I don't think, to the degree that the philanthropic community or even another order of government could actually sit down in their own offices and look at what is the potential use if I was to take up the city on an offer. We haven't really, we've looked at heritage restrictions, but we haven't looked at what's the potential within that. We've never done that study before, have we?
To the Speaker, in the previous studies, there was some heritage analysis that was done.
Some, yes.
The description of what's protected is done through city planning, through heritage planning. We've also done supplementary work to catalog all the heritage elements of the building so that we can make decisions when it's time to do so.
But that's a little different than a feasibility study. Am I right about that? If we talk about feasibility, are we not now sort of flipping it a little bit to look at, well, you can think of world landmarks where we've taken something that looks totally restricted, like the Queen Victoria building in Sydney, Australia, the Strand Arcade. Very beautiful heritage building. But the feasibility of, okay, could you have shopping in here? Could you have a gallery in here? The feasibility is, what are the uses? Is that the kind of study that actually would begin to create philanthropic curiosity or even other orders of government curiosity? Is that the purpose of asking for this study now?
To the Speaker, broadly speaking, yes, to find potential uses of feasibility and interest in those.
Okay, and if I could ask really the whole array here, is that feedback that we, informally already have? Okay, so the old City Hall might be up for grabs. What are we even allowed to do there? Are we already hearing that in the community? They need that information before we've got any fish on this line?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I think there's been very early stage conversations, but I think there needs to be much more detailed understanding of what is possible. It's a complicated building and with not enough leasable floor space, so I think modifications do need to be made to the building while respecting the heritage nature of it, and I think that's what any third party would want to understand better.
And lastly, one of the things that we could make clear in an updated study is modifications aren't entirely outside the realm of possibility. You can respect heritage, but you can make modifications that might generate potential other uses.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Reading through this, is there anyone left in the building or everyone will be out by April of this year?
Madam Speaker, currently the provincial offences courts are currently operating at Old City Hall. We'll be moving to St. Lawrence Market North in March of this year, and then they'll continue operations in terms of decommissioning to the end of April, so the building will be vacant as of May 1st.
Now, it's my understanding, so it reads here that the vacant, it will be empty and that a building of this nature will deteriorate very quickly when there is no tenant and no day-to-day maintenance. Is there any maintenance plan once the building becomes empty?
So just to clarify, so Councillor, we have and have forecasted operating costs while the building is vacant. We also, as noted in the report, we have $16 million in our capital plan to address any health, safety, or legislation or anything that would deteriorate. So we plan to maintain the building as best we can with available funding, but we would address any type of repairs that would be required to ensure that the building's kept in a good state.
So when I guess these are provincial courts, so when they're finally out, were there any provisions in the current lease where the province had to do any kind of state of repair or leave it in a state where it was as was originally rented, which was decades ago, Is there any obligation by the province to fix, repair, or maintain this in any way from their decades of use?
So for clarity, the province actually just occupied the interior of the building. There is a provision within the lease called make good costs. So what we've done is negotiated a settlement with the province of approximately $3 million to deal with any of the decommissioning and decanting of any furniture, et cetera, that was left in the building.
So we've been at this for, I guess it's for 7 years. I guess we first gave direction to staff, was it 2018? Oh, sounds like about 7 years, a little less. And there's been no nibbles.
I think there was work done back in 2018. Avis and Young was retained. There was interest. Council at the time determined that the use that was being proposed was not in keeping with the vision that council had for it at the time. And then as a result of COVID and other events and financial pressures at the city, I think priorities changed and essentially work to advance any other potential uses was put aside.
So as a modern commercial offering, commercial space offering, it's unlikely. So we'd be more likely to go down the cultural, historical, community pathway for building capacity.
Yeah, I think it could be a combination of commercial office use along with significant civic and cultural uses. I think that's what we believe as staff is the current council direction, and that it's in that order that we plan on proceeding with the recommendations before you.
Okay. And the next reporting back is next year. Second quarter 2026?
No later than the second quarter of 2026.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, questions?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Councillor Pasternak has asked a few of the questions that I was going to ask, but I wanted to ask, thank you, James. I wanted to ask, there were some consideration and talk about a museum at this location. Is that off the table?
That is not off the table. The recommendation before us would be to explore the feasibility of that as well.
Right, and the reason why I asked that, because part of the recommendation talking about re-examining, and so I didn't understand that sort of terminology with respect, what are you re-examining? Since there was analysis which should have taken place between 2018 up to this point, so I'm just trying to understand the terminology in terms of re-examining.
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor Thompson, my colleague from CREM has spoken about the changing market conditions since that period of council direction and the city's financial position, which would require likely multiple uses that might subsidize ultimately a museum in the city of Toronto. And there are many interested, I'd say, cultural heritage organizations in the city who would like to look at the prospect of partnering, albeit likely on a scaled manner with such a project.
So the value of cultural organizations, we know them, they're numerous. However, they're largely cash-strapped. I'm curious as to whether or not analysis has been done or will be done to look at what are the opportunities to be able to bring in the types of businesses that would generate positive revenues to be able to contribute to, for example, the maintenance and the overall welfare of the building.
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, Councillor, that would be part of the determination is both a full financial feasibility analysis along with the various uses and what value or dollars that both the philanthropic community could bring and the private sector potentially.
So a number of years ago, there was some conversation about, because you've got that center area, which is an open space, talking about sort of either canopying it and creating an environment where you could host event and create sort of that really interesting environment there. Is that also a part of the reimagining, because that was discussed some time ago? Is that part of the consideration?
Through you, Madam Speaker, it was part of the original analysis done, as you've stated, and I think it could and would form part of the further analysis. I think our view is that all opportunities would be on the table, depending on what is financially viable.
Is there a possibility to create some type of a strata system within the context of the building to be able to then, I guess, elevate and increase the densities to create that sort of a combination of both old facade and new features to the building, to be able to, for example, to create residential component to that? Is that possibility? Does that possibility exist?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I believe it would be very complicated to do that. I think we have not done that type of detailed planning analysis. I think we'd certainly the heritage aspects of the building make it very, very difficult to do that in the historical context, as well as the building is not suited in its form for residential because of the nature of the setup, the high ceilings, the wide corridors, and so forth. So that we've done a very, very high-level review of that and have determined that that's not feasible, but more work would have to be done.
And I guess my final question, we have a lot of partners. We have, Chongqing as being what I think one of the most creative cities in the world in terms of some of the things that they've done. They're our sister city. I'm wondering if you had thought about maybe reaching out to some of these other municipalities where we have a really good relationship to see whether or not they could maybe put their eyes and thoughts to this, because I don't think we're doing sufficient in terms of work to really look at this as a prize opportunity for the City of Toronto. So I'm just wondering whether or not you would be willing to extend the invitation to have others come and take a look at this site to offer some ideas to us?
Yeah, I think we would want to cast a very wide net and seek the best ideas and best practices and learn from others that have reviewed these sorts of things. Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. Okay, before we go to the next question, Mayor Chow.
Thank you. Councillors will know that this is the Lunar New Year of the Snake. And City Council, I hosted a reception down at the Rotunda together, jointly hosted with the Greater Toronto Chinese Culture Centre. And the place was packed. And we have here with us the CEO of the Chinese Culture Centre, Dr. Alan Lam. And he will be joining us. Let's give him a big round of applause of all the work they have done. He came bearing gifts. Because Chinese culture is that at the New Year, you always present a gift. So he has a present, a beautiful set of teacups for every members of council. And I'm going to move to adjourn the lunch break 5 minutes earlier at 12:25. You can join myself and others to come up. And councillors, he has a very special gift for every one of you on behalf of the Chinese Culture Centre. So a big thank you on behalf of City Council for your generosity and your many decades of good work to promote and celebrate the long history and culture and heritage of Chinese in Canada. So thank you. So join me in 20 minutes or 25 minutes or so, okay? Just before lunch. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti, questions?
Speaker, thank you. So just want to clarify that the U-leases are expiring, and we've known this for some time, and the building will be vacant by May of this year?
To the Speaker, yes, we are anticipating the building to be completely vacant by May.
Okay, so we've known this now for about 7 years, and we've been working on a plan to occupy the building, a plan to utilize the space?
To the Speaker, yes, initially the 2018 recommendation led us to an RFP for a head lease partner. That proceeded to 2 successful proposals to consider. After that, negotiations were such that we were not able to get enough capital out of that, and it failed with COVID coming on. Capital investments closed up when COVID hit at that time. Since then, in the interim, there have been RFPs the city has responded to and other opportunities we've investigated through CREM as well that have not resulted in any kind of binding agreement at this time.
And the $16 million, that is just targeted specifically for ensuring that the building is kept in a good state of repair, not for making any drastic changes to the building.
That is correct.
Okay. So $60 million is over what period of time? How long does this money last?
The 16 million is over the course of 4 years.
4 years. Okay.
And just to add, Councillor, once we're just waiting for the make good check from IO, so we'll have $19 million in total to allocate to state of good repair for the entire building over the next 4 years.
Okay, so no, thank you for that answer. Not to put you on the spot, but I mean it's been a few years, and we've had a few ideas float around. I just heard earlier that maybe a combination of cultural, civic, commercial makes a lot of sense. Maybe even residential. I think a response on the residential side I got, well, the ceilings are high, the corridors are wide. To me, that's a really nice description of a beautiful residential unit. So. Are we still considering to do some of that?
So, Councillor, sorry, Madam Speaker, to Councillor Crisanti, the building is very unique. Even though the building is 450,000 square feet, only 177,000 is actually usable space. So, the configuration of the building doesn't lend itself to that type of use for residential.
So, you expect that in the second quarter of next year, there'll be a report back that will outline potential uses or maybe some uses that will be potential leases and people interested in coming into the building in some form, in some way that maybe includes cultural, civic, commercial, maybe not residential, but some of the other ideas.
Yeah, through you, Madam Speaker, that is correct. The expectation is that we would come back with both an interim use strategy for the next number of years, as well as a feasibility on a longer-term strategy with the uses that we have discussed already, a Museum of Toronto, a public library, other meeting space, and so forth.
All right, thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Thank you. I just want to know about, I'd understood that there was some idea that the City Hall library would somehow move to Old City Hall. Is that still in the cards, or is that gone to a different place where it should go?
I'm sorry, your question was related to public library, a potential library?
Well, there is one library in this neighborhood, and it's in this building, and it's the City Hall Library. There was some discussion that that library should be moved into Old City Hall. Can you confirm that and confirm the status of that conversation?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the feasibility of moving a library or having a new library in Old City Hall would be part of the review. Whether that would mean a relocation of the current library at this City Hall, I think I think that's what we would expect, but that has not been a finalized decision.
Where is that at in the decision-making process?
That is what we would come back to council with in 2026.
the actual, and who would be looking at how many people would be using that library compared to the many people that work in this building and use that library here? Are you aware of the history of the City Hall Library in this building?
I think through you, Madam Speaker, we would do so in consultation with Toronto Public Libraries and others in terms of determining both the feasibility and sort of the background of the library at Toronto City Hall versus at Old City Hall.
Are you aware that in 1996 that that library was offered up in order to have a restaurant and to do away with that library, and the community and people that work in this building felt that they like having a library. It was built into this building as part of the foundational idea. Are you aware of that?
I'm vaguely aware of the restaurant proposal from many years ago, Councillor, through you, Madam Speaker, but not currently.
Are you aware that the library was built in as an important part of a city hall when it was first constructed and designed in the award-winning design? Are you aware of that?
I myself am not aware of all of the history of the library,
Well,
and I think
let me ask city staff then, if you're aware of that. Let me ask city staff if you're aware that the library was a built-in part of the city hall, the new city hall, when it was erected.
To the Speaker, we're certainly aware there's a long history of the library in the building. The point at which it was designed into the building is not known to us. We can report back.
It's not known to you that it was an integral part of the design built in as a library in a city hall. Does it surprise you that there's a library in a city hall?
To the Speaker, does it surprise us? No. The use has been here for a long time.
How many years?
I don't know off the top of my head. I apologize. We can come back with that if you like.
Well, who knows then? I'm sorry, yes, he's just a young guy, so who in your team is going to understand that question when we're talking about moving a seminal part, like moving council chambers over there?
Well, Councillor Fletcher, maybe they can come back with the answer if they don't have it.
Yeah, through you, Madam Speaker, that's correct. We can come back with that. And again, part of the report back, again, we could include that as part of the feasibility.
So I could simply remove that from the feasibility today, could I not?
If that's the will of council, Councillor, I mean, that's the prerogative of council to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, we think we have time for one more speaker and then we'll do quick releases. Councillor Holyday to speak.
Speaker, I didn't bring it with me today, but I bring to council once in a while one of my favorite videos. That's the money pit. And for those that don't know the lesson of that, it was a real estate deal a couple got into, and what they found is as time passed, they had to keep putting more and more and more money into their renovation. And it coined the term the money pit. Sink all this money into it. But more seriously, this space, as lovely as it is, and as nostalgic as it is, and culturally as important as it is to the City of Toronto, is destined to likely be the most expensive space in our portfolio, if not in the city. By the time you factor in all the costs to look after that building, and the adaptive reuse, and the built-in inefficiency of converting a courthouse into something else, on a per square foot basis, it will be really, really expensive. So it behooves us as a council, if it's going to be the most expensive space, that it be filled with the most productive use. This is the council that is probably going to ask taxpayers for another 6.9%. So we owe it to everybody to use the space wisely. And if we don't have a purpose for it, then send it to someone else who does. It's not an easy ask. And I'll actually be supporting further work to be done on this, although I have some deep concerns about creating a museum or another library or some other use. Because I am sure we'd get up a lineup around the block of people that are looking for cheap or free civic space to do what it is that they want to do. They'll put a target right on this building because we don't otherwise have a use for it. You know, this is the same council that tells residents of this city, no, 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 you can't have an extra house, an extra apartment condo, because if you leave it vacant, we're going to tax you on it. Shame on you. And here we are, we're months away. We knew this was coming. We have a building that's about to be empty and no use for it. Again, we'll go back. The staff can figure this out, but I bet it's going to be one of the most, if not the most expensive spaces in our portfolio. We got nothing for it. Nothing. But we have a 6.9% tax increase. So please, take a page out of the story of Jack and the Beanstalk. Do not buy magic beans. Do not put in a use that is not productive. We can debate what productive means, but it's something that is conducive to such an expensive piece of real estate. This is a problem, and this has been a problem that's been brewing, a multi-million-dollar problem, and we had better find a way to get out of it. I'll give you one other thought. Wouldn't it be wonderful if a university or a college could make use of this space, central to downtown, central to points of importance and other schools? But I'll tell you, if things happen with tariffs and other changes regarding economic nationalism in North America, we'd better darn well be thinking about how we're going to be retraining our workforce. And this city council needs to figure out how it's going to help with that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay. Before we recess, do we have any quick releases? I'll take quick releases before we break. Councillor Bradford, I believe that you had a couple.
Yes, thanks, Madam Speaker. I actually just have one. It's, sorry, I'm locked out of the computer here.
Is it T 19.9?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if you want me to go on the list here or...
Yeah.
Okay, I'm on the list.
Yeah.
No, no, that's right. Yeah, that's okay.
No, but what names are up there now?
Everything's good.
Okay, Councillor Bradford, you want to release T 19.9?
That's correct. 90 Eastdale, technical amendment from staff. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All in favor? Carried. Okay, any further quick releases? Pardon? We just released T 19.9. Huh? The amendments are not ready. Councillor Bradford, was there an amendment for that? Okay, but the amendments are not ready. The reason I went to Councillor Bradford because he said he has to leave, so that's why I went to him.
Okay, okay. Okay.
So are the amendments ready?
Sorry, I thought they were. I thought they were ready.
So then, okay, so then...
It's a technical amendment that was submitted, I think, at 7 a.m.
So they're not ready, so you have
Sounds like
to
it.
hold
Yeah,
it down.
okay.
All right. Okay, so are there any further releases? Mayor Chow? Okay, go ahead.
CC 2613, there's a supplementary report. The motion is ready.
Okay, do we have the motion for CC 26.13? Okay. Okay, there it is on the screen.
Yep. Direct the confidential attachment to the supplementary report from the city solicitors to remain confidential at the discretion of city solicitor. Okay. So I'm adopting the supplementary report.
Okay. On the amendment, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Thank you. Councillor Perks, quick release.
Yes, Speaker, if I could, I'd like to release PH 18.6, Progress on Building More Supportive Homes. Why? Oh, then I'll continue to hold it.
All right. Okay. I guess that's it for quick release. So we will recess until 2 o'clock.
And members of council, Dr. Lam is upstairs in the members' lounge ready for your gift. Come and come and say hello.
This meeting is now resumed. Members, please rise if you're able and join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of His Highness Prince Karim Aga Khan IV, Frank Prasertia, Barbara Lois Volk. Thank you. You wish to make an announcement?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and good afternoon to everybody. Welcome, boys and girls in the audience. Glad to have you joining us at City Hall. I wanted to rise and acknowledge and wish everybody a very happy Black History Month. We're very excited here in the city of Toronto. Yes, big round of applause. Thank you, guys. I know we're not supposed to actually clap, but good job. I just wanted to say a couple of quick words. As a city of Toronto, I am incredibly proud of the legacy that we are forging as leaders in the space of confronting anti-Black racism. I want to acknowledge and shout out the incredible, talented staff here in the city of Toronto that are part of our Black Staff Network. I would like to also acknowledge the incredible work of our Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit and the advisory committee that I'm very excited to be taking over from my predecessor, Councillor Moyes, and be stepping in as the chair for our Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee. The city has put together an action and a strategy plan, which we will be renewing and setting out for the next decade of work in this area. And it can't be understated the importance of the contributions and the place that people, Black people specifically, in the communities that we represent, hold in Canadian culture. And we talked a lot this morning about our patriotism and our pride. And the history of Black folks in Canada goes back way further than we often learn in our curriculum. I understand the Ontario government is introducing a new curriculum on Black history, and it's not just in February, it's all months of the year, and that's really important. But as we know here at the City of Toronto, it's not enough just to have an advisory group. We need to continue to empower representatives from our communities to be part of the conversations that impact us the most. And I'm really privileged, and it's my great pleasure to be leaning into that work. So with that, I hope everybody will spend some time this month to learn a little bit more about Black history, because we're still not learning enough at school, though that is changing, and to really take a moment to appreciate and to spend some time with the incredible history. The last thing I'll just quickly share is the value of the leaders that come before us. So just a shout out for the Honorable Dr. Jean Augustine, who is a proud Etobicoke Lakeshore resident and has been a trailblazer around Black history and around representation politically, specifically in our country and in our community. And so I'm so grateful to stand on the shoulders of incredible leaders like Dr. Augustine, and I can't wait to look forward to more leaders that are coming up behind us and holding space to make sure you all can contribute to our great city and our country in a good way. So with that, I thank you all for your time and attention, and happy Black History Month.
Deputy Mayor Malik, you would like to make an announcement?
Yes, thank you. I have two, actually. The first one is that I am so excited to welcome grade 5 and 6 students, parents, and teachers from Ogden Junior Public School to City Hall today. Yes, I love that. Yes, there they are. And some of you might know that Ogden is the closest TDSB school to City Hall. So there's special excitement and special connection because this is a local field trip, and that is so cool. I want to thank the students for the time that we got to spend over lunch. Thank you for your great questions, your keen interest, and how civically minded you were. They had great suggestions about, the recreation programs they love, the library hours that are so meaningful, and especially being able to access the snack program at school so they can stay focused on their learning. And it was so exciting to be able to share the progress that we're making building on those amazing things that they benefit from. They also had a lot of good questions of the work that we get to do here at City Council and how we're going to take forward those big ideas to make our city even better. And as Deputy Mayor Morley said, these are leaders of today and tomorrow, and we're so excited to have you here at City Hall. Thank you so much. Yes, a big...
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, and Mayor Chow. Oh, sorry. Okay, just one more. Put your mic on, okay?
Sorry, just building on that, I wanted to recognize and acknowledge that today is National Girls and Women in Sport Day. And from our community recreation centers to our local park leagues to the Scepters, the Tempo, and AFC Toronto, we can agree that Toronto is a city that loves and champions women's sports. And as we've seen the professional games take hold in Toronto, it's been amazing, just absolutely remarkable to see women and girls see themselves reflected in the highest levels of sport and competition in coaching, whether it's on the field, the ice, on the pitch, or back of house, doing that important work that enables our teams to be absolutely excellent. And we can all take inspiration and commitment to working together to continue to create spaces and opportunities for all women and girls and gender nonconforming people to play and grow, whether you are signing up to play or cheering them on as a fan, because we all need those fans. And we'll keep working to make our local recreation centers, sports leagues, and fan groups safe, accessible, and most of all, fun for everyone. And thank you so much in particular to our parks and forestry staff, everyone who is involved in their local community teams and leagues, and to all of our favorite local stars for everything that you do every day of the year to celebrate women and girls in sports. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mayor Chow.
I rise on a very special occasion to wish three very special persons incredible birthdays. Deputy Mayor Mike Colle, Speaker Francis Nunziata, and Councillor Paul Ainsley on the screen. It's their birthday. Maybe Councillor Fletcher could lead us to sing happy birthday. And we have a big birthday cake at the back, so join us. Councillor Fletcher?
Happy birthday to you.
Now we just have to blow out the candles now. Councillor Cole's birthday was last weekend, mine is next week, and I believe Councillor Ainsley is next week. Correct, Councillor Ainsley? Mine's at the end of the year, but add me in. Yeah, we put it all together. So there's a big cake for all three of us. Councillor Ainsley, you won't be able to taste the cake, but it's delicious. Thank you. And thank you to the students that are here. This is amazing. I've never had a happy birthday that loud before. Thank you. Members, I will now take the release of holds. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP and you can place your name on the list. So, Councillor Fletcher.
Speaker,
There's a motion, I believe, for TE 19.1 that's been sent in, although I'm just looking over whether or not there's any controversy about it to transportation staff. No.
Do you want to release it?
Well, I'd like to. There's an attachment that's there. Perhaps I should wait and make sure we have the right attachment and the staff have that. Speaker.
Okay, you want to wait then?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then for GG, deferred item GG 18.38, I'll just receive for information. Thank you.
Okay, so on GG 18.38, you just receive it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, that's on the expropriation of business improvement area. On favor to move receipt? Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Speaker, it's my pleasure to announce that because of the hard work of my colleagues, I have 4 items that I can release. First is PH 18.1, 267 through 275 Merton Street. Councillor Matlow has an amendment on this, which staff and I have reviewed, and we commend to you. So I think with just that amendment, we can let it go.
1 sec. Councillor Matlow, if you can present your amendment.
I present my amendment.
Okay, we'll put it on the screen. There is the amendment by Councillor Matlow. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Perks?
Yes, moving right along, I would like to release PH 18.8, Regent Park Phases 4 and 5, Building 4A update.
Councillor Perks is releasing PH 18.8. On favor? Show of hands. Carried.
I would also like to release PH 18.11, Woodbine Transit-Oriented Community Secondary Plan, authorization to enter into agreements for resourcing, Ward 1.
PH 18.11. Councillor Perks is releasing. On favor? Carried.
And finally, Speaker, as Councillor Bradford and I discussed with you prior to the lunch break, he's attending a funeral right now, so he wanted me to release TE 19.9, which is 90 Eastdale Avenue and 2 Secord, and that there's a motion on that as well.
The motion on the screen, please. On TE 19.9. Okay, there it is. Okay, there's 2 amendments. Motion 1A by Councillor Bradford. On favor? Carried. There's another. Motion B by Councillor Bradford. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Thank you.
And Speaker, before I yield the floor, if I could just alert members, I am pre-circulating, advanced circulating a motion on the avenues item. It's up on CMP now if you want to take a look at that before we get into questions of staff. This might inform your questions better. Thank you.
Okay, put your name on the screen. Councillor Cheng, quick release.
I'd like to release EX 20.19, FIFA.
Okay, so you're releasing EX 20.19. Can you
Yes.
read the item, please?
Authorization to enter into agreements to deliver a successful FIFA World Cup 2026.
Okay, on EX 20.19, on favor? Carried. Okay, Councillor Perruzza.
Yeah, it's one of the motions, the member motions. I think it was Councillor Ainsley's motion.
Is this MM 26.8?
Could you read the title?
Approval of property tax exemptions?
Correct, yeah, that's the one.
You want to release that?
I'd like to release
Okay, on MM 26.8, on favor? Carried. Okay, that's it for quick releases. So now we'll go back to the council, to the mayor's second key matter. I know that do you want to finish the other one first? Members of council, the old city hall? Okay, I think that we had a couple of councillors that or one councillor that was asking questions. So if we can put the names on the screen, please. No, I think there was one more member that had no, that was it? Oh, we're on speaking. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's right, we were on speaking. Councillor Matlow to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Several years ago, I visited Chicago, although I know there are other times that we would perhaps talk more about our wonderful trips to the United States, but I visited the Chicago Museum. And the experience that I had was so meaningful because I wasn't just visiting Chicago. I learned about its trials and tribulations and its triumphs and, idiosyncrasies like how the Chicago River flows the opposite direction and really cool things about the city that made me love our sister city. And I want the same for Toronto. I want to see a Toronto museum established in Old City Hall. In fact, we are a peculiarity around the world where there are most major cities and even mid-sized cities around the world have museums to share stories about their history, waves of immigration, the challenges they've faced, the celebrations they've had together. And we've been working on this literally for decades. David Crombie back in the 60s and 70s led efforts at that time to try to bring it to the waterfront. And then over several years, there have been various different members of council, including myself, who have brought motions to City Council making this request that we bring a Toronto museum to life. Now, Council made a decision based on a number of our motions that there would be, not there might be, but that there will be a Toronto museum at Old City Hall. Old City Hall itself is a historical masterpiece. It's a national heritage site. It was built at the end of the 1890s. It was built of the same red sandstone that we see in some of our great buildings coming from the Credit River area by E.J. Lennox, the great architect that also built Casa Loma. It is in itself not only a historical masterpiece, but the perfect place as our former seat of government to host a Toronto museum. Now, I'm going to say this with all due respect. I think that the city has dropped the ball over many years. I know that COVID was a genuine interruption, but I also don't believe that this project has been prioritized the way that council asked it to be, because there's always something else that will take a priority. And I recognize that we've got other major challenges in front of us, some understandably more important. In the midst of a housing crisis, the poverty that we experience, there are real issues that need to be addressed. But I find in my family, as I imagine yours, that even when there's always a pressing priority, always something more important, always something that you can't afford, if you don't fix the roof or the leak in the basement, it's just going to get worse and more expensive over time. And we cannot allow this masterpiece to go by the wayside. And that's why part of our recommendations is to consider even outside support, philanthropists, others, to at least contribute to our efforts, recognizing the financial burdens. But the message that I want to leave with our city staff is we didn't ask you simply to explore the possibility of creating a museum at Old City Hall. It is Council's position on behalf of the residents of Toronto. Yes, we should be looking at ideas like bringing a larger library to the space, and even complementary retail and other uses to make it economically feasible and viable. We have partners like my museum and the Ward and other museums across our city and organizations that want to contribute to the success of a Toronto museum. My biggest fear is that if we don't do the work now and we don't do it well and we don't do it with urgency,
We will continue to see maintenance challenges at Old City Hall happen. And I don't want to see, just because we've had other priorities, that Old City Hall is lost. Toronto has already had a shameful history at losing some of the great masterpieces in architecture that we should have valued and maintained and protected over the years, and not had this false competition between growth and protecting heritage, but actually try to find a vision where it's complementary. That's what I believe great cities do. And I guess I'll conclude by saying, I don't want to simply see our efforts to create an Old City Hall Museum of Toronto end up being yet another artifact that's sitting in the dusty archives of history in a warehouse on Atlantic Avenue. I want it all pulled out of those warehouses and shared with school kids, and shared with tourists and visitors, and shared with all Torontonians alike, to share the many wonderful differences that we have, but also what we have in common. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Candeval.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank Councillor Matlow for the wonderful reflection. I think many of us agree, support, and reflect that many times when we talk about our city, especially with folks who visit from other places, there's a common theme I've picked on, that we're a city of commerce, right? We're a city of business. And I think that's something we need to reflect on. What else are we? And here's an opportunity to build, frame, and...
Councillor Candeval, you have to move your motion.
Do I have to move it first?
Yes,
okay.
Yes, always you move your motion before you speak.
I'll move to my motion, which is to include Albert Campbell Square as recommendation 2. I think a city thrives when all corners, all regions have their narrative and their voice centered in how we build joy in our public spaces, something we've heard rightfully so throughout the last little while, as well as creating belonging. And I think we do that by having and understanding the unique histories, narratives of our regions and districts. So I imagine many will obviously support this this addition or amendment, but I think what we're hearing from different voices in the chamber is that we really need to think about our city in important ways, and our identity is the most fundamental way in how our city is perceived and conceived. And I think Old City Hall serves as an excellent place to capture our history, but also inspire a future that we're building in this chamber. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll skip. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you. I too want to speak about Old City Hall. I know Councillor Matlow spoke very eloquently about it, but Old City Hall does sit in my ward, and I've had the privilege and the honor to actually go through it and just marvel at the amazing architecture and the stained glass window. And there's so much potential for the building. And I want all of Toronto and those who come visit here and across the GTHA to come and see the beauty and the splendor of this amazing building in the heart of our city. Since amalgamation that happened more than 20 years ago, the 6 cities that came together, they all had various art pieces and artwork, and they all stored away in various vaults and different places across the city. Some actually are in the vault at the St. Lawrence Market, which I visited, behind locked doors. There's a few down here in the basement of City Hall. And really, I think, all of Toronto should see the beauty that it is. And again, I think the Old City Hall would be a great place to have a museum. Most first-class cities have a museum, and I've had the honor to go to many cities and go into those museums and learn about the history of each place. I too believe that the library should be relocated to the old City Hall. This library has been here for a long time, yes, but libraries have evolved and changed over time. Speaking to the CEO of Toronto Library, the average size of a library today is 20,000 square feet. I think the library downstairs is about 5,000 square feet. There's so much more that we can offer the people of Toronto. Also, too, when it comes to Old City Hall, there can be event spaces. There's so many things that we can do. And I think, too, once we have all these various things in the Old City Hall, there will be people coming here in the downtown core, going shopping, going to the restaurants and the small businesses, and actually spending money and helping our GDP down here in Toronto. So for me, it's a win-win, quite frankly. And I do hope that staff will continue to explore all those possibilities because, it is amazing. I also want to state, too, that when you own property, you have to maintain it. Just this building is an old building. You have to invest in it to get something out of it. I learned just last week when I was in Etobicoke for the budget public consultations there, that there's a new civic center being built in Etobicoke, and I think that's amazing, right? We need to invest in our properties, and Old City Hall is no different, including this building, by the way, which needs a lot of work. But thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Perks. To speak. You don't want to speak? Okay. Councillor Bradford's not here, so Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher, you're next. Okay, just one sec. Okay, there you go.
Great, thank you so much, Speaker. I just want to echo Councillor Matlow's remarks and find it very odd that it was left up to Councillor Matlow to insert in the report at Executive Committee that this would be a site for a Toronto museum. Honestly, this was always set aside as a future site. Toronto has long looked for a location in order to put everything that we have into one place that is central, that is in a location that everybody can get to and that is beautiful. And in this case, it also is the architecture, which has a tremendous heritage value and museum value. The fact that it somehow got dropped off, I can't understand that. I cannot understand that. Perhaps our staff are new, because there was a discussion to put the Toronto Museum into the malting silos at Bathurst Street. That was a quest. Put it in here, we have to have a museum. And instead, we heard, let's wait for Old City Hall. And yet, it was missing. So thank you, Councillor Matlow, for including that at the Executive Committee, so we have that in front of us. I also want to be careful that we're not like, okay, we're going to move this there, we can move that there. I'm just looking at our whole city and modern TO and people sitting at a desk with a little number on it and not your place. We have to be far more careful in everything that we do. And the library, of course, I all went to the library at lunch and said, has anybody talked to you about who comes to the library? Who's using the library? Nobody has talked to anybody in the ground. Of course not. I don't think we do that enough anymore. Why not? Why not go and ask people, who's using this space? How do people in this building use it? How was it built in as a civic square, a civic idea to have a place of knowledge in the City Hall by the world-renowned architect that designed our council chambers and our City Hall. It wasn't just, oh, let's put that in there, we need space. It was thoughtful because it's a very important public piece of our world. And I happen to have been here, and Mayor, you'll remember Councillor Dan Leckie, when the library board was told by the then budget chief, if you don't close City Hall, we're cutting your budget, City Hall Library. So it came up for closure. Close the City Hall Library. Nobody uses it. It's only people from outside of the city because it was a metro library. So of course the library cards weren't all 416 Toronto. They were North York. All the people that came to work here used that library. It got on the chopping block. It came off the chopping block. It was on the chopping block in order to have a place where you can buy wine and beer with your lunch, in order to have a restaurant that was taking over that space. So before we start moving libraries, what's going to go there in the most important civic space that we have, facing our square? We did move. We've built out our civic square in certain ways over the last number of years because we moved the Peace Garden over to a different spot. We have a reconciliation garden. We're thinking in a very big way about civic space. Outside, well, we have to think about civic space inside, on the ground floor of City Hall, which just brings me to another one of my little pet peeves, which is the wedding chamber. My goodness, people coming for the most important day of their life. I'm telling them in this elevator, oh, I'm sorry, that's not the wedding chamber. No, it's kind of an afterthought. It's a very important place. We host that here. Let's host it better. I'm simply talking about our civic space, the thoughtfulness about it, and Councillor Matlow, I think we're on the very same page here, that number one is to make sure that the original plan for that building isn't just a bottom added on motion by a local councillor who cares, but one of the fundamental directions that's set by this City Council.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll put the motions on the screen. Oh, Councillor, you just added your names on. Councillor Pruitt to speak.
I did, and I just got a few very brief comments, and here's what my caution is. My caution is that Old City Hall is going to be a bit of an albatross for the city going forward. Why? Because we all know that the price tag for refurbishing and rehabilitating Old City Hall is going to come in at $1 gazillion. We all know that. And we know that, $1 gazillion is going to be like, wishful thinking in terms of libraries, museums, and all the rest of it. We should do City Hall in Old City Hall in little bits and pieces. We need to figure out a way to make the building viable, to continue to keep the city, the building viable until we can find, some useful purpose. But since we are all on our wish list of, what we would like to see in the Old City Hall, I can tell you this: that building to me it looks like a city legislature. That's what it looks like. That's what it feels like. I don't know if any of you have ever been to Paris and you've seen Paris' City Hall and where Paris' City Hall is located. It's not on the second floor of a modern building. It's absolutely not. It's right on the Seine in a very, very iconic, stately, old building. It's very majestic. I don't know if you've ever been to Rome and seen Rome's City Hall, but I can tell you the mayor's office in Rome City Hall has a front row window to the Foro Romano, right? Ancient Rome. She looks out of her window and can see the place where Caesar was burned, right? So that I'm not pointing at you, I'm pointing, I'm pointing. So, and so when I look at the City Hall here, and I look at, you know, as it relates to Queen's Park, and as it relates to our Parliament buildings, we have this beautiful building next door. Maybe what we could do is, in little bites, you know, sort of refurbish and rehabilitate little chunks of that building. Maybe, you know, move the political offices there, and then figure out if we can relocate the library as well, and then and some of the other stuff. But it has to be a real viable plan to keep that building going. Otherwise, what we're going to discover, well, I won't discover it, but maybe some of you may discover it, that 15, 20, 25, 30 years down the road, as these things are apt to happen, there'll be a group of folks here having the same conversation, only then the building will be 30 years older, 30 years more in deterioration and decline, and all of those kinds of things. So instead of a big grand plan, this one here you're going to have to chew off, I think, in little morsels, right? Little, doable, realistic morsels where we can keep the lights on in that building and keep it from continuing to deteriorate in a very awful way. Thank you.
Okay, I believe we have our last speaker, Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I asked the questions I asked earlier because I wanted to make sure that the analysis, the study we're looking for, does allow dreams to happen. Space is a thing that generates dreams. There's no question about it. And Councillor Matlow talked about dreaming big about it in a manner of speaking. We're all sort of deciding, is a dream possible? Should I crush this dream because I'm worried about money? But space causes all people to dream. And so outside this building, outside this chamber, there are people dreaming right now about, if I ruled the world, what would happen in that building? Some of those people are people with money in their pockets. The Chicago History Museum is outstanding. It is so inspirational. But it was built with a combination of private funding, public funding at two levels of government, and endowment funds. Eli Lilly's endowment fund put money into building the current building that started in the 70s, continues to put money into delivering the programs. It's quite the endowment fund. It's kind of endowment fund you find in a market as big as the United States, or at least until this point. We don't know what happens from here on in. But that is a culture we have to build in this city. There are Brooklyn Academy of Music, the Queen Victoria Building in Sydney, Australia. You can all, from your travels, think of amazing heritage conversions to animate a space and yet preserve heritage and make brilliant things happen. Amsterdam is full of them. Or we could put the heritage staff back on the floor and they could catalog them for you. But all of them started, like it or not, with that public entity that said, we're going to put all the ducks in a row. If we're going to go out and ask people to cut a big check, we have to put a little skin in the game. And one of the ways we can do it is in kind, is doing that study that says, here is the potential of it. Here are some of the things we're willing to entertain, and we're willing to hear other things, because we've done our advanced work. And then we have to be willing to say, we would be willing to put a few dollars in. We can't be the majority person. But we've done the work, we've laid the ground for someone to come in and do one of those brilliant things, very brilliant things. And that's why, you know, I get that people wanted to throw in, yeah, we got these squares and we got to fix those too. I checked. Mr. Rotozzo's got some plans there already. Some of that sweet, sweet New Deal money will make its way to those squares. Lots of work is ongoing. They're part of our State of Good Repair program. But we have to focus in now and be really, really clear about this. If we want to see that treasure that is right across the street stay there as an emblem of the start of this city, we have to do the groundwork and be willing to say to the philanthropic community, it's time to recognize you're part of a big city. You don't get a Carnegie Hall from a Carnegie if you, as a city hall, you're saying, oh, we can't do anything. You have to be willing to partner with these people and build that community. You know who has? Go to any hospital. Go to any hospital in this city. We have become so difficult to dream with that they'd rather fund an elevator in Mount Sinai Hospital. They'd rather build a wing onto a provincial museum or any name the provincial facility. That's where philanthropy is happening, in isolation to us. And in a city of 3.2 million, there are certainly people affluent enough and visionary experts with enough of the wherewithal that they could be helping us realize an amazing vision there, like the Chicago History Museum. But we have to be a willing partner and actually say, we're going to enable your dreams. You just have to come knock on our door. We have this brilliant study now that looks at the potential in this brilliant heritage facility. And I hope that despite the add-ons, that's the focus of our decision today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, if we can put the motions on the screen. Motion by Councillor Candeval, it's on the screen. On favor? Carried. Is that it? That was the only motion? Item is amended, on favor, carried. Okay, so we'll now go to the mayor's second key item, which is PH 18.4, 5, and 7. Yeah. Okay, questions to staff. Councillor Carroll, you got your name up there. You have questions for staff. Now we're dealing with all three items, 4, 5, and 7. Okay, yeah, you ready? Yeah. Okay.
Thanks, Madam
Councillor
Speaker. I'm going first. I can't be the only one, but somebody needs to go first. So I'm willing to do that because my lines of questioning are kind of off the beaten track. There is some confusion. I hope that the MURA report that is part of this collection of items clarifies it somewhat, but I want to ask staff about the MURA program, what the long-term perspective is for how we fund it. What are we topping up? What's the ceiling? The reason I ask that is because throughout budget consultations, there's some confusion as to whether or not we're doing anything at all there in terms of keeping it funded. People were having a hard time finding it. So I have another line of questioning, but I just wanted to put that into the public meeting, how MURAs will be sustained. Yeah.
Thank you, Speaker. In relation to MURA, obviously very successful program. We issued our RFP this year. We were oversubscribed. And so what we did was actually accelerate money that we had previously allocated in future years, drawing on revenues from both the Housing Accelerator Fund, the Building Faster Fund, and city resources as well. We do have, so we basically brought money forward from 2026 and 2027 so that we can do more now with real projects and real proponents. In future years, we do have some money left over, but we will need to find additional resources if we want to maintain the same level of investment that we've managed in recent years.
So by pulling that forward, we're making sure that in any given year, well, we do have work to do in those later years, but we're really making sure that in any given year, if the perfect opportunity presented itself, you have an acquisition fund to draw on in that year.
Speaker, yes, that's correct. That is exactly what we want to do. This is one of the fastest ways to secure affordable housing and to have such great proponents ready with ideas and buildings that they can move forward on now. It's worth us trying to do that where we can.
Thank you. Okay. And then the rest of my questions have to do with, they're an offshoot of the Ward 23 report because we're talking about 4-plexes, 5-plexes, and 6-plexes now. And I understand that in going through the pilot exercise, we learned of some issues, things we have to clean up. But I didn't find some of the issues that I'm living with now highlighted there exactly. We didn't talk about this when we were adopting it, but is there a guideline, even a guideline, not even a zoning bylaw, that says if you're building a 4-plex, that there is there a maximum number of bedrooms? Are there guidelines as to how many people per bedroom and how many bedrooms per unit if you're building a 4-plex on what is formerly a single-family dwelling yacht?
Madam Speaker, the zoning bylaw does not restrict the number of bedrooms, and to answer the question, I would say no, there's not a guideline. Generally, we assume that multiplex units will be 1, 2, or 3 bedrooms, and we would assume that many buildings will have a mix of units. But we didn't get into a fine detail of determining a maximum number of bedrooms or a maximum number of occupants beyond what the building code and fire code rules say around occupancy of spaces.
So when you say generally, it's not a guideline, it's not a bylaw, it's an assumption. So that would be the rational assumption.
That's from a planning perspective, it's an assumption. From a building code or a fire code perspective, it's regulations that limit occupancy for safety reasons.
So what do I do if something's as of right because it's a 4-plex, but it's so far apart from the general assumption that it bears looking at? And yet it's as of right, and so I can't even access the plans without, quite frankly, having a tantrum.
Through the Speaker, my advice would be that we will have a monitoring report coming back on Multiplex later this year, and we'd be happy
later this year, because in the report it said 2028. So, but we'll hear this year.
Monitoring on the Multiplex bylaw that Council adopted about 2 years ago. We've been monitoring that and the building permits that have been issued. And if there are specific issues that councillors have found in their wards, we'd be happy to look at that and understand if it's something systemic or if it's something that we need to adjust our rules around.
Oh, okay. So the 2028 is with respect to this particular pilot.
That's
but
correct.
We're going to get annual.
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
That makes me feel much better. In the meantime, are we doing anything about the fact that really the landscape has changed with respect to as of right? We're now in a world where a community can blow up over something that is as of right. And just to ensure that they're not exaggerating to me or spreading urban myths, I got to be able to have some line of sight. How do I get that? What do I do when a community says someone's building a 4-plex and it has 6 bedrooms each and there's a bathroom and a closet in the living room? It sounds like 28 bedrooms in a 4-plex and 1 parking spot. I got to be able to see if that's true or not.
That's your last question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Through the Speaker, I think the most effective response would be to request a building permit inspection, assuming that there's a project that's actively under construction. My colleagues in Toronto Buildings can inspect and ensure that the building is in accordance with all rules and regulations.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, a question to the Housing Secretariat about the MURA program, and in particular in relation to the letter sent in by Melissa Goldstein. He indicates a number of challenges in understanding what exactly it is that MURA is spending and what the results are, and requests that we have a website that consolidates all that information in one coherent place. I certainly agree that it would be very helpful to have clear information in one place. Could you do that this year?
Speaker, we also heard the commentary from deputants at committee, and actually since committee, the staff have actually worked to update the website so that it is now reflective of all of the information and proponents that we are able to make public. So I'm happy to take you through that at some point, but now the website does truly reflect past years, previous investments and proponents that we're able to be public about. I would note that one of the reasons why, say for example, some of the information through the budget is not consistent with the information both in the report and now on the website is because this report came forward after the information on the budget was put out into the public domain.
Okay, so are there further improvements planned to reporting, or whatever you've done so far is all you're planning to do?
Speaker, we as I said, we did update the website on MURA, so it should be much more comprehensive now. It should have all of the buildings and proponents and amounts of money that we're able to be public about, and we're happy to continue to improve that this year and take feedback from both the community and councillors on that.
Including on the results, not just money promised, but number of units provided?
Speaker, yes, that's correct.
Okay. My second question is on the avenues study, and in particular, in relation to DuPont Street. Now, in July of 2023, Council passed direction to staff to come back with a better way to integrate planning, streetscape planning with intensification planning, and that still hasn't happened. So right now we have DuPont Street undergoing a complete street consultation, and this report, the Avenues report, contemplates that there'll be some kind of further consultation on residential development on DuPont Street. What process is there to integrate those so that the consultation with the public can be done at the same time and the recommendations will inform each other so we have some coherence in what we're doing?
Through the Speaker, thank you for the question. The phase 2 of this work will indeed be looking at the land uses along the avenues that are identified, including DuPont. To your question about the work that's already being done through transportation services, I would point to my colleagues to help fill in the gaps there.
Sorry, Jason, my question wasn't about what they're doing. My question is, what will it take to have the two studies from the different departments coordinated so that people in the affected neighborhoods get to discuss the entire issue at once instead of having silos that don't talk to each other?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Once and if this amendment is adopted, we'll reach out to the team who's undertaking that work, and we'll make sure we're coordinating the consultation to ensure that we aren't over-consulting and overburdening the residents.
Given that their consultation has started already, will you be able to catch up in a reasonable time frame?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Thank you. Through you, Speaker. Just the confirmation. Can someone from the staff confirm that indeed the population of Scarborough North has been declining?
Madam Speaker, that's correct. The population of Scarborough North has had a decrease as tracked by census data.
And what has this decrease caused in the ward?
I think other wards in the city face issues when their population declines is that the services that residents in that area expect to be delivered aren't always sustained in the same ways. And we find that when wards grow, that can bring challenges related to growth, but also a lot of positive opportunities in terms of the services and amenities that can be supported and delivered to residents.
Thank you. And part of the reason for this pilot was that there was a need to ensure that affordable housing builders could access CMHC financing. And in order to access CMHC financing, you need a minimum of 5 units. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And as part of Bill 23, the province has decreed that no development charges on affordable housing projects of 6 units and under will be paid. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
So when you add this, the access to CMHC financing plus the removal of the development charges, do projects for affordable housing suddenly become a lot more financially feasible in smaller areas and smaller doses?
I would say generally, and I think my colleague in the Housing Secretariat may be able to add, but I think overall the implication of this proposed zoning bylaw is that there will be a building type with a unit count that will be eligible for funding sources in a way that doesn't currently exist.
And what would be permitted under a 6-plex? How would that significantly differ from what is already permitted by a 4-plex?
Madam Speaker, the only difference in the proposed zoning bylaw and what's permitted currently is that the number of units permitted would be 6 rather than 4 within the same building envelope.
And what did city staff find when they did the analysis on what the impact would be on infrastructure such as roads, pipes, sewers, that kind of thing?
Our analysis of infrastructure and our conversations with our colleagues in Toronto Water is that this is a small scale of development that is generally supportable by the level of infrastructure we find in our neighborhoods today. Of course, there might be localized issues that emerge over time, and we will continue to invest in our infrastructure across the city in order to address those. But on a specific basis, there are not concerns with this.
And neighborhoods that have gotten transit, like we're currently getting Shepherd, the Shepherd and McCowan subway station. There's plans to build a extension of the Shepherd subway. The city later today we are proposing the Eglinton East LRT. Generally, what's occurred is that when those types of transit projects come in, there's a tendency to go very high, very tall with condominium projects, as we've seen in other parts of the city. Correct?
There are a number of policy imperatives that encourage intensification around transit investment. That's correct.
And would you say generally from what you know of the current physical makeup of Scarborough North that those types of projects would fit in with the existing community?
By those types of projects, Councillor, I assume you mean tall dense projects around subways. I think they are sometimes a departure from what we've historically seen in those areas, and they represent a reurbanization along transit lines, and part of the evolution of the city is we will continue to exist for many centuries.
So this type of gentle densification is what we call it, is more in keeping with the current existing neighborhood and could accommodate that growth without the need for sort of these tall condos that we've seen and near other transit developments.
Madam Speaker, the proposed zoning bylaw is consistent with the principles that we've articulated to City Council on other expanding housing options and neighborhoods projects. And that, in fact, is the notion that we can intensify gently in a low-rise form in ways that are compatible with the low-rise character of neighborhoods across the city. We can achieve quite a meaningful increase in housing opportunities over the years that while still maintaining variation and neighborhood characteristics and qualities that people in Toronto appreciate.
Thank you. And just quickly, how is parking going to be
That was your
addressed?
last question?
Just one more question, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. How is parking going to be addressed in these multiplex developments?
Madam Speaker, the zoning bylaw currently does not impose parking minimums in any residential development. We will continue to monitor the parking impacts of multiplex development as we monitor the multiplex bylaw. And if there are issues that arise out of that monitoring work, we will report back on that later this year.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvie, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My questions relate to the Housing Action Plan item. How many units do we have in the City of Toronto that are approved but not yet under construction?
Through the Speaker, we have currently 640 development projects. 271 are under review, but not under construction.
Sorry, there's only 641 units that have been approved but are not under construction in the City of Toronto? Because I think I have one building that does that alone.
Development projects.
Oh, okay, but how many units?
There are 180,000 residential units.
180,000 residential units that are approved but not yet under construction.
Yeah, just on the avenues.
Okay. What is the problem you are trying to solve with the avenues plan?
Yeah, through the speaker, thank you for the question. We're responding to a few things. First is responding to Council's direction through the Housing Action Plan. That includes a new vision for the avenues policies in the official plan. The policies are over 20 years old and were in time to be updated. We are also streamlining the study requirements, again, as part of the Housing Action Plan mandate. And we are also applying best practices learned from review of over 30 avenues studies that have been reviewed as part of this work.
Okay, and apologies, I was trying to turn up the sound. It's a little hard to hear you, so bear with me. Okay, so the avenues identify places that, with the official plan amendment, identify places in the city where we would like to grow, as opposed to areas where we would like to protect, like employment areas or green spaces.
That is correct. Map 2, where the avenues are identified, is the urban structure map for the City of Toronto. It identifies where we both want to grow and don't want to grow. The avenues are part of the growth areas like downtown or the centres.
The map that you prepared for the proposed areas, does it exclude areas that are already covered by secondary plans or special areas? How did you draw those lines?
So secondary plans are not identified on map 2, but the official plan has policies that define what policies would prevail in the event of conflict. So if there is a secondary plan under an avenue, for example, those policies in the secondary plan prevail over any policies attached to the avenues in the parent plan.
In my briefing, there was discussions about phase 1 versus phase 2. The report is very unclear on what these different phases are, what their timelines are, and what they do. Can you outline that for us?
Yes, thank you for the question. Phase 1 of the work, and that was part of your briefings to help understand the steps in the process. Phase 1 is the process we're in today. We're at the end of that process. We are providing a final report to Council with an official plan amendment that amends Chapter 2 of the official plan, and that is the growth strategy for the city. Phase 2 will then go look at those areas and look to redesignate and rezone according to criteria that we'll be consulting with you and the public on.
So phase 1 deals with the official plan amendment. Phase 2 deals with zoning.
Pretty much. So phase 2, there will have to be official plan amendments for specific sites based on criteria that, again, we'll come and consult with you on as part of the redesignating, because redesignating is an amendment to the official plan.
This is the phase 1 report, though.
That is correct, yes.
So what we are approving today is the avenues in the official plan, which are the places where we would like to grow.
That is correct, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Speaker. My first question is to staff. In Councillor Perks's advanced circulation motion, it says that City Council fulfill its Housing Accelerator Fund commitment by adopting official plan amendment 778. What on earth do we commit to with respect to adopting this plan?
Through you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Councillor. So with respect to the housing half agreement and milestones, the reports to date before you for adoption satisfy one of the milestones with respect to making it easier to develop along our avenues. So the official plan amendment, existing avenues that you have before you today, recommend removing the requirements for city-initiated studies as well as segment studies.
Thank you. So if we don't adopt this, I take it we don't get the money. How much money is that?
So the Speaker, the approved amount was 471 million.
471 million.
We have received about 117 of that, so it puts 353 million at risk.
And so this is tied to the money. It's about money.
Speaker, it's not the only milestone or outcome that we are tracking and want to meet in relation to the terms of that agreement. So we have currently in this report, you'll see that we've achieved over 60% of the milestones. This is one of the milestones that we've identified in both the Housing Action Plan and the Housing Accelerator Fund.
My next question is to Mayor Chow. Mayor, I want to get a little deeper on this commitment from the city. What, in your view, is the city's commitment to the federal government, and were we willing partners in committing to doing an official plan amendment to change the avenues?
Councillor Holyday, talking about Avenue and Main Street, and that we would be more, quote, European style, that we would have higher density, that rather than 2 or 3 stories, that we could build around 6 or 10 story, because these are big wide street, and that the avenue study in front of you said that as not, we would build as high as the road is as wide. Okay?
Yes.
That has been discussed for at least 25 years, because I used to be at the Metro Toronto planning committee, at that time it's called. So this concept has been debated for several decades, and not a whole lot changed at that time. The Housing Accelerator funds that we received in December of 2023 commit us into 8 areas. And one of the areas that we have committed to is to make sure that we would be able to accelerate the building of housing across the city.
Is we
Some of
council
them
staff?
are, so there's 2 items in front of you. One is the 6-plex, the other one is Avenue. So I assume you're asking about the Avenue piece, right?
That's exactly what I asked about.
Yeah. The Avenue piece in the Housing Accelerator Funds application, the 8th section, one of the section is very specific. It talks about that we would provide as of right approval to whether it's 4-plex or 6-plex, in this case, in an Avenue and Main Street. So
thank you.
There's different aspect of it, because that is a at least 40 pages application.
Thank you. You've answered my question. Back to the staff. Part of this report contemplates buildings that are larger, that's my word, but buildings that are bigger than mid-rise contemplated at or close to transit locations. What do you mean by bigger? Does that mean tall buildings? Does that mean taller than a mid-rise? And what is that?
Through the Speaker, thank you for the question. The policy actually says that buildings may go beyond a mid-rise build form.
Right, so what is that?
So it may go beyond, obviously, we're specifically not saying tall buildings, and the policies also say that that growth has to be focused at the station and be contextually appropriate, because we understand that these areas are not all the same.
So are we talking about a new building type? We have mid-rise and we have tall. There isn't much in between. What exactly does this mean, and what is the implication going forward once this OPA is passed and developers start making appeals or inferences about what we meant?
Again, that's why the policies refer back to being contextually appropriate. We don't want to forego any potential for something that, right now the official plan defines mid-rise as something up to 12 stories, and again, in relation to the right-of-way. And so we're just saying that it may go beyond that, subject to certain conditions.
So just in terms of the other report with respect to multiplex, can you tell me within the pilot area of the ward how many multiplex applications there were, Ward 23?
Councillor Holyday, that was your last question. You're way overdue.
Madam Speaker, in Ward 23, we have a data set of 200 building permits that have been issued since the original adoption of the multiplex bylaw. There have been some issued beyond that 200, but the data is still being perfected. Of those 200 building permits, there were 4 multiplexes. I believe they were all triplexes issued in Ward 23.
Thank you. Councillor Mantis, questions?
Through you, Madam Speaker. For the multiplexes in, let's say, Ward 23, if you're going to build a 6-plex building that potentially would have a maximum of, let's say, 3 bedrooms per unit, you're looking about 18, up to 18 people living in there. How many parking spots would you have on the premises allowed?
Madam Speaker, the proposed bylaw does not introduce a parking minimum, as that would be inconsistent with the approach to parking across the city. However, the bylaw also does not limit an owner's ability to provide parking for residents. And the policy approach that this council has adopted with respect to parking is to encourage owners to make a decision on how many parking spaces they reasonably need to provide to serve the buildings that they're brought forward. And nothing in the bylaw would limit the owner's ability to provide parking for 6 units.
Okay, but I mean, I understand that if these are units that are being built on closer to transit-oriented area, in a transit-oriented area, parking would not be needed. But when you're in a subdivision where you're on a side street and you're building, let's say, the first building on a street that has all regular residential homes, you're going to be adding now potentially up to 20 vehicles, additional vehicles for one dwelling.
Madam Speaker, without trying to make a prediction on how many vehicles might be associated with the sixplex development in Ward 23, my observation really is that our zoning bylaw currently today across the city of Toronto does not impose parking minimums. So the scenario that's been described of development of any density in any relation to transit is not subject to parking minimums. We rely on the proponent of development to determine how much parking should be provided in relation to that development.
But parking is something that we see that in the suburbs, because it's a car-centric area, transportation is not as developed as it is in the downtown core. So on main streets, we've said, okay, no parking for certain condo buildings, but now when you're having this implemented on a side street, how do you mitigate parking?
Madam Speaker, I think again I point to the policy regime we have in place that relies on landowners and project proponents to provide parking for the developments. And the rules that we currently have in our zoning bylaw that do not impose parking minimums apply across the city regardless of the size of the property, the size of the project, or the type of street that the project is located on.
Okay. Now, when it comes to MURA, has the city also looked at the possibility of buying condo development projects and converting them into rental housing?
Speaker, in the changes we made to the MURA program last year, and the general changes we've made to our programs over the last year, we have contemplated that. We were certainly receiving inquiries from a number of condo developers who are interested in switching to MURA, so that is now possible under some of our programs. It's just that it's obviously would be acquired likely by a nonprofit partner. MURA is targeted to nonprofit and co-ops. And we also saw, you'll remember from our December report on our purpose-built rental program, that we saw a couple of condominium projects in there switching to rental to take up the incentive program that we offered in December.
But that's for the developer or the applicant to acquire for the incentive program. I'm saying for the city to be part, let's say, of the TCHC program to acquire more properties. Would we be looking at something like that?
Speaker, I would say that the city is always, open to people coming to us with good real estate deals. It's something that we keep our finger on the pulse with. We have great colleagues in CREM and Creatio who are very well connected, and so it's always a possibility. But at this point, really, most of the switch from condo to rental, we're seeing that happen through our programs that are targeted to stakeholders, community.
Thank you, Ms. Bond. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti.
Thank you, Speaker, to staff. Can you just high level, the goal of this study is to find opportunities for more intensification and housing opportunities. Can you describe that?
Through the Speaker, for the avenues work, the goal of the study is to again respond to Council's mandate through the Housing Action Plan, but it's also to align our policies with the newly Council adopted Chapter 1, which includes goals like aligning growth with transit.
Okay. And the definition of an avenue, can you, just for the public, what is an avenue? And has the definition been modified in the recent past?
So the definition of the avenue is a major street that has frequent transit on it. And the definition is part of the update to this work. So yes, we looked at redefining in terms of focusing growth on transit.
All right, so frequent transit. So that's another part of this definition. Then let's define frequent transit. What's frequent? 10 minutes, 15, 20, 5, 2?
So the province actually does have a definition of frequent transit in the provincial planning statement, and that defines frequent transit as 15 minutes or better, two-way, all day, evenings and weekends. Now, the City of Toronto has a higher standard of frequent transit. The TTC has their 10-minute all-day evenings and weekends service, and that is the standard that we use.
So through this avenue study, ultimately we're going to come up with an opportunity for developers to be able to develop and obtain permits in a faster way than they're currently, instead of going through our current process. Is there still a development approval process in place?
So that process of creating, I think, as of right permissions is part of the next phase of this work if this amendment would be adopted. However, no matter the case, their development review process does not change in either case. So an applicant would still have to apply, at minimum provide site plan, and if they want any changes to the zoning or the official plan, they would have to apply for a rezoning or an official plan amendment.
Yeah, but I thought you just said that ultimately you're going to get to an as-of-right situation here on some of these avenues, correct?
That's correct, as part of the phase 2 of this work.
So even though there's some streets that have been identified as avenues with as-of-right development, to take place, a developer must still go through the development approval process, application, circulation, back and forth, public consultation. More importantly, the public will still have very much a say in terms of what's going to get developed on that street.
Yeah, that is correct. They would still have to go through site plan, and any minor variance or change to the zoning, et cetera, would require a public process.
So in that process doesn't necessarily take any, it's not going to go any faster than it's currently going, and it's, and we know the at the speed at which it's going today, is there going to be some more expeditious way of processing an application?
No, we're not proposing to change the development review process through this work, other than removing the requirements for avenue segment reviews and avenue study.
Okay, but during that whole process, there's going to be continued public consultation that's available to the public during a development process.
That is correct, yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chang, question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is about the avenue study, my question. So the other day I had a consultation. I had an 11-year-old speak at the consultation who was upset because there is an 11-story building that's being built in their backyard. And I'm just wondering, in the feedback process that you've had, what have residents said, especially those who, because of this policy change, will wake up to look out and have an 11-story building in their backyard?
Through the Speaker, we've heard a variety of comments. We've heard comments both in support of the proposed policies and also concerns. Some of the support we've heard is in support for mid-rise buildings.
No, I'm asking feedback specifically of people who will lose their privacy in their backyard.
Yeah, we definitely have heard that concern. And part of the work that we do is an education piece to talk about things like the mid-rise design guidelines and some of the updates happening there, because we are, iterating and learning to better improve conditions for.
But nothing you can do is going to actually make them feel like there's not hundreds of eyes that can look into their backyard, right? There's nothing in this policy that could actually restore the privacy once it's been taken by a building in the backyard.
Through the Speaker, there are a number of policies in the official plan about design of buildings to ensure that privacy, overlook, and other conditions are protected for, and the design guidelines go into further detail about that.
but there will still be access of people's balconies overlooking people's backyards. It won't be shielded. There's no way you could say no windows in the back, right?
Through the Speaker, it is important to point out that if a property is designated a mixed-use area,
Yes.
currently there is no limit to the height that can be applied for on that property. This policy would introduce some more control in that we are defining a vision as mid-rise rather than something larger.
And I want to circle back to a statement made earlier when one of my colleagues asked about no parking minimums, and they said that the answer was that this will continue to be monitored. How do you monitor something that's not built? So to my knowledge, the things that have been passed that have no parking minimum, a lot of those have not been built. So how do you monitor something and actually measure the impact when that impact might not happen until 10 to 15 years from now?
Madam Speaker, the monitoring work that's underway specifically around Multiplex is based on evaluating building permits that have been issued. I think, it is a fair observation that depending on how long ago that building permit has been issued, it might still be under construction, and we don't necessarily know how that building is behaving as an occupied residence. I would suggest we will give advice based on the data that we're collecting and reviewing as part of monitoring. And if we need to do ongoing monitoring, we will continue to do that. I think that's part of the story of as-of-right zoning changes that we're bringing forward.
But some of the impact we won't be able to actually see until it's built out, and by then it'll be too late. So just an observation there. I'm wondering what happens to old secondary plans that are on avenues that are not going to be subject to this new study, but what if the old secondary plan is, let's say, 4 stories right now, and we're saying avenues can be 11 to 14 stories, what will be the impact on the older, outdated secondary plans?
Through the Speaker, the secondary plan policies would prevail where there is conflict.
But would this not open us up to appeals at the OLT? Couldn't they point to the Avenue study to justify overriding that secondary plan to build something that's much higher?
Through the Speaker, any appellant can make any argument that they like. However, the policies in the official plan are quite clear as to local, more focused policies prevailing.
And with regard to the greater intensification that will be coming to MTSAs, does the city view all MTSAs as equal in terms of, when we're saying no parking minimums, that everyone should be on transit? Do we treat every MTSA equally across the city?
Through the Speaker, we do not. They all have different minimum density requirements, and part of that is based on provincial policy.
But
Councillor Chang, that was your last question.
No, I have one more question.
No, that was your last.
Yes, I do. You allowed Councillor Myers one extra question, and you cut me off like a couple minutes, so just one last question. Thank you. So my question is regarding, there are some MTSAs where there isn't as much access to other transit. So if you look at a subway station downtown, there's many streetcars that go east and west, north, so that you're able to get across the neighborhood very easily. Whereas in my ward, I may have a subway station, but it doesn't mean they can get around the whole neighborhood because we don't have the same parallel network. And I'm wondering, in our planning policies, is there an acknowledgement of that differentiation, that even though there's a subway station, it really is not the same in terms of accessibility of higher order transit as a downtown subway station?
Yeah, through the
It's
Speaker.
a 45-second question.
Yes,
so
thank
could you quickly answer that? Thank you.
Yes. The MTSA work that was adopted by Council and still not approved by the province does take into account the differences in those geographies, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
Madam Deputy Speaker, would staff please, not in long form, but just give us a general summary of the consultation process that you used thus far on the Avenue study with our communities?
Yes, thank you for the question. Through the Speaker, we undertook 27 consultation meetings, 16 of which were public meetings. We did 13 of those in the summer, 3 in total in each district. So we met with each district. Residents associations were invited to all of those meetings. We had specific meetings with residents associations, 2 in the summer, or sorry, in September, where all were invited. We had 2 separate meetings with BIAs, and each round of those showed proposed draft policies. We received feedback, we updated the policies and brought that back to the public.
Are you picking up a sense, though, that no matter your intentions, it's come to council with a large number of councillors who are upset or not willing to support moving forward with your work, along with lots and lots and lots of community groups and residents associations who are expressing a concern that there's been a lack of consultation and certainly a lot of understanding out there about what this means, what it doesn't mean, the rationale for one street or another being on a map. Do you recognize we're at a place now where there are a lot of people who are still asking questions?
Through the speaker, yes. We did have a lot of engagement, not just with the meetings, but folks attending. We had over 1,000 registrations to those meetings. We had over 500 attendees, 20,000 social media impressions on our posts, because we did also post in social media. We had a project webpage. We posted on the planning consulting page as well. We reached out to every councillor's office 2 to 3 weeks in advance of those meetings and provided text for their newsletters. We had over 8,000 visits to those pages, and we made sure that we shared that information after each meeting.
I've been speaking with some of my colleagues along with the mayor's office about ensuring that we just enshrine in whatever we approve today a commitment to doing genuine and purposeful consultation with any organization, any neighborhood, any group that needs to be part of this conversation in a way that they haven't felt that they've been well enough to not only just support what you're recommending, but believe in it, actually understand it and be able to understand the rationale for why was that street chosen, why was that map put together that way. What is your commitment to ensuring that before anything is actually approved beyond this meeting, that any of those groups, whether they be from Scarborough to Etobicoke and in between, have that opportunity not only to be part of it, but be part of it before actually any real changes be made?
Through the speaker, that is certainly our goal and intent, is to have tailored consultation that is informed by your offices, so we can commit to reaching out to you after this amendment and working with you to develop a consultation strategy that reaches those groups to make sure that we're always improving and doing better in our engagement.
And between your last round of consultation and today, when we hear from groups like Sun from Scarborough, the Scarborough United Neighbourhoods, and Etobicoke and others, have you proactively reached out to them to sit down with them, to show them the maps, to say, does this make sense to you? Can we work through it with you? Have you done that yet? Because what I'm hearing from them is that they don't feel like that's been done.
Yes, through the speaker. Again, we had 2 phases of consultation. In each phase, we invited all the residents associations to all of the meetings. We even had, in September, 2 specific meetings just with residents associations to hear any of their concerns. And we did work collaboratively with any that reached out to have a meeting.
Okay, well, my last question will be, will you support if there are changes to what we have in front of us today that cement the necessity for that consultation moving forward before any substantive changes are made, to earn the confidence of our communities, to earn the confidence of the councillors, like Councillor Cheng and others who have been speaking for their communities and expressing those concerns? Will you be part of that, and do you support that step?
Thank you. Last question, Councillor.
Through the speaker, we would be very happy to look forward to engaging with the public and with you. And yeah, thank you.
Councillor Morley.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. Just a few quick ones, and I appreciate my colleagues have asked a lot, and many of my questions have been asked and answered. On the expansion of the avenues themselves, Can you provide a little bit more context and color to the increase? We see it's about 165% increase into avenue designation. Can you talk to us a little bit about how that came to be?
Through the Speaker, yes. We undertook careful consideration and analysis through our consultation to set a number of criteria to make sure we are consistently identifying avenues. Those criteria included frequent transit, so it had to have that 10-minute or better bus service, avoiding our employment areas because we know that they are sensitive to uses like residential uses. We, of course, avoided our green space areas because those are an important component of our urban structure and Torontonians' enjoyment of the city. And of course, we looked at proximity to post-secondary institutions because we know that they're a major driver of transit use.
Thank you. Just a follow-up on that one. Did the recommendations in the official plan for 778 update map 2 of our official plan with the new proposed avenues shown in this report, or will that be happening through future work?
Yes, that map is Appendix 1 to the official plan amendment before you today.
Okay. I want to pivot a little bit because most of my other questions have already been answered. Just on the issue of displacement for local small businesses. Was the impact on local small businesses something you heard about as a concern during the consultation period?
Through the Speaker, yes, we did hear a lot about that, and we endeavored to address it through the policies before you today. There are policies in the official plan amendment that force a conversation when a business is being displaced. Right now, if a business in a development, like in a plaza, is subject to redevelopment, there's no requirement for a notice to those businesses. So that's something that's now included in this policy to make sure that those businesses are made aware. We also encourage the builder to work with those existing tenants to allow them to come back. And we also make sure that local residents are consulted as well to see what their needs are for local businesses in the area.
That's helpful. To that end, was a potential right to return for small businesses ever investigated? And could the city implement such a policy? If not, why not?
Through the Speaker, the Planning Act limits our ability to force or require developers to take on certain tenants. And so we thought we were stretching and pushing the bounds of what the Planning Act allows us to do in terms of pushing, a conversation and making sure those tenants are notified.
I'm going to squeeze in one more. I don't always take my whole time, but on the issue of development permissions in transit station areas, of which we have many in my ward of Etobicoke Lakeshore, the policy in OPA 778 for appropriate height and density near transit stations is vague and is a proposed area for more review in phase 2. What will that review look like? Will it be station by station, ward by ward? Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah. Thank you for the question. We'll be looking at those areas first. They are a little more complex than the avenues that are not near a major transit station, so they require more careful analysis. Now, of course, the policies recognize that. They say that all of these areas have different contexts, and that's also further elaborated on in the sidebar and white text that are part of the amendment to help explain what the policies mean. But we'll, of course, be taking a more detailed analysis in those areas to make sure whatever as-of-right permissions are provided are contextually appropriate.
Okay. And just on that point as well, developers are in fact using, of course, PMTSAs as justification for very dense development proposals, regardless of the level of reliability of the service at the nearby station. How do we manage these pressures to ensure that the level of growth does not overwhelm the capacity of the transit and the transportation network?
Through the Speaker, so I mentioned this earlier, but the mixed-use area designation currently does not have any height limitations. I would also point you to MTSAs or major transit station area policies only acting as a floor or a minimum amount of density. These policies actually propose giving some form to how high something can go based on the context and based on the location within the city. So for example, for a regular avenue, it would be mid-rise.
Very helpful. Thank you for your work. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Candavel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For clarity, is the approval of the OPA necessary prior to the commencement of these studies and consultations? can we not do the consultation and come back to the OPA later on?
Through the Speaker, this OPA responds directly to the Housing Action Plan mandate to look at the official plan policies in Chapter 2. And there's a couple parts to that. There's the streamlining of the policies. Again, they're over 20 years old, and they're kind of a separate exercise from the redesignating work.
Is it possible to do the consultation and come back to the OPA that's up for approval now?
Through the Speaker, we did do, over 27 meetings of consultation to support this work.
Granted, yeah, but for the proposed consultations.
Yes, this would provide form to any sort of redesignation that would be proposed later.
Okay. In relation to the federal funding, was it explicit that the funding is tied to adding more avenues or facilitating further growth on existing avenues?
Speaker, the Housing Accelerator Fund is a very broad application that speaks to wanting to see housing supply grow significantly across the city of Toronto.
Right. Were they specific?
So the actual milestones themselves are not individually tied to a portion of the overall funding. The important aspect is that we make progress within the allotted time across the board.
Gotcha. I just want to confirm that the existing bylaws from existing avenue studies, will they override what's being proposed by virtue of this study?
Through the Speaker, if it is, again, a secondary plan or a site and area specific policy.
What about if it's an avenue study or existing avenue study with corresponding bylaws?
Yes, they would take precedence and they would prevail over these avenue policies.
Okay, and in that line or vein, for clarity, the policy will drive the development review?
The policy will be the framework that we can use to look at that phase 2 work of redesignating. It allows us to understand that if we apply mixed use, it would be mid-rise rather than just anything.
You know, but because once an application comes in, I think it's important because sometimes there's variation and disparity, but ultimately the policy will guide the process in which development review staff take a position on an application?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, moving to the sixplex in Ward 23, you know, literature exists, not a planner obviously, but when we upzone, we increase and inflate land values. Has staff considered the implications of that for middle-class families in Scarborough North that now want to buy a home, but now they're being outbid by investors that are looking to build sixplexes?
Madam Speaker, I would say there's a wide range of findings that different studies have found with respect to the effects of as-of-right zoning and land value. So I don't want to provide a simple answer, but I would say,
but it has been found that it does inflate
what I would
values.
say in terms of this study is we have not considered land value impacts. We don't typically consider land value impacts.
Is staff committing to look at that as one variable and one factor as the study unfolds?
I think as the study unfolds, we want to think of that more in relation to how are land values impacting the ability of housing, the delivery of housing across the city, and that will happen at different scales.
Okay, next question on sixplexes is shadowing.
Councillor Candival, please allow the staff to finish.
I know, I'm just trying to do it within my time. Has shadowing a consideration as part of the sixplex project in Scarborough North?
The built form of the zoning permissions that exist is not changing here, just the number of units that exist. So shadow impacts are quite minimal when we're talking about up to a 3-story building, and certainly in this case there are no changes to existing zoning rules.
But will they be considered? Are they being considered?
They've been considered as appropriate for low-rise buildings already in our multiplex.
Okay, last questions on MURA. Abby, can staff provide a map and a chart of I know in the first 2 years there are 15 providers, last year there are 17 providers, a map of where in the city the providers have been selected?
Speaker, as I said earlier, we do have a lot more information now on the website in table form, but we can certainly follow up and look to put that on a map as well. Yeah.
No, that was your.
Last question.
That was your last question.
Others got been after 5. Can staff commit to bringing an approach that looks at distribution across the city when MURA, future MURA money is awarded?
Speaker, it isn't something that we would recommend at this time because it's really enabling people to be opportunistic. So we don't necessarily have control about which buildings come up for sale and where they are. However, we can continue to look at we can put a geographical lens on what we've done so far and maybe include an analysis of that in future reports.
Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker, and I'm not going to argue with you when I get to 5 minutes. There you go. I and Councillor Chernos-Lynn have advanced circulated some motions on this. Have you had a chance to review them?
To the Speaker, yes.
And you're comfortable with them? You would support them?
Yes.
Okay. In those motions, there are a number of things that talk about addressing how consultation goes in the future. Councillor Matlow and Councillor Chang were both asking about this. They talk about working with the local councillor to design consultation in each ward. You're comfortable with doing that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. It talks about providing councillors with materials that have maps and communication materials so they can better communicate to their residents what it is we're contemplating doing. You support that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, just broadly, we've heard about the Housing Accelerator Fund. We've similarly heard about major transit station areas. We didn't design the Housing Accelerator Fund or major transit station areas, did we? Those are decisions taken by the federal and provincial governments.
Speaker, that's correct.
So a lot of the exercise and a lot of the pressure on us to do this exercise is as the result of other orders of government telling us what planning we had to do in the City of Toronto. Is that correct?
Speaker, broadly I would say that's correct, although we do agree with the overarching goals that they have around housing supply.
Yeah, I think everyone agrees with the idea of creating more affordable housing and more housing generally. It's just the specifics of the $350 million being tied to allowing as of right on avenues and the major transit station areas creating, pretty dense activity around subway stations. These were not initiated by Toronto City Council. These were imposed on Toronto City Council. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And particularly in the area of major transit station areas, if we pass this, we have the ability to implement some controls where there are none. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, because currently there is no control over the height of a over a mixed-use area designated property.
Okay. I also want to make it clear what it is we're doing and what we're not doing. So this changes the section of the official plan that says we're going to have growth in these areas over a long period, some in centers and some in avenues. Make some amendments there, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But the specific official plan rules for each of the avenues and the zoning rules for each of the avenues are not being determined today. That's the second process that we're going to be going through.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Those were my questions.
Okay, we'll go to speakers now. Councillor Perks to speak.
Yes, Speaker, and just to let members know, the Mayor is asked to speak last on this, so as Committee Chair, I'm speaking first. I have two motions. The first is a motion on the avenues policy. This replaces the original staff recommendations with something that is the result of collaborative work with many members of council and the planning department, and I want to thank everybody who was involved. Essentially what it does is make explicit that the amendment to Chapter 2 in the official plan, which is OPA Amendment 778, will be part of our work to get additional Housing Accelerator Fund money. And it further establishes a set of principles, rules, and staff requirements for how we go forward in the Chapter 4 amendments and how we go forward in the zoning bylaw amendments. Members, I was joking with Deputy Mayor McKelvie, who, as you know, probably knows more about science than everyone in this room put together, that trying to explain planning law and trying to explain the relationship between the provincial planning legislation, the policy statements, our official plan, the different chapters within our official plan, the zoning bylaw, and site-specific considerations is something that probably you would need her level of education to understand. You need a PhD to follow all this stuff sometimes. And it's infuriating and exhausting. And, you know, having sat on Toronto East York Community Council, where we do more development approvals than any city in North America. In fact, Councillor Malik's ward does more development approvals than Vancouver. I've been forced to learn some of this stuff, and it's really hard to communicate it to constituents. But city staff have worked with a lot of you, and I think created a moment where we can really help Torontonians understand what it is we need to do, what it is the federal government is asking us to do, what it is that the province is asking us to do, and what we need to do to build a city that everybody can afford to live in. I really look forward to that conversation. Planning is complicated. It's complicated. You don't just say, you know, some houses go here and a park goes there. You actually have to think about how people get from the houses to the park. You have to think about what shades what, where trees go, how the underground infrastructure works. You have to think about access and egress. All of these very many things that we're fortunate that the planning department has sorted out for us, so we can just go about our days walking through the city of Toronto, enjoying its amenities, getting to work, and getting home. And this is a real opportunity for us to do it. But some people in the city of Toronto are nervous about it, and they want us to just stop. And I want to remind you, the consequences of just stopping are unacceptable. You heard from Ms. Bond that it would put $350 million of federal money for affordable housing at risk. You heard from planning staff that it would mean that along some of our streets that are approaching subway stations and light rail stations or have a light rail line on them, it's open season unless we do something here. You've heard that Torontonians are telling you both, be very careful, but also, I need housing. And it's precisely to have that conversation that means that we have to adopt what staff have done and put in front of us today. We must do it if we want the city of Toronto to continue to grow and thrive and be a place where people from every income group, every walk of life, every part of the world can live, work, and play. We're at a critical moment right now in the city's history, and this very difficult piece of work is in front of us, but we need to support it in order to move the city of Toronto forward. Thank you. Oh, I had a second motion, which is the supplementary on the Ward 23 study. The supplementary lays out what the Housing Accelerator Fund milestones are and includes a recommendation that the federal government hurry up and give us that money.
We do have a question for you. Councillor Holyday, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Speaker. If you can start my time. Councillor Perks, do you recognize that this is the map 2 out of the planning report? I'll turn around this way for you. But you would acknowledge that this is intrinsically part of what you're moving today. This is advancing these updated avenues.
Yes, we're amending map 2 of the official plan. True.
Okay. What avenue is that?
I'm sorry, I can't see that far. I have been through the map in detail. And additionally, Councillor, I want to make you aware that the motion that I'm moving asks the planning department to provide each councillor with ward-specific maps to be able to share with their constituents so that we're not, just relying on cheap stunts, waving documents around in the air, but instead are giving Torontonians real information about what planning policy in the City of Toronto is all about.
About the stuff we passed. But I just want to go back to the words of your motion here. It says, City Council fulfill its Housing Accelerator Fund commitment by doing certain things. And in your speech, you talked about $350 million being at stake. Do you think that this is a legitimate planning process that is unfettered because we are now worried about money?
Every single planning process we go through here at the City of Toronto is fettered by the actions of other governments. The provincial government, one that I believe you support, has amended the Planning Act, I believe it's 8 times in the last 4 years. And yes, some of that is tied to money. If you're remember, the provincial government also created a funding system that says if we meet certain population growth targets, then we get money from them. So it's not uncommon and not for the first time that a different order of government has tied our finances to our planning decisions, some by the federal government, some by the provincial government, which is, I mentioned before, is one I believe you support.
So you acknowledge that this is being passed because those other governments are making us do it, but it's our
No, I didn't say
passing
that.
it.
I did not say that.
Oh, okay, so it's influenced by them. So if it's influenced by them and you don't like it, why not vote against it?
Councillor, I appreciate the satisfaction you must take in voting no to most things that we bring here to council. But I have a different duty. I understand my duty differently. I look at the consequences of voting yes, and I look at the consequences of voting no, and I make a decision about which one is in the public interest. And I am absolutely convinced that whether other orders of government are imposing conditions on us or not, the outcome that gives the best protection and the best future to the City of Toronto and its residents is to vote yes here.
Okay. Councillor Holle?
I can ask more.
No, you got 3 minutes is up. Councillor Holyday to speak. Oh, I didn't see your name there. Councillor, you didn't have your name, right?
But I really want to hear his questions.
Okay, Councillor Matlow, question.
Okay, because I sense there's some potentially misunderstanding and confusion by many, and I want to clarify if I'm in that pack.
Yeah.
So there's the OPA that we'd be approving is not something that we are really debating at council. It's prescribed by the province with regard to the PMTSA.
Not quite.
Clarify.
Not quite. The amendment that we have changes the section of Chapter 2 of the plan that describes what an avenue is and how we study it. And it adds some additional avenues.
But we're not today like approving any increases on the avenues or anything that will still, do I understand correctly, still be subject to not only study, but exhaustive consultation to the degree that we choose to. So if a ward councillor wants to engage staff and their community groups and go right into it before any changes are considered, that opportunity will be granted?
Absolutely. In fact, I want to be clear about something. I'm moving this motion. This was not my idea. A number of members of council, Councillor Chernos Lynn, Councillor Carroll,
Councillor me.
Councillor Nunziata, who raised this,
Raised it at planning,
said we understand that this is the first step. Our constituents don't necessarily understand that this is just the first step. Let's make sure during the second step, which is where the real meat and potatoes decisions are, we do a really good job of consulting with the public, and within that, make sure that the local councillor not only participates in the consultation, but participates right up front in helping to design it and making sure the right people are included.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And Councillor Nunziata's help was invaluable.
Councillor Cheng, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
I just wanted to clarify on the point about there's a part of this that's tied to federal funding.
Yes.
And I just was wondering, is the federal funding tied to adding more avenues or facilitating building on existing avenues?
So the requirement in the Housing Accelerator Fund, the specific milestone that's of the most importance here, is the one that says create as of right conditions on existing on avenues. It doesn't make a distinction between existing and non-existing. But on top of that, I want to remind you of what Ms. Bond said, which is the framework is actually quite complicated, and its general thrust is that we have to create more opportunities for housing development in the City of Toronto in order to accelerate those funds. So the more things we do, the better the case we make. So for example, the pilot project that Councillor Myers just did in his ward, that is something that we're communicating to the federal government as an example of the really innovative work we're doing to create more housing opportunities in the City of Toronto so that we go to the front of the line when municipalities are approaching the federal government for housing accelerator funds.
So the expectation or requirement of as of right on avenues already fulfills the requirement, but expanding the opportunities maybe highlights our good intention at that negotiation table for more resources?
Yeah, and you know, I have to take a moment here to pause and acknowledge. I sit down with the mayor every few weeks to look at how we're doing on our affordable housing projects. And at every one of them, the mayor starts off by saying, I need more because the federal government is giving me pushback. Like we're in a circumstance where we are trying to revive an interest in building housing for all income types, something that was lost 30 years ago when the federal and provincial governments walked away from it. We, the City of Toronto, and probably to some degree, say the province of British Columbia, are on the forefront of trying to remind the federal government and the provincial government of Ontario that cities can't solve the affordability crisis in housing by themselves. We need them to both step up with money. And we as a council have been very good about leading, and today is another example when we have an opportunity to lead.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Speaker. I have 4 motions. We'll talk about them, but if I have them presented, please. The first motion is quite simply to refer this back to staff for further consultation. I know that members of council are really going to struggle because they will be baited by $350 million of funding. And I guess if they think the federal government's suddenly going to shut the taps off because we send something back for public consultation, so be it. But motions, the other motions that are a little bit finer are designed to surgically remove this map, the revised map 2 from the OPA. That's your out. So I've heard, and I know you have heard, and 250 plus letters submitted. Good for you, residents associations and residents, for knocking the Planning and Housing Committee off their pedestal. Because you can hear in the chamber today there's doubt around this. This is the offending map. This is the main issue. So this OPA can go ahead, remove the map from it, and use the existing map. So that's the first. The second motion is the second offensive item that has come up in what I have heard in dealing with residents, frankly, from across the city that have expressed concern. And that is this new animal, this new beast of a building that is something bigger or larger than a mid-rise, whatever that means. And so what I suggest is that you take that out of the OPA, just that portion out of the OPA, and go work on that some more and add back the way that it can be appropriately after we've talked to people. Third motion is pretty straightforward. It talks about doing a better job at public consultation. All of these may stand on their own, but I would really like to see a day where we actually get a physical product into the hands of the residents that live on these avenues, something put together so they can understand what it is that's being proposed by City Council. If you go back to the ad that was placed in the Star, the official ad to let everyone know about what happened, never mind you have to be a subscriber to see it, I don't even think I could see the word mid-rise in it. How is an average citizen, we had the acknowledgement today, how is an average citizen supposed to decode what all of this complexity is? But I'll tell you, people have done a fine job to figure out that once this map goes out, that is the official plan. Policy number 1 literally says, growth and intensification will be directed to avenues as shown on map 2. That is what City Council is saying. Yes, there will be further work to figure out all of the fine points, but you know, in my neck of the woods, Kipling Avenue, it's like 6 kilometers of predominantly detached residential. People are saying, why on earth would we direct growth to this particular place? You know what that is a sign of? It's a sign of that, you know, maybe there's some really good work here, but there's still pieces that need to be worked out. Fortunately, we've got a map that doesn't even have street names on it. So what I'm imploring council to do is to get this right with the citizens of Toronto. This is a massive change. You want to talk about an affront to democracy? What do we do at council today to signal how much council cares? They bound this with 2 other items on the council agenda, just to shorten the questioning and debate time on separate and important issues, to ram this through.
Speaker, on a point of privilege?
And Speaker?
Point of privilege?
Okay, just a sec. Point of privilege, Councillor Perks.
Councillor Holyday has just attributed motive to myself, the mayor, and others who voted in favor of combining these items, saying we were doing it to ram these items through. In fact, we did it because they're related items. They both speak to, or all 3 of them speak to, the Housing Accelerator Fund and building housing, and we made that quite clear. Councillor Holiday's remarks actually directly contradict what we said publicly when we voted for this. And I ask him to withdraw that, attributing motive to us.
Councillor Holyday, we did take a vote on it, and you know the reason why we took a vote on it. I know you didn't agree, but it's all related, all 3 items.
Okay, Speaker, if I can have my time back, because I've
Yes,
lost about 30 seconds. I will withdraw those comments and change them to the impact of that particular move is to remove debate time and to remove question period. And that is not in the best interest, but that is council's decision. So, Speaker, you know, this is something that people have strongly indicated is dissatisfactory. I've given council an out clause. And to stand here and see and hear members of council blaming other orders of government on this, it just doesn't cut it. This is before us. This is our decision. We can say yes, we can say no, we can delay it, we can modify it. I'm urging you to do that. And I'll tell you, the citizens certainly have spoken in this city. And, you know, not that we have a lot of time to talk about it, but there's another motion in here about moving from 4 plexes to 6 plexes. Wait till that debate comes back to this council, because people are on to us. People are on to what is going on here and how serious these planning decisions are. And they're slipping through here without the opportunity for people to get into the details. That is why they're angry on this. Give them a chance to say what they have to say, to understand, to modify, to tweak these so that they can be the best that they can. There is hope. There is an opportunity to do something reasonable with an OPA, but this is not reasonable, and people have said that. I think we can do better. I challenge this council to do better, and do not take the bait, because Councillor Perks is simply moving through this OPA.
Councillor Holyday, your time is up. We do have questions for you.
Please.
Councillor Candeval, 3 minutes. Clarification. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On your first motion, Councillor Holyday, we heard from staff that the need for the OPA to go through is to give it form for the consultation. What's your concern with that response?
So the OPA does a number of things. One of the things it does is it updates MAP 2 with new avenues. There's no reason why we can't use the existing avenues in the OPA. There's plenty of them. I'm separating out the concept of augmenting and adding more avenues, and frankly, those are the most controversial in many parts of the city. So I'm simply suggesting that we use the existing map, don't move to this, include this in the future consultations, and they can probably save the vast majority of these and deal with the ones that are offensive. But we're not allowing that, we're pushing it through today.
Okay, and on your second motion, to delete the piece referring to 500 and 800 meters walking distance, what is your concern of that in light of the approved PMTSAs?
Thank you for the question. There's a very specific clause in there, and that this suggests that a built form beyond a mid-rise be contemplated. The problem is we don't know what that is, and we can't cross-reference that site by site. I think people deserve that conversation. I think there needs to be time and space. Many of these sites can probably entertain a larger built form. We don't even know that. The communities don't know that. All I'm begging this council to do is give them an opportunity to talk it through, and if there's a little bit of fine tailoring that's required, so be it. Otherwise, developers are just going to use this language. This is the OPA.
Okay.
Last question of clarification. If this is about, if zoning is going to be determined in these next steps, wouldn't that be where you or anyone would make the change?
This OPA can be exploited as soon as it's approved. And if we don't get to the zoning stage, there's all kinds of time and space in between where people can bring their own interpretations forward. It's great that we're going to do that work later on. I don't think that that means that lines are going to get deleted from this map, although there may be finer tailoring. I think people have told us that there's lines on this map that don't belong here. And I think we need to fix that. We don't have the confidence of the public with respect to this in terms of the people that I've heard from.
Okay, that's it.
Any more? Please.
Councillor Perks, question, 3 minutes, clarification.
Yes, thank you. On your motion 2C, you want to delete the recommendation 3B that says it may go beyond the height and scale of mid-rise building in mixed areas within 500 to 800 meters. Did you hear city staff when they said that those major transit station areas currently have no upper limit?
Councillor Perks, I have experience directly with applications.
No, I'm not asking your experience.
If I can
Did you hear staff?
If I can answer the question, I know that each of these sites are dealt with on a case-by-case basis. And so this, as far as I'm concerned, casts even more doubt because it contemplates a built form that is not defined.
And again, did you hear city staff when they said explicitly that for avenues within the major transit station areas, this official plan amendment that's in front of us gives us more control than we currently have? Now, they said that, so I take it you don't want to have that additional control.
Councillor Perks,
correct?
You can interpret what you heard the way that you want. I read what's plainly before me, and I see language here which is not defined. I don't know if you heard when I asked those questions, but those weren't answered completely when I asked them. It was more work to be done.
Okay. On 2D, you are asking that everyone who is impacted by avenues receive paper copies of a variety of things. I can't think of anyone in the city of Toronto who is not impacted by our decision to deal with avenues. Everyone lives within a reasonable distance of some avenue or another. So you want to send every household in the city of Toronto a variety of maps, definitions, and so on. That's your intention here?
Councillor Perks, this city somehow finds it in their budget to put a brochure out to describe how we're going to clear snow to every household. I think
yes.
we can find it in our hearts to figure out the people that are affected and send them a little more in their hand to let them know that there could be mid-rise buildings coming next to them.
Okay.
That's the least we could do.
Okay. Just wanted to understand that.
All right, now we have the referral motion in front of us, so speakers on the referral. Or we just want to vote on it? Mayor Chow, you want to speak on the referral? Okay, go ahead.
Madam Speaker, because I've been a Metro councillor, a city councillor, I was a Metro councillor since 1991. This debate that we are having, let me tell you, how many times have we gone through this discussion over and over and over again? And I was starting to look up the number of reports that have been written is enough to probably fill the entire, all the desk along here. I'll name you some. April 2000, Kirkland Partnership, Inc., retained by Urban Development Services, this is the City of Toronto, to develop a plan, avenue plan. 2010, avenue and mid-rise buildings, a 114 pages report. Basically, all of them saying the same thing, saying that we should develop a plan to look at the urbanization potential, intensification along, especially designated transit corridors, etc. It's identical to what we're talking about. How much longer do we need to keep delaying and delaying and deferring? It's been, at least 25 years, if not more, that this concept has been around. And each time it just got deferred, it got delayed, and there's been more study. I can't even imagine how much money has been spent on just studying this concept. So no more delays, Madam Speaker, it's enough already. Support it, the concept is there, and there's absolutely no reason to do any more study or deferral.
Thank you. Councillor, we're speaking on the referral motion. There's no point of order. What point of order do you have?
My point of order is that the mayor has spoken. I'd like to question her.
No, we're speaking on the referral.
That's right. We are debating.
Spoke on no, you questioned her on this item already. It's an item.
I'll have your ruling, Speaker.
No. You can question her on once item.
We don't. We're just speaking on the referral, Councillor Holyday. Okay, Councillor Holyday, the mayor spoke on a procedure matter as far as the referral, so you don't ask questions when we speak on a referral motion. Okay? So Councillor Myers to speak on the referral. I believe that Councillor Mello, you had your hand up there, but you took your name off? You took your name off? Councillor Myers, we're speaking on the referral. Do you want to speak on the referral? 2 minutes. Okay, no. Councillor Perks, on the referral? 2 minutes only. Okay, go ahead.
I just want to have us all pause for a moment and consider the central irony to this motion. Why do the federal and provincial governments tie their funding to us to whether or not we change our planning rules? Why does the province of Ontario keep making it easier and easier and easier for developers? It's because some members of this council refuse to approve anything at all, and we gain a reputation as being anti-development. It's not actually true that we are anti-development, but every time we try to do something so that people who want to move into the city of Toronto or leave their parents' house to form their own household or get off the street and get into a housing unit, every time we do that, some members of this council stand up and go, oh my God, the sky is falling. And it gets on television, and everybody in Ottawa and Queen's Park thinks we're anti-development. So the tremendous irony here is the very reason we're having this debate is because members keep trying to defer, refer, and block efforts to update and modernize our planning regime. Don't do it this time.
Okay, let's recorded vote on the referral, please. Oh, Councillor Carroll, you want to vote? No. Okay, let's just vote. Let's just vote on the referral. Record. No, we're in the middle of a vote, Councillor Peruzza. Councillor Peruzza, we're voting on the referral. This is supposed to be a one-day council, guys. Like...
Councillor Mantis, we need you to return to
We're
your seat.
voting on the referral motion so everybody understands.
Councillor Candavel, please. The motion to refer the item does not carry. The vote is 7-16.
Next speaker now. Councillor Myers to speak. Now, members, we know we have to finish the council agenda today, so if you can please try to keep it short. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Speaker. I have two motions, just two small amendments to my PH 18.4, which is the Ward 23 Multiplex, and it's just asking for report backs as part of the monitoring process for the number of bedrooms contained in each of the building permits for all multiplexes issued within Ward 23 for years 2025 to 2028, and the same thing for the citywide multiplex program for the first 200 units. And this is in relation to the comment brought up by Councillor Carroll, so thank you very much. So I would just also like to say, I want to thank the staff, before I forget, specifically Asif Patel, Henry Tang, Joey Young, Christian Van Treska, and Kyle Nook, and of course my staffer Darnell Harris for making all of this happen. This was a lot of work that went into this. And finally, before I begin my remarks, I just want to acknowledge what Councillor Holyday said, and he's right. People often feel like these decisions are made in a vacuum. They don't know what's happening. They get upset when they find out changes are happening. And that was our experience in the multiplex pilot. When we did our first community consultation, this was after a year and a half of study, after the multiplex bylaw had already been passed, after I had put it in my newsletter that I was moving the sixplex in motion. We had our first community consultation. We expected maybe 20 people to show up. About 100 did. So many people showed up, we actually ran out of surveys for people to fill out. And the crowd was about 10% completely opposed, 10% completely in favor, and the rest were just curious and wanted more information. And once they sort of heard the presentation, once they were able to speak to either myself or the staff members or members of my team, they were understanding of what we were trying to do and what we were trying to accomplish. And we even went a step further than that in that we created this mailer that went to every household in the ward, really nicely designed, letting people know exactly why this pilot was being proposed, what were the benefits, and what was the process that we did to get there. And last night, I'm happy to report that we had a drop-in session for people who had more questions. We had 30 people. I'd say 29 out of 30 were in favor of this pilot. And these were people who had previously been on the fence, even some of them who had been opposed previously, in that all they wanted was more information, and we had done the work to earn their trust. So when I first came up, when I first started talking about multiplexes, I just made it very simple with people and said, wouldn't it be nice that our kids could live in the neighborhoods they grew up in? And they immediately got what we were trying to do. As much as we were trying to build affordable housing, unfortunately, my ward has historically struggled to attract that type of housing, despite the fact that we have a number of affordable... What? Oh. Despite the fact that we had a number of affordable housing projects in the past, whether it was co-op housing, whether it was land trust, and what's also interesting is of the 11,780 units of affordable housing that will be built under the Housing Accelerator Fund across Toronto, not a single one of those projects are in Ward 23. So if I wanted to build affordable housing that I knew my residents need, I knew I had to lead. I knew I had to try something different and I had to be innovative. And that's what we did with this pilot. We tried to build affordable housing that met the needs of the community, the characteristics of the neighborhood, and was able to manage the growth that's anticipated through the construction of transit projects, whether it's the Shepherd and McCowan line, whether it's the extension of the Shepherd subway, or whether it's the proposed Eglinton East LRT route. We know the growth is coming and we want to be prepared, and we want growth that's done in a way that's consistent with the neighborhoods and the values of the community that I am proud to represent. So I'm very, very proud of this project. I'm very proud of the work the staff has done, and I'm very, very proud of my community for listening, for getting past their doubts, for being open to trying new and innovative things to address the crisis that we all see and we all acknowledge. And I think this is a good day for Toronto and a great day for Scarborough North. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We do have questions for you. Clarification of the motion only, 3 minutes. Councillor Candavel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Councillor Myers, for the extraordinary work you did to consult and create awareness in communities where English is not the first language and there are other challenges. Having that, it's always a challenge. Families are busy. As part of the report backs you're asking from staff, are you interested, in addition to these, to see the impacts on land values as a result of these zoning changes?
I'm not opposed to that. I just don't know if that's already contained in the...
I don't think it is from my earlier questions.
So I'm not opposed to that.
Okay, and secondly, would you also be interested in the impacts of shadowing on adjacent properties?
I believe that was addressed in the report, either in the original multiplex report, or specifically in the Ward 23 multiplex report, because the physical size of these structures are no different from the fourplexes that were already approved. So those would have already considered shadowing.
I think there is, depending on site-by-site locations, but I think there might be. But thank you for that.
Thank you.
Councillor Holyday, 3 minutes. Clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Speaker. It's my understanding that multiplexes citywide, building upon this particular program and on the city's housing plans, are going to come back imminently to City Council. If this report is annual and on to 2028, what is the utility of it if we're set to make that major policy decision?
Sorry, this is the pilot that runs until 2028. So it's reporting on the number of It's reporting on a number of things, but this is reporting on the number of units contained in all multiplexes, including triplexes, duplexes, fourplexes, and sixplexes.
So you don't see the monitoring program going into the decision-making work of council should it consider multiplexes citywide prior to those report cycles?
Oh, absolutely. There's nothing wrong with changing the multiplex as we go along. That's why it's a pilot.
So if the first report back is at the end of the year, up until 2028, how would that fit into a decision? Should it be during the year of 2025?
So I don't know the logistics of that. I would have to defer to city staff on that, but I would suspect that once we had sort of a rough number of the number of any of the things that we were monitoring, that would obviously play a factor in council's decision as to what they were to want to do on a more citywide basis.
So I asked the question, and it was kind of like monitoring in the debate. During question period, the return back was 0 fourplexes in your ward. So how would that fit into this? And how did you respond to residents when they asked about fourplexes at the consultation if there was no examples of it?
Well, it's actually really funny. So everybody thought there were going to be multiplexes on every corner. And I said, do you guys know that since 2023, there have been 3 applications for multiplexes in my entire ward, 2 duplexes and 1 triplex. And they were like, oh, okay, that doesn't sound so bad. And it's actually what's really unique about my ward is we have 125 scattered former Toronto community housing properties that are currently owned by Circle Land Trust. And these are likely the sites that are going to be redeveloped into sixplexes because the not-for-profit developer already owns these properties.
So you're proposing to blanket the ward with sixplexes, and there's been no examples of it to date?
There's no examples of sixplexes anywhere in Toronto, any recent ones.
There's no examples of fourplexes in your ward?
Okay, Councillor Holyday, it's clarification of his motion.
Well, it has to do with the
Well,
reporting.
no, you're getting into a debate. It's clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. All right. Councillor McKelvie to speak. Okay, just one. There you go. There's your mic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I almost always make my first point to thank staff, and I'm really sad that I don't want to open with that today because I have never been more disappointed in the quality of a report coming to council than I am in this one that's before us today on the avenues. And you know what? I was there when we had the hard conversations around multi-tenant homes. I was there when we had the hard conversations around multiplexes. I was there when we had the hard conversations about major streets, and I have been there for every single development proposal that has come through Scarborough Community Council. So I'm really disappointed that I'm not in favor of this report that's before us today. And it's for a few reasons. One, I think we have failed to communicate this with the public in a way that is understandable. I think we have failed to communicate it in a way that's understandable to council, and you see that in the questions that are there before us coming out today. And I fundamentally disagree with the areas that you've highlighted as avenues in my community. And I will give you those examples. Lawrence Avenue East, we just last year upgraded to a major street, and now in this report, we're coming back and saying it's an avenue. If I was a community member, I absolutely would feel that it's a bait and switch. Ellesmere Avenue has a secondary plan, a very engaged community association, very worked up right now. But then I'm told, you know what? It's not an avenue, it has a secondary plan. Why did we highlight it as an avenue on the map? Why did we create that problem? And then last is Rouge National Urban Park. We just added 8,300 acres to make this park the biggest urban national park in North America. We're so proud. And through this map, we are saying that Shepherd Avenue is a place to grow. It's really disappointing. And I think that we have to dig deeper and we have to say, why are communities sending these letters in? What are the issues that they have? We're not having those hard conversations. And in my community, right now, I'm in a position where I have letters of opposition from the Guildwood Village Community Association, the Highland Creek Community Association, the Centennial Community Association, every single one, and including the Scarborough United Neighbourhoods, which is a blanket umbrella for all of Scarborough's community associations. I have never been in a position where I've had so many letters of disappointment and lack of support from my community, and I think we have to dig deeper and we have to do better. And I'm glad that Councillor Perks brought forward those motions today that do that make this information easily digestible for our communities so that they can engage in the next phases and in those discussions of zoning. The other thing I'd like to say is that I think that we need to dig deeper into how we're going to solve the housing crisis. And I'm not convinced that upzoning and giving as of right is the way that we're going to get there. You just heard very clearly that we have 180,000 units approved in the City of Toronto that are not being built. 180,000. Is upzoning going to make those 180,000 get built? What are the other barriers that are there? How are we addressing those? In Ontario, 330,000 units are approved and ready to be built. So I think we have to dig deeper. I think that just upzoning on the avenues, that's not what's going to get us there. I think it gives lip service to a much bigger problem, and it's doing it in a way that is extremely disrespectful to communities. And I think we need to dig deep, have some lessons learned from this, and do better on the next report. So instead of rushing through on the zoning, I hope that we take the time to do this right through those amendments that Councillor Perks is bringing forward today. I am sad to say that I am going to ask for a recorded vote on recommendation 1, and for the first time, I'm going to have to vote no on housing. Very disappointed.
Thank you. Councillor Chernis-Lynn.
Thank you, through the speaker. Sorry, I will just ask the to be put on the screen. I have a motion. This is an amendment to the motion put forward by Councillor Perks. And this really speaks to the fact that, and I'm sure many of you have heard this in your communities if you've been experiencing growth. I know everybody has certainly heard about traffic and transit, but certainly through Midtown Toronto and my ward, where there has been exponential development for the last 15 years that has just grown. One of the things I really hear about each and every day is the traffic, and are we thinking about how we're managing that traffic as we greenlight housing? People understand the need for housing, they understand the need for growth, they understand the province has removed a lot of the restrictions we have, but they are really concerned about the way that it's being done. So you will note that on this motion to amend, I've got one statement about thinking about the transit and transportation piece, and then the second one is about infrastructure, and that is the other thing that we commonly hear about. If you are in an area where there is a lot of growth, people are wondering, great, we know we need housing, but are we thinking about what's underneath it? Are we thinking about the things that need to go with this? The soft infrastructure, the hard infrastructure. So, there have been a lot of issues raised today, but I want to make sure that as we're thinking about how we do growth and how we plan for that, we need to be making sure we're creating complete communities, and part of that are communities that are livable. And what makes things livable is, can you get to and from the housing that you're building in practical ways, and do you have the things that you need to have to come with it? So that addresses this, and I do appreciate that a lot of councillors have been working together to try and make this a more workable project. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much. And I'd just like to echo Councillor Chernis-Lynn to appreciate all the efforts that have been moving forward with my colleagues and with staff to ensure that we are taking these crucial, challenging, and important steps to ensure that we are seeing growth and the opportunity, as Councillor Myers mentioned, for communities, young people, families in every single corner of our city to imagine a future in the neighborhoods that they want to be in. But I will, being very mindful of our time today, I wanted to briefly just speak to the multi-unit residential acquisition program and to continue to provide my support and to continue to invite the support and championing of council for this initiative. And we know that it has been a game changer in preserving Toronto's affordable rental housing. And this is so critical in so many of our communities, and I feel it especially deeply in Spadina, Fort York, where the majority of residents are renters. And it's directly addressing the alarming rate at which we continue to lose lower rent homes. And I'm thrilled to see the federal government join us in this crucial effort. This new funding, combined with the contribution and the commitment that we have made, this has been a commitment of mine since day one here, to ensure that this program is not just protected, but it's deepened and that it continues to grow in terms of the benefits that we know it brings to our neighborhoods and to Torontonians. And we will significantly expand the multi-unit residential acquisition program's impact across Toronto, preserving hundreds more affordable units. And we know that building alone will not get us through and out of this crisis. We do have to ensure that affordable rental is kept that way forever. And it's now crucial that these funds begin to flow immediately, and delays mean people's lives are transformed. And these delays mean that we miss opportunities. And MURA is vital to so many of the initiatives that we have put our commitment and our leadership behind, including the Housing TO plan and creating stable homes and stronger communities, again, in every corner of the city. Continued investment in MURA is essential for ensuring that future generations have access to affordable housing in Toronto, a commitment that I know that we share. Again, thank you to city staff, to the mayor, for the continued work in inviting other levels of government to join us in the initiatives that we have demonstrated are proven to work, and that we continue to build the city that we love together.
Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I speak first to my community because I know they're watching and I know they're very concerned. Those have already, those concerns, I echo the concerns of other councillors in the suburbs, particularly north of the 401. People are very concerned about this, and the report is laid out in a very confusing way. I have watched the Chair of Planning and Housing tie himself up in knots this week trying to make clear what is going on here to the councillors in this chamber. And that shouldn't be the case. But the motion that is before us now does give me a reason why I just voted against referring this back. The comprehensive review and the consultation that is contemplated in the replacement recommendations here now has to happen urgently, urgently. I don't want to give them any reason to slow down on that because everyone's live to the issue now. So we need to adopt these replacement recommendations to make sure that that happens. At the same time, I can't agree with my colleague, the Deputy Mayor. I got to vote for number 1 too, because I also have to flag for the government. We're serious about this. We do understand that you need to understand we're getting rid of what, to be honest, we don't have a lot of experience with avenue studies in the suburbs. Downtown, I watched councillor after councillor over the last 20 years put their road on the avenue study list just to buy some time. If I put this on a list that we're never going to get through because we don't have enough planners to do avenue studies, I can kick back for 5 years now and nothing will happen on this street. What the federal government needs now, and let's say it, I dare say the province needs it as well. If Toronto has a housing crisis, the province has a housing crisis, and the nation has a housing crisis. That's why they're putting this pressure on us. So we need to flag for them. We're not leaving that avenue study diversionary excuse tactic in place. We are agreeing that that is no longer a practice, but we do have to do this comprehensive review to make clear to the community what will be our practices. That's avenue studies, and I need that. I'm actually in my ward, I actually started canvassing for names last week. putting together a reference group and creating a base of knowledge so that when these good people come to my ward to have this consultation, they'll be speaking to people with a bit of a 101 and ready to reflect their concerns, get all of the concerns on the table and the questions, and hopefully we can have a really grown-up conversation and figure out what to do. I want that to proceed. That's why I'm adopting that. I asked the MURA question because one of my colleagues just said, this isn't the only way to solve it. I believe it was the deputy mayor. She's right. But we had people coming forward and saying, what about MURA? You're not doing anything to absorb some of those buildings where we could be dealing with some of our affordability issues through that acquisition program. It's confusing to understand, but those dollars are there. That is one of the options, and by adopting that today, it's another way you're flagging for other orders of government that we're doing everything we can. And last but not least, Madam Speaker, to Councillor Meyer's pilot. I asked my questions about a live situation going on in one of my wards right now, because we're entering into a new realm here. And this will come up in the consultations. If as of right means that when I hear something is happening in my ward that brings density, and I go downstairs to the counter or I send my team member down to the counter and I'm told that's none of your business, you can FOI it and it will cost you $60, that's not going to fly. That's a new culture we're going to have to build at the building official's desk. You can't say to someone that we're going from a single family dwelling and be it 4-plex or 6-plex, that I'm actually going to go from 3 bedrooms to 24 bedrooms. And if we're honest, it's really 31 bedrooms because it also includes a 3-bedroom garden suite and living rooms that curiously have closets and bathrooms. Then we have to give pause and there has to be some form of bump up to deal with that issue. Because I don't think any of us contemplated that these 4-plexes would include 6 bedrooms each. So there has to be a way for the community to say, pump the brakes, pump the brakes. There has to be a pump the brakes option in as of right. There just has to be. And so, Madam Speaker, I'm getting in this boat right now. But on the commitment that all of these motions taken together give me something to take back to my community and say, we're pumping the brakes on the things that raised your blood pressure last week. We're going to resolve some of these issues, but we do have to address our housing crisis. And that's a change we're going to have to figure out how we manage in the Don Valley North context. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I forgot to put your timer on, but I know. I don't think you went over 5. Councillor Matlow to speak.
The Avenue Study debate, I find, is a really good example of what happens far too often, I think, with respect to the housing discussion we're having. There are those who argue that we are in the midst of a housing crisis, that we need to make progress on ensuring that we have a supply of housing to accommodate everyone who lives in the city today and everyone who is hoping to live in the city tomorrow. And they're right. This is an unaffordable city and we have to take action. There are others who argue, it's one thing to have growth, but it can't be growth without sufficient infrastructure, without services, without the quality of life that the residents who live here today expect and those who live here tomorrow deserve as well. But far too often this debate turns into you're either bad or good, depending on what side of that coin you're on. When the reality is, if we want to build a great city, both have to happen, or else we are failing. Now, I heard from some of my colleagues who said we have to just move on and do, whatever happens, we've got to get on with it. And I think it's incredibly important that they understood and they worked with their colleagues who said, no, there needs to be sufficient consultation. That groups like the Scarborough residents, the Scarborough United Neighbourhoods, and the Etobicoke Residents Coalition, and Willowdale residents, and everyone in between, that they have an opportunity to not have policy done at them, but done with them. That they have an opportunity to be at the table when their neighborhood is discussed. It doesn't mean that everybody's got a veto. It just means that we do things with people rather than at people. And that has to happen or else we will fail. If we are to be successful, we do it together. So that's why I'm really happy to see some changes at this council meeting about what is being proposed and the assurance that these communities will have their seat at the table with their councillor, where they should be. Now, pragmatically speaking, there are pressures on us. The province mandates certain things that we don't actually get a choice about. I want more power on the ground. I've been advocating for a city charter. I want the City of Toronto to be able to have more power. That's not the reality today, so pragmatically speaking, let's deal with reality and then change the reality if we wish to. Same. We should not be guided by the money that we receive by the federal government. But a cash-strapped city that can't pay the bills cannot just be blind to the fact that we are being offered $350 million from the federal government to promote housing opportunities. $350 million, if you look at each percentage point of the tax rate at $46 million, that's almost 8% tax increase if we just say goodbye to that $350 million. That is more than double the mayor's proposed tax increase. I'm not willing, honestly, if Councillor Holyday just got his way, and I understand his intentions, but if we were reckless enough to just do things without understanding the holistic consideration, we could be facing another 8% tax increase if we have to pay for the things that we've committed to that are the many, many competing priorities of our city. That's not responsible governance. So what I'm choosing to do is support a path where we do the consultation, we work with our communities, we fulfill our obligations, we don't neglect the necessity of housing. And ultimately, we do receive funds to be able to pay for a city that has not kept up with the hard infrastructure, the pipes, the wires, the soft infrastructure, the social services, addressing poverty, addressing the fact that we have too many people sleeping in our parks, on our streets, and our subways, transit that's falling apart, getting delayed every day. Let's get on with the priorities of our city and do it in a way that is holistic, that considers all the different factors together. And ultimately, at this council chamber, when there are people saying we need to move forward now to improve housing supply so that things get more affordable for people who cannot buy groceries today and pay their rent and pay their mortgage, say yes to that. Equally, when we have councillors who have spoken so eloquently today, I know, reflecting exactly what the residents are telling them. They're saying, some are yes, some don't want change, but some are arguing that change needs to be done well. And that's what I've heard from Councillor Candival, Councillor Cheng, Councillor McKelvie, and others. They want their communities to, not just their voice to be heard, but to be understood.
5 seconds.
And that we reflect that in the decisions we make. And I hope that we can move forward together on the consultation that we're about to do. Thank you.
Cute. Councillor Perruzza.
You know, I guess if you sit around long enough, you hear enough of it that it forces you to some degree to respond. Not a single thing we're doing here today creates an additional unit of housing. It don't do that. Right? Consultation, yes, but even at the end of this process, you do not create a single unit of housing, certainly not affordable housing, but a single unit of housing more than what you would have created anyways. Right? What determines housing and the numbers of units you build? Price, for sure, no question about that. You know, demand and all of those other things. Here's what, and here's where I think the big failure, and we're headed in my view, in a very bad direction. We've always had a housing crisis, as far as I can remember. We've always had since the Courrier de Bois went into the bush, we've had a housing crisis. Right? That's a fact. That's a fact. And you can go through the history, you can go through the archives downstairs, you could look at all the old pictures, you could look at all the shanty areas of the city of Toronto, and you could say, oh, you know what, we had a housing crisis. People didn't have an affordable place to live. Here's what this does, though. Here's what we're doing. And we don't no longer plan, by the way. Planning in city building has turned into an industry. right? City building now is dictated by fundamentally consultants. A whole range of consultants. It's turned into an industry. I remember back when I was at the old North York, for example, just to turn the clock back a few years, the city council and the mayor, and the mayor actually negotiated development. You did. It was a slower process. You actually approved things that were going to be built, not 200,000 units of housing that is sitting on speculative land, that isn't going to be built, that is only waiting for the next cycle of, density increases to those lands. That cycle, we've seen it over and over. I've seen it in my ward a number of places. You can see that stuff, right? And city planning is basically powerless to some degree because they've been rendered powerless to do anything about that. Yeah, it took a while to negotiate the North York downtown plan, but you know what? It came in with some protections. It allowed density, it allowed growth, it did a whole bunch of different things, but at the same time protected some other neighborhoods. So now what we're going to do is we're going to say that, and by the way, this is a conversation that you can't do 5 minutes on the floor of council, but it's, so what developers really love and what builders really love is predictability. Predictability. Not necessarily speculation. Sure, landowners love speculation, and this stuff here brings land speculation into a whole other level. Yeah, sure. People going to Councillor Meyer's meeting saying, you know what, this allows me to, I have this little lot here, I can do something with it down the road. Sure, I'm good with that. I have that option. Why not? That's not city building. Not at all. It's speculation. You're not allowing any more predictability here. What people that want to build things really love is tell me what I can do, because then I'll know what to pay for the land, I'll know what my construction costs, and I know what the market does, and I know what my profit is, and I get in, I get out, and I get quick buck, quick housing. What we do, this speculative stuff just allows land to go through that cycle over and over and over again, and we get into a construction built form that drives price through the roof. 50-story buildings cost a lot of money. Big foundations, big steel, big concrete, lots of buried costs. But what it does, it sets a price. You produce a 600 square foot unit in a building that costs mega bucks, right? That's what it comes to market at. Then somebody else who can produce a unit for a quarter of that cost sells it for the mega buck.
5 seconds.
And that sets the market standard.
5 seconds.
Beyond people's ability to pay and to house themselves.
Thank you.
200,000 units of housing.
Thank you, Councillor Perruzza. Thank you. Councillor Chang to speak.
Do residents' voices matter anymore? This is a question I really struggle with. I've been to several planning meetings, consultations in the past few weeks, and every meeting feels like Groundhog Day. Why is this happening in my backyard? Why are there shadows? What's happening with the traffic? What's going to happen with our school capacity? And we say to residents, your voice matters, come out to this consultation. But at the end of the day, we say, oh, I'm sorry, we cannot take your voices into consideration because there's provincial planning policy, there's the OLT. I fear that we are building a dystopian future. The amount of resources and attention that we are putting into building housing, while admirable and important, there's no talk about how we're going to fill in the gap with the loss of Section 37 and development charges that are necessary to build critical infrastructure. And critical infrastructure includes community spaces. It also includes community centers, libraries. We don't have any tools to get us to a livable future at this point. And so I hear the importance of adding housing. I hear that there's federal money on the line, and definitely we shouldn't be walking away from housing. But we have to also ask ourselves, what is happening to democracy if we say to people, your voice matters, come to these consultations, but then none of their opinions and concerns actually have pathways to change? What will happen is people will stop coming out to consultations, they will stop voting, and then our democracy will be eroded. And when our democracy is eroded, that is when it's very easy to elect the wrong person because no one is paying attention. And so while this may seem like one small planning decision, it's a huge decision that will impact the suburbs in particular. And so I'm glad that there will be consultation and that we have made amendments to ensure that there is further clarity in communication. But I hope that residents' voices will matter. I hope that their concerns will actually result in change so that we can say, because you came out, because you shared this, here is what we're doing. I am afraid that if that doesn't happen, in particular where in the suburbs where voter turnout is lower, that people will simply give up. And I hear a lot of residents say they are thinking of leaving. And while we spend so much effort and time fighting for housing, we really do have to fight the same amount of fight for infrastructure, for the funding required to build the parks that are necessary. We are the loneliest city in Canada. Why is that? Well, what kind of city will it be when most of our development in our major quarters are all 50-story towers where people don't know their neighbors? So, in order to get a livable city, it has to include genuine consultation where residents' voices can impact the future. And I understand there's this difficult pressure. And what do I say to that 11-year-old who made a comment at the consultation? Why will there be all these eyeballs who can just look at me playing in my yard from now on? And I have no answer for him. Because the city is changing, because of provincial policy, we need to add more housing, so you have to sacrifice your privacy for the greater good. And that will be a conversation we will have to all the houses that are behind the avenues where this added density is going to happen. I also just want to say that our consultative communications.
You have 5 seconds.
Yes, need to be strengthened because it wasn't clear at the beginning. I looked at the website, tried to communicate it, and I'm glad to hear that it will be improved. Thank you.
I got to remind members of council, we need to finish this agenda today. No, so, if people have spoken, don't repeat what other people are saying. Councillor Candeval to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I've got 2 motions following my questioning with Councillor Myers and having his support to provide additional data on how the sixplex study unfolds, particularly in the impact on land values and shadowing in adjacent properties. Some properties are wide enough to not have any. However, with the diversity of bill form, I think it's important that we study it if it's going to be considered citywide. I wanted to provide some commentary for what it's worth in the vein of Councillor Matlow, who's not here, but who had a very thoughtful deliberation on the nature of housing conversation in our city. There is sometimes groupthink and an orthodoxy that's placed that's very homogenous, and it results in a culture where we hear name calling, we hear NIMBY this, NIMBY that, YIMBY, urbanist, and I think it doesn't do any benefit to a positive, forward-thinking, critical culture of planning because it polarizes. And oftentimes we had, the kids here earlier would tell us the bullies that name call do so with an agenda that's seen or unseen. And I think we need to be very thoughtful in this assembly and recognize the voices that we've heard across the spectrum reflect communities with voice, without voice, and everything in between. So the nature of our discourse on these planning issues that culminated in three important strands before us today, I think is an important opportunity to reflect on the quality of our housing and planning discourse in committee and in chamber. So I want to appreciate that because what is at the heart, and we've heard it from a number of councillors, is this question of a one-size-fits-all approach, whether it's sixplexes, whether it's avenue studies or what have you, that seems to be the common theme amongst numerous housing planning debates. And I think we need to reflect on that as we evolve as a city in this new era and a new dynamic here. The sense that parts of our cities are disconnected, and we heard that from a number of voices in our chamber representing different areas of our city, is very true. We cannot forget that. Later on, we're seeing a motion talking to municipal autonomy. Right? This question on municipal autonomy was heard loud and clear 27 years ago through amalgamation. Those fault lines have not gone away. They need to be recognized. And as we think of how we do planning, we can't ignore those realities and include them in how we hear voice and how we implement it. So I think it's very important that we acknowledge that, we all like to think we're thoughtful people doing thoughtful things in a thoughtful assembly, but oftentimes it's polarizing and it only harms the work we do and harms ultimately the service that we're providing to the public. So I wanted to share that reflection for whatever it's worth. And lastly, given this item is bundled with an important MURA initiative, I want to underscore the importance that the MURA projects going forward in this year reflect the need for a distribution across our city. We seeing a number of sites in the core, but the value of MURA and what it affords residents should be afforded across our city. And I'm looking and hoping for a distribution this year where all residents across our city can access its much needed value. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, or Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, our last speaker, finally, is Mayor Chow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Colle, the mayor was the last speaker. Did you just add your name? No, it wasn't. You just added. Did you add your name on? Councillor Colle, did you add your name on?
I thought I did.
No, it's not there.
Maron Nami, I put the name down, okay?
Can you add Councillor Colle's name on it? And then we'll go to the last speaker because we have to deal with this item.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Colle, you're on.
Yeah, I thought I put it down. Thank you. I had a motion. I don't know if it's ready or not.
No, it's not ready.
Okay, if it's not ready, I talked to Councillor Perks about it. He's willing to deal with it. I think it's okay with the motion. Councillor Perks understands what I was trying to do. Okay, I had a motion which basically said make sure that in the consultation process that the staff ensure to explain the relationship between the MTSAs, PMTSAs, and the avenue study. Okay, because first of all, nobody in the city knows what an MTSA is. Nobody knows what a PMTSA is. Nobody in the city even knows that the province has passed these clandestine rules that have changed our neighborhoods because the province has kept them all secret. And, you know, when I have applications come in and they're 40 stories and next to, for instance, my Glencairn station on Marley, well, the answer is, well, they can put 40 stories up because the province has designated them as a major transit study area, and you can put as much as you want there. And the people said, well, I never heard about this. So nobody's heard about the changes the province was making for the last number of years. Nobody. Because the province has been very surreptitious about it and hasn't told anybody because they know people would go crazy if they found out about all the changes that have been made in planning, intensification, and the fact that timelines have all been changed. And again, 90% of the people in Toronto don't know what the OLT is. So here we talk about the OLT. Nobody knows what it is. And it decides the planning in Toronto. I ask people, do you know any members of the OLT? Really? Are there members? What is it? Nobody knows. So here we have planning and housing decisions are made in Toronto by a secret Kremlin-like body that are friends of developers, friends of the Ford government. You know, I know a few of them, but, you know, they're not bad people, but they're basically former bagmen of Ford or whatever it is. They're at the OLT. So, and they're not bad people, but they have a mandate, just rubber stamp anything that comes in. I've never heard of one application ever turned down at the OLT.
Oh, yeah, I've got one.
Have you had one?
Yeah, I've won.
I can't think of one that was, they rubber stamp each one. 30 stories, 44, 60 stories. Sure, go ahead. Then the people say to me, oh, Councillor Colle, you and the city are approving all this development. And you should have stopped it. And I said, well, do you understand that we don't have the final say? Oh, no, you do. You've got to stop it. And then they go to this secretive body. Like right now I have a community group fighting 19 stories, Blessed Sacrament up there on Yonge Street. And they want standing at the OLT, Ontario Land Tribunal. Well, you can't really go and be part of the meeting unless you pay $15,000 because you have to have a lawyer, a planner. That really? Isn't the city going to pay for that money? No, it's the provincial government decision. So if you want money, maybe ask your MPP if they'll give you money to appear before their tribunal. Well, the MPP says, we have nothing to do with planning. That's what she says over and over again. No, it's a city decision. So she's voted in all these legislations, and she says, I got nothing to do with it. Talk to the mayor. Talk to the city councilor. So we're in a real information vacuum here. And I guess in this Avenue study, we're trying to do something to fill that vacuum. At least we've got some foundation, as Councillor Perks said, to say at least we have a plan at the city, because if we don't have the plan, the province shoves something in there. And then, as you know, they're very shrewd. Like the MTSAs, PMTSAs, the minister has never signed off on them. There has been on his desk for I was going to say the F word, 2 years. 3 years they've been on his desk. He hasn't signed on them. So what do we do as suckers of the City of Toronto? We approve the application saying this is part of an MTSA area, PMTSA. Well, wait a minute. Why are we approving it? The minister hasn't approved it. So anyways, in short, I just want to say we don't have much choice here. We've got some money that the feds will offer. And God help us. As you know, the government that's in opposition is saying, if we come in, we're going to get rid of all the money. And we're going to give everybody a tax break. So God help us.
Okay. Okay, finally we're going to get to the last speaker. Mayor Chow.
Thank you. I'm going to put my speech into two parts. The first one is not controversial at all. The first one is item 7. It's really a celebration because last year, this time, we said we'll put in some funds to the multi-units residential acquisition fund. And here we are, report back to say that we are. We have $700 700 units of housing that we have protected and make affordable forever. And they're in very many different parts of the city. And I know, Madam Speaker, you and I went and opened one, and the joy in that young woman that took us to her floor, she bought new carpet, made the place look very, very respectable. And then when we looked at another apartment in the same building, it was horrible. So we are so happy that they were able, these residents through a land trust, are able to now maintain control and ownership of their own building, which means pride of ownership, and also that they can now live in their homes in an affordable way forever. And they no longer have to be worried about being evicted. So this program is so successful that is, it's more than double the number of homes we secure in 2022 and 2023. This is 700 homes, probably 1,500 or even 2,000 people are going to be impacted on it. And it is so successful that the federal government decided to have their own program, National Rental Protection Program. Unfortunately, they announced the funds that hasn't flowed yet. So we hope it will flow before a potential federal election, and then we would be supporting them, we'll partner with them. Okay, so that one is not controversial at all. The next two, item 4 and 5, it's really two reports unlocking the potentials of homes. But what I've noticed in the last few hours is something quite wonderful that tells me local democracy works, because we were listening to each other. So I looked at all the recommendations coming forward. You have recommendations by Chenos Lynn that talk about, let me find them, that said, which is very worthy of support, which talked about very thoughtful infrastructure capacity, traffic operations, prioritize those areas that are transit corridor, that have subway stations being built in those, prioritize those. And then there are recommendations that talk about, let's monitor the land assembly companies. Are they coming in to buy a lot of the buildings? Are they using it to speculate? Well, Councillor Councillor has motion that said, keep an eye on the land values of the properties sold. That's a good motion. Keep an eye on it. Are people trying to speculate, right? So these are motions. Oh, and then Councillor Callan also have a motion that talks about impact of shadowing. All right, so all of these are good suggestions, good motions. And Councillor Perks talks about let's make sure that there's better communication. Let us work together with the local councillors. Send out information packages that are specifically for their own area. And make sure we take out the area that is already have a secondary plan. Okay? And if those areas that are upgraded to major street, those that are considered as avenue and those that are not considered, let us distinguish them. Right now, the report doesn't do that. These are really good recommendations that because we were listening to each other, that there are myriads of recommendations. So I could absolutely support Councillor Perks, Councillor Canada, and Councillor Chenos Lynn. Thank you for all of those recommendations. That makes the report, these two reports, so much better. Okay. Now, what I cannot support is Councillor Holiday's, is because it's asking us to hire a company, spend money that we may or may not have, to do a public campaign, to do mailings, et cetera, I don't think that is really that helpful. And at the end of the day, yes, it is also about money. It is about the Housing Accelerator funds. It is about the $371 million that we would like to get the next portion of the funds. And we do want to tell the federal government and the provincial government that we are on track. We are halfway through this year on track to our goal of 65,000 units of housing. We are doing well. So let's keep going. Let's keep the momentum going, and let us support this motion, these motions in front of us, other than the ones that really block progress. So thank you for a very robust debate, discussion, and thank you for listening to each other.
Thank you. We do have a question for you, Councillor Holyday. Clarification of the motion, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. My question of the mayor is, if we don't send people a letter, how on earth will they know about all of these changes?
Well, maybe because I live downtown, every time there are changes on any kind of development in my area, I get it delivered, not by mail, but it's distributed, flyer through my neighborhood. I find out how it could be, what kind of changes. It asked me to come to a meeting.
Great.
That's the standard process. Also, we are looking at, this will result in 61,000 new units, so that's a substantial amount of money. The City of Toronto are very familiar on how to do consultation. And remember, these recommendations said specifically that we work with the local councillors, developing packages that are relevant to their community.
You did see the mail, like the correspondence, and how upset people were about the notification and the consultations. Do you not recognize there's a problem?
Well, I noticed that the outreach numbers, there have been 27 engagements, 8,050 visits to a project website. There were 21,000 views on social media posts, 1,141 recipients of our planned Toronto contact list, 2 sets of engagement messages for councillors, newsletter, and social, 180 individuals per phase, including residential associations and businesses. Their multi-channel approach. My gosh, there were 20 meetings from June 2024 to September 2024.
Was it good enough?
10 public meetings, 10 stakeholder meetings.
Not my question,
They were
but-
scheduled for 2 hours. Oh my God, it was extensive.
Was it good enough, Mayor?
Well, it depends on your perspective.
I'm asking you.
Well, pardon me, allow me to finish. This report did not say to move ahead now. It mandate the city staff to go and consult. I don't know whether you read this recommendation, Councillor.
Did you see the map? Did you read it?
I
you read
did.
the report? So
I read your motion very carefully.
Councillor Holyday, please.
I'm not getting answers. I'm getting circles.
Please.
I asked a question.
Well,
the mayor,
the
said,
mayor
did
is
I,
answering
the mayor
your
asked me a
question.
question. I don't know if I should answer it or
Okay.
ask her
Councillor
one.
Holyday, please don't scream.
Okay,
I
I'm sorry, I won't
prefer,
scream.
Councillor Holyday, you are doing a one-size-fit-all. I just sent them a letter, okay? I prefer working with the councillors in a local way, and because right now the existing recommendations say that consult with the councillors' input. The councillors know what is the best way to reach their local residents. In different areas, different. If it is high-rises, it's totally different than how you approach residents that are homeowners. It's very different than how you approach local tenants that may not be homeowners, okay? They too deserve to be consulted.
I agree, so let's consult them about this.
Excuse me, if you just send out a letter, it goes to the owner, not necessarily to the tenants, okay? That is not necessarily fair. Do remember that half of the City of Toronto are tenants. And the local councillor, I much rather than a top-down method of consultation, I much rather get my advice from the local councillors because they know how to consult their local people.
So
And they
12
know whether they are
kilometers.
tenants or homeowners, whether they are high-rises or single-family homes. It'd be totally different methodology.
Okay.
I have lots of ideas.
That's it, Councillor Holyday.
I got
That's it. Turn into a debate. Councillor Matlow.
To you, Madam Speaker. So do I assume correctly that you're familiar with the Scarborough United Neighbourhoods, the Coalition of Etobicoke Residents Associations, and many other residents associations that have emailed all of us asking that they want to be engaged in consultation on this?
Absolutely. We respect that.
Given that we have their email addresses, we know who they are, we know how to reach out to them, we have contacts with each group, would you support that each one of them have an opportunity through or, with their councillor, have an opportunity to partake in this consultation?
Absolutely.
Please understand the spirit in which I ask this, because this is just more, again, a pragmatic question. Do we have roughly 3 million people in this city? Roughly?
3.2, I think.
Sorry?
3.2 million.
3.2. And the price of a postage stamp is
It's about $1 million
$1.44.
Yeah,
So that'd be about $4 million, give or take a few $100,000 to send. So do we have another $4 million in the budget to do that right now?
Maybe Councillor Holyday, that knows the budget really well, can identify a place where we can find $4 million.
So hold on, if I may. What I'm hearing is, like, again, I understand that there's these motions and these things where it's like, do you support consultation or are you anti-consultation? Am I hearing from you correctly? You support the consultation.
Absolutely.
You're just not. You just don't think that we should spend at a budget year where we're struggling to put it all together, to spend another $4 million plus on letters to people who have already approached us saying that they want to be engaged, and we have their contact information already.
You're absolutely correct, Councillor
thank
Matlow.
you.
Thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for that clarification.
All right, and I think it was made very clear in consultation with the local councillors to have the consultation meetings. That's what the councillors are there for. Okay, we're ready to vote. Yes. Okay, we're going to do PH 18.4 first. And there's the motion by Councillor Perks on 18.4. On favor? Okay, item is amended. On favor? Oh, sorry, there's another motion. There's another one. By Councillor Myers. On favor? Okay, carried. And the other one? By Councillor Candavel. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. Recorded vote, item is amended.
Councillor Sachs, are you present and voting in the meeting? The item is amended, is adopted. The vote is 18-5.
Okay. Now our next one is PH 18.5. And we'll put the first motion on the screen, which is 2B by Councillor Holyday. Okay, there it is on the screen. Okay, we want a recorded vote on this? Recorded vote.
Councillor Candeval, please. Motion 2B does not carry. The vote is 7 to 16.
Motion 2C by Councillor Holyday. Recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Okay.
Motion 2C does not carry. The vote is 6 to 17.
Okay, our next motion is motion 3 by Councillor Lynn. On favor? Carried. Our next one is motion 1 by Councillor Perks. Put on the screen. Yes, yes. Okay, Councillor. So Councillor McKelvie, unfortunately, we can't vote on part 1 separately, only on part 5, because all the other, 4, sorry, all the other recommendations are related. Okay? That's what, yeah. So here we go,
So, will there
Okay.
be, there'll be a final vote on the item?
On the full motion.
Wow, okay.
Okay. Okay. On favor, recorded vote. Okay, Councillor Pruitt, so we're in the middle of a vote, please. Yeah. I'm sure that at the legislature you couldn't speak out when people were voting, right?
Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Sachs, how do you vote, please?
Affirmative.
Councillor Sachs, how do you vote?
Affirmative.
In the affirmative? Thank you. Motion 1, as amended, carries. The vote is 16-8.
Okay. Our next motion is 2D by Councillor Holyday. No, it is in order, so recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Perruzza, please. Thank you. Councillor Sachs, how do you vote, please?
Negative.
In the negative, thank you. Okay. Motion 2D does not carry. The vote is 11-13. There we go.
Okay. Now we're going to PH 7. PH 18.7 now? There was no motions, right? Okay, so on PH 18.7, on favor, carried. Okay. So we're done. Okay, quick releases. Okay, if you have a quick release, please put your name on the list. Councillor Bravo. Councillor Bravo?
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I'd like to release TE.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Oh, sorry about that. I would like to release TE. Sorry. Obviously, I wasn't ready. Just give me one more second.
You're not ready?
Just once, yeah. I'll drop down and I'll add my name again.
I think it's item T 19.2, Dufferin Street, isn't
That's
it?
correct, 450 Dufferin Street.
450 Dufferin. You want to release that?
Yeah.
Okay, so on T 19.2.
I have an amendment that is been worked out with staff and reflects some interest in the community. So I'm hoping councillors will support that.
So the amendment by Councillor Bravo is on the screen. On favor of the amendment, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Councillor Myers.
I have amendments for EX 20.9, advancing the Eglinton East LRT, and that is to replace, I believe it's...
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Sorry, I'm just pulling it up.
The motions are not.
Oh, that your motions are not ready.
Oh, okay.
Okay, is this, but what item was it?
EX 20.9 and EX 20.10.
Oh, that was the timed item that you held?
Yes.
Okay, your motions are not ready.
Okay.
Okay, and so Councillor Candeval.
For me?
Councillor Bravo already did hers.
Okay. All right. I can release CC 2611 and move the staff recommendation.
Okay, just a sec. What item?
CC 2611.
Okay, just let me find it.
Oh, 3585, 3595, Sinclair Avenue East.
Okay, hold on. Let me find it.
They asked me to read it.
No, I know, but I just have to find it. CC 2611
Oh, yeah.
St. Clair Avenue?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
The supplementary report.
The supplementary, sorry.
Okay, so on CC 2611, 3585, 95 St. Clair, Councillor Candeval is moving the supplementary report. On favor, carried. Item, oh, that was item, okay. Councillor Fletcher.
Speaker, I believe that TE 19.1, 2025 road openings, closures in the Portlands and renaming of streets. I believe that one's ready, and thanks the clerks for the many back and forths on that one, for sorting
Okay,
that out.
I can't hear anything.
You
What are
can't hear
saying?
me?
And I can hear you.
TE 19.1, which I believe is ready, and the clerks, I'm thanking them for the many back and forths to get this prepared.
So on T 19.1, there's the amendment by Councillor Fletcher, 2025 road openings and closures in the Portlands. The amendment is on the screen on, okay, just one sec.
Is that right?
Okay, on the amendment, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried.
Thank you. And I'll do one more. It's TE 19.28, Ontario Line fourth quarter construction update with an amendment for that. Please.
Okay, that's on T 19.28 Ontario Line. Okay. There's an amendment by Councillor Fletcher and it's on the screen. On favor of the amendment, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Councillor Perks.
Speaker, I can release PH 18.2, City-Initiated Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment to support the Renew Golden Mile Municipal Class Environmental Assessment. Councillor Candeval told me he'd had his questions answered.
Okay, just a sec. What number was that again?
PH 18.2.
PH 18.2.
Speaker, can I have a recorded vote, please?
Yeah, just one sec. So on that item, Councillor Perks, on PH 18.2, which is the Golden Mile, it was also part of EX 2011. So is Councillor Candeval ready to release that one? Because that was together.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then, so we can't release the PH one?
I'm doing my very best.
Yes, they're both together.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So I don't believe Councillor Myers' motion is ready yet. Councillor, we'll go to Councillor Holyday, EX 20.5, which is Moss Park Arena. Yes, Mayor Cha?
Yeah, it's almost 6 o'clock, point of order. I'm wondering whether we could take a break at 6:30 and then come back at 7 and finish the rest of the agenda. I don't think there's any momentum for people to come back tomorrow. And given there's only 14 items left, I think we can finish it tonight. So we'll do what we can till 6:30 and then take a break and come back at 7 and we'll be able to finish.
Okay.
That's okay? I'll move that.
Okay, so Mayor Chow is moving that we recess for a short break at 6:30, come back at 7 and complete the item. All in favor? Carried. So I think the other item that we're just going to now, which is EX 20.5, Moss Park Arena, will probably take us to 6:30. So, Councillor Holyday, you held the item down. Do you have questions?
Yes, thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Is staff here? Yeah, okay.
May I begin? So my first question is, staff, could you tell council what framework our relationship operates under in relation to arena boards of management? Or is there a framework? What's our relationship with them?
To the Speaker, there is a relationship framework that outlines the relationship between the city and the Arena Board of Management.
So would I be fair to describe that as the ground rules that govern the relationship between council, the city government, and the independence of those boards that operate those facilities?
The relationship framework, it outlines the mandate, the delegation of authorities, and the operating principles for the Arena Board of Management.
Section 3.1 is titled Matters Requiring Council Approval. Could you give council a sense of the types of things that come to council under this relationship framework?
In the relationship framework, the matters that do require council approval include things like the appointment of the Arena Board members, the annual operating budget for the arena, the allocation for capital activities, audited financial statements, the establishment of new boards, cessation of existing boards, records retention bylaws are some examples of what would be included.
How many arenas are governed by this framework?
There are 8 that are governed by this framework.
And one of them is Moss Park?
That's correct.
And the relationship is generally the same with these arenas?
It is.
There's some exceptions in here, but it's generally the same. These principles apply?
They do. This relationship framework applies to those 8.
So in this section 3.2 are matters that are delegated to the arena boards. Could you give me and council an idea of the types of things that the relationship framework delegates to this board?
There are 6 sort of categories that are matters that are delegated to the arena boards. So one is developing operating plans for the arena. There's another around allocating the usage of the facilities to residents and other groups. There's one around expending and managing the operating expenditures within City Council policies and procedures. Management, operation, and maintenance of the arena. The setting of fees for arena space and programs.
The recommendations that are before council direct the board to do things that are otherwise delegated under this framework. It's almost a one-for-one in some cases. For instance, the allocation of usage of the facility. Are we now stepping into this relationship framework and issuing a directive as a council for items that are otherwise normally delegated?
I think we have examples where there has been direction that specifies areas for further work or report back through committee and council. So some of the items that are outlined in the motion are more specific, I would say, than what's in the relationship framework.
The motion directs for things to happen. However, do I understand it correctly? There's a variety of ways that the will of council or the will of the local councillor in these areas where all of these arenas are can influence the track of that particular board, right? Write a letter, pass a motion. council can make recommendations as opposed to directives. But the point I'm leaving with you, you can confirm or deny, is that we have quite a palette before us.
There are options, including what is, before council today, yes.
I guess my last question is, do you think if the other arena boards of management observe how we treat one particular arena, they will take away from that? Now, whether it is a chill on volunteerism about getting involved or a different feeling about their relationship, is it a fair assumption that the actions of council and how we work with a board are felt by the others?
To the Speaker, I can't say what the perception would be by the other arena boards of management.
But they could see what's happening here today.
They could see what's happening.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Candavel, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is one of those issues that, straddles local, city. I think many of us, all of us got concerns about this piece. And I think from a citywide perspective, are there extraneous or greater requests on this board compared to the other 7 similar boards?
To the Speaker, I would say we work collaboratively with arena boards on operational matters and how to, ensure that the arenas are as utilized as possible. I would say this is a level of specificity at council that doesn't happen all of the time.
Mm-hmm. So to clarify, there are extra responsibilities outlined here, correct?
To the Speaker, as being directed at council, there are very specific responsibilities, yes.
Is there any documentation going back, and I know there's history to all these rink arena boards that's city produced, that looks to apply a consistent governing mandate for all rink arenas?
To the Speaker, that is really through the relationship framework that applies to all of the 8 boards.
And sorry, and what do you mean by the relationship framework?
So the relationship framework is the governance document that outlines, so in terms of what is the sort of written documentation around governance applying to those, it is the relationship framework for the arena boards of management.
Mm-hmm. And I think lastly, if this motion passes, are we is the city looking to provide the personnel necessary to perform what are described as extra responsibilities and tasks?
If this recommendation is adopted by council, we would be working as staff with the Moss Park Arena Board of Management, to who this is directed to achieve what's been outlined. So we would be doing that as part of our work, both in the city manager's office as a liaison with the board, as well as operationally with Parks and Recreation.
So it's fair to say that adequate support will be provided?
That's fair, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, most likely to park staff. So are these recommendations something that you are fully comfortable with?
To the Speaker, we're comfortable that we can work collaboratively with the board on these various recommendations and support them to deliver on this plan.
Okay, but that's not really my question. Sorry, let me just re-articulate it. Is this something that you would suggest for this arena board? This kind of plan, which deviates from years of experience the city's had with, however, 9 arena boards?
To the Speaker, I think through the work that we've done with the Arena Board, we're satisfied as staff that they operate, they have a well-run arena. That being said, I don't think there's anything wrong with Arena Board's undertaking strategic and business planning work. If that's what they so choose, or if that is Council's will, we will support them through that initiative.
Okay, so if we have these 9 arena boards that we've heard are basically treated the same, would we then be, and I think Councillor Holyday kind of touched on it, would we then be putting forth the same recommendations to all the other arena boards that are, to use your words, well run?
To the Speaker, this direction is just to Moss Park Arena, so this would not be something we would see, being undertaken with all of the other arena boards.
But if, through the Speaker, could you tell, maybe explain why not? If we're treating all the arena boards in a similar way or the same, could you help me understand why you wouldn't do this with the others?
To the Speaker, well, that would be Council's direction. And so it wouldn't be nothing staff would voluntarily do outside of the normal operational support that we provide all of the arena boards.
Okay, that's fine. So continue on. 3D, direct the Moss Park Arena Board to develop and implement a multi-year strategic plan regarding considerations for the full reconstruction of the Moss Park Arena. Is that what arena boards do? Like reconstruct arenas? And if so, could you give me some examples? Not roofs, not building second pads. I'm talking about full reconstruction, which is probably in the range of $40 or $50 million.
To the Speaker, our interpretation of that is that it would be work that we would do with the Arena Board for the future planned state of good repair capital project. We don't envision a time when an arena board would be able to self-fund the full reconstruction of an arena, nor would that be their responsibility, as capital responsibilities sit with the city, specifically with Parks and Recreation.
Correct, but through the Speaker, 3D says considerations for the full reconstruction. I don't know how that can be interpreted any way other than doesn't say anything about state of good repair. This is full reconstruction. I'm trying to understand the discrepancy. Could you help me with that, please?
To the Speaker, our understanding of this is that it is asking the Arena Board to put a strategic and business plan together that contemplates how the arena would operate, if it was reconstructed or rebuilt or might operate in the interim while the arena is closed for a state of good repair. Our interpretation is not that it is asking the Arena Board to undertake a full reconstruction of the arena, since capital responsibilities don't sit with the Arena Board of Management.
Through the Speaker, last question. You can't speak for other people, but is that your understanding how others have interpreted it? Has there been some sort of discussion on that so that full reconstruction actually means something different? Or is that just simply your department's interpretation of what's written on a page here?
That is my interpretation of it. Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you, I do have a few questions for staff. You mentioned to Councillor Burnside that the facility is well run. Can you let Council know how much emergency funding was allocated to Moss Park from 2022, 2023, and 2024?
To the Chair, in 2022, $0 were allocated. In 2023, $224,933, and in 2024, $275,000.
And that was emergency funding for the last 3 years. So the other 8 arena boards, did they ask for emergency funding as well, or was it just this arena?
To the chair, in 2022, there was emergency funding provided to one other arena board in the dollar value of roughly just shy of $78,000.
Okay. And also, some of the recommendations here, for example, a multi-use strategic plan, is that an unusual request for a city agency board?
To the Speaker, no, that is not an unusual request to a city agency board.
Keeping the facility clean, for example, and preventative maintenance, is that an unusual request?
To the Speaker, keeping the facility clean is a requirement of the Arena Board and not an unreasonable request of them to undertake.
Is performance appraisal for the staff, is that an unusual request?
To the Speaker, we find, performance metrics are not unreasonable for the Arena Board to have in place.
And also, my final question. Do other arena boards work with community partners perhaps to fundraise or to enhance programming or, any of those things just to beautify the space, the city asset that we have?
To the Speaker, I can't say for certain, but believe yes, there are arena boards that work in partnership with community for a number of program initiatives and enhancements.
And is it unusual for the local city council to work with an arena board to make sure that it is something the community can love and attend and have access to?
To the Speaker, I agree that that is not an unusual thing or inappropriate for a councillor to want to work with an arena board to better fund this centre.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Councillor Fletcher, questions? Just a sec. There you go.
Thank you very much. So there's 8 arena boards. How many arenas does the city operate directly? Sorry, my time.
Apologies. 52 arenas.
I'll give you more time.
52 arenas directly operated.
Correct.
Arenas, not rings.
Let me confirm the number. Keep on your questions.
Lakeshore Arena. How much capital dollars are put into Lakeshore Arena? I know it's going to be a hard question, Speaker, to answer.
To the Speaker, we would have to confirm that number. I don't have offhand how much was invested.
Tens of millions of dollars, correct?
It was a significant capital contribution.
Significant capital contribution. Yeah. So let's just establish, I'm not sure there's 52 actual arenas, how many directly operated arenas there might be. And it's just, all of these are city assets. All of them are under the purview of parks and recreation. Is that correct? Hold my time.
Yeah, I'll give you more time, Paula.
Sorry, apologies. To the Speaker, 45 directly operated city arenas. All of the arenas, including the arena boards, are city assets.
All are city assets, 45 arenas. And who inspects those, and how often do you inspect the 45 arenas?
To the Chair, we have city staff on site at all of the arenas.
I didn't ask that. I asked who inspects them.
The supervisors would do the inspection, plus our contract maintenance firm would be inspecting mechanical equipment.
And how do you do your performance reviews for your staff there?
Performance reviews? I'm not sure.
Well, apparently we're doing one for the arena boards.
Oh, a strategic and business plan. We haven't necessarily done a fulsome strategic and business plan. It's part of the facilities and master plan.
No, I'm talking about performance reviews.
So part of the
how well they're operating, how well people think they're operating, how well your managers are doing, What are there the same standards for city boards as well as arena boards? I don't think there are.
So the KPIs that we use in terms of our allocation policy utilization, those are done annually, as well as the financial performance of the arenas. But the Facilities and Master Plan is undertaking a review of the ice utilization as part of the ice strategy.
I'm just sorry, that wasn't my question. And under SDFA, all of our AOCs are under SDFA, and there's one person that's assigned for SDFA to make sure that they're all operating properly, all following the rules, all very good. We don't have that same structure with our arena boards, do we?
To the Speaker, no, we don't.
So there's no one person in your parks department that oversees the arena boards, oversees the state of good repair, oversees all of that in the same way as we have in our AOCs.
There's not one person. Our capital team oversees the state of good repair.
It's a different situation. There's not the same relationship, is there?
It's not the same relationship.
I asked Ms. Basil to confirm. Not the same relationship.
That's correct. It's not the same relationship.
Now, how can we strengthen that relationship with our arena boards?
I think part of it, I mean, the work that we will, that will occur in terms of there's a governance piece and there's an operational piece as well. So I think if in terms of operations, certainly we could look at whether that is possible from an operational perspective to model it in the same way as what occurs for the AOCs.
Same as the AOC. So there's one point of one person is overseeing all of those boards the same way. I'm not sure how those, because I could take you to a few rinks and show you a few things. If you'd like to come out with me, I'm happy to do that for that. And just as far as the motion was actually to bring this under the city, I think that's public, that the public report shows the difference in operational costs between an arena board and the Parks Department, correct?
To the Speaker, that's correct.
It's a couple of $100,000 more, is that right?
Correct.
On all aspects, the whole thing?
Correct.
The whole ball of wax?
That's
so
right.
Your recommendation is leave it where it is. Since there's so much differentiation, is there not some way to assist in some of those arenas, not the Lakeshore Arena, because that's had tens of millions and millions of dollars have been fed into that. But in that differential, do you not think we should be overseeing that a little bit more so we're not into this kind of situation where we're showing pictures about this is broken or that is broken? Because I don't think anybody's actually looking at the moment. So saving a lot of money here, but we're not using it, the savings.
Sorry, to the Speaker, I think, the takeaway is that we sit down, Parks and the City Manager's Office, to look at, a more structured governance model that supports the arena boards and the work that they do.
I know, and how many free programs are there at our city rinks for offering out skates? You gave me more time.
No, I know, because staff wasn't ready, so I told Councillor Fletcher I'd give a little more time.
That's
so last
right.
question, Councillor Fletcher. Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're talking about arenas. We should know everything, Councillor.
Councillor Fletcher, your next question.
Oh, I do. I'm asking about number of how many arenas have free skate lending, free equipment lending? How many arenas have that?
And that's your last question.
All of our arenas offer free leisure skate programs, have free skate lending programs, and unless it's a free center, then the other arenas would have paid learn to skate and paid permits.
Okay. Councillor Holyday, you held the item down. Would you like to speak? Okay. Councillor Holyday to speak.
So, Speaker, I'll start by acknowledging that a lot has changed on this item, perhaps in the last 24 hours. And you know what? Sometimes you have to give credit where credit is due. Councillor Moyse removed from the agenda a twin motion, and I found that to be a very important act of diplomacy and, frankly, the lowering of a sword. And I think that should be recognized. I also know that Councillor Moyse has been doing some work because he gave me a memo which he outlined concerns that he had in the arena. And, take them for what they are, but they could be constructive. And I'll even say that within the body of the motion, there are ideas there that are worth talking about. However, I'm not going to support the recommendations of the committee coming forward for an important reason. And it's not because there aren't some ideas floating in around there. It is about the purity of our governance and our relationship with the agencies that we have and the framework that we have that guides that. And very specifically, that framework lays out what it is that council does and what it is that the arena boards have to do. The recommendations from committee literally step us into the role of the board. I like arenas. I spend a lot of time in them. I do not want to be on the board of an arena. I have plenty of things to worry about, so that's not what I want to do at council. And I think that we should respect that autonomy. I think there's a variety of ways to bring messages forward and bring issues forward. I think even right before us, some of the materials, even having this conversation highlights things that need to be focused on. Look, enhanced revenue streams, looking at the dasher boards, all important things. But if we go further on that, it does a couple of things. It gets into the relationship framework that we should be mindful of. That may sound academic, but the chill effect I think it has on volunteerism across the city, and I don't want to just focus in on this case because I don't have all the parts, but others watch and they say, hey, why would I volunteer on a city committee or in the arena in my neighborhood if next thing you know, city council is going to take over us or tell us to do this or tell us to do that? And, what's the sense? What's the sense of bringing my talents and my passion? So I think we've got to be careful about those sorts of things. The last thing I would say is I don't think any of us should underestimate the importance of arenas and communities. It's not just about hockey. It's about anything ice related. And, sometimes I've been in facilities that are beautiful. I've been in facilities that are atrocious, and I've been in a lot in between. And ironically, there's actually a distinction sometimes or a difference between the quality of the facility around the rink and the actual quality of the ice and how it plays. They can be two different things. And if you're a spectator versus a player or a participant, you have a completely different experience. But I can't underscore how important they are. And so I value the work of the arena boards. And I think that they should be given the breadth of work that they need to do and allow their expertise to come forward. And I wish Moss Park's arena board all the best going forward. Please don't miss the cues that are within this. I don't know how council will vote on these directives, but to underscore the point, I think we should be very careful about the heaviness about how we put things forward and the bigger messages that sends to everybody that's watching. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to clear up potentially some misunderstanding about urgent capital requests. We heard that the Moss Park was, I think, about 400,000 and change over 2 years. I have the Don Mills Civitan Arena in my ward, which is a city-run facility. An old facility like Moss Park. A lot of these things are in basic states of disrepair. Needed almost 400,000 this year alone for an emergency roof. So I want to make sure that if we are assessing concern, it's actually properly placed concern. And having worked at the on the Leaside Arena board when I represented Don Valley West or part thereof, they needed, I think, $500,000 in emergency funds for capital repairs, which is what every arena, whether they have a board or are city run, needs to keep these things operating. That aside, I'm very disappointed, actually shocked that this motion in its entirety got through executive. To me, this is singling out one arena board, that is Moss Park. We have a governance structure for 9, but somehow we're singling out one arena board and their operations. I think that's not only disappointing, it's surprising, and I'm almost at a loss for words why we would do that. To Councillor Holiday's point, there are some good suggestions. I've seen a couple in there. I go, that makes sense. Let's have that discussion, and if we want to change the structure for all arena boards, that's fine. That's the credible, sensible, and logical thing to do. But singling out this one arena board, and I'm sorry to Mr. Dayton for putting him on the spot, but you know, he did his best to explain something that is really unexplainable. Number 3D, this considerations for the full reconstruction of Moss Park Arena. That's not what an arena board does. Mr. Dayton tried to interpret it so that it, in the spirit of, staff doing what council wants, but there's no explaining that one away. It's totally a ridiculous, in my opinion, part of the motion. I think it diminishes what maybe we're trying to do here or council wants to do. And I think this needs to go back to the drawing board. And if we want to apply these thoughts, these processes, these changes to all arena boards after consultation, I'm on board with that. But the way this is done, I think it does a disservice not only to the Moss Park Arena Board, but the credibility of council.
Okay. Councillor Moise to speak.
Madam Speaker. Hold my time, please. Is this thing on? There we go. Madam Speaker, I have lived in Toronto Centre for 30 years, and I actually have lived around the arena for about 15 of those years. I value the arena. It's an asset in my ward. I want to make sure that people in the community, especially Regent Parks and Jamestown, have access to a clean facility, a safe facility. And looking at this picture, you can see when I went for a walkthrough almost 2.5 years ago, and again more recently, about maybe 2 weeks ago, these are some of the things that I saw. A hockey stick is securing the emergency exit. That same hockey stick was there 2.5 years ago and is still there today. How could that be a well-run board? Look at the mold and the decay around the building. The washrooms, there is mold everywhere, there's a leakage everywhere. The toilets have mold on it. The showers are not working. Children use this facility. My intention was never to actually end programming. I've actually wanted to enhance programming of the arena board for our community and for the city. And I wanted to partner with the board members to bring some more funding and resources into the board. I went out and I met with some of the developers who have worked around my ward to see if they could perhaps do some fundraising, have some activity for the community, and try to fundraise. Have some dinners. I even secured some space at TMU to have a fundraising event. We were on the brink of collecting $1.2 million. The board consistently worked against me. I wanted to work with them. They didn't want to work with me. They felt I was interfering. When I asked about this repair, they said, well, the city should be paying for it. Well, the pictures I showed you are not more than $50,000 in repair. Yes, perhaps collectively it's more than $50,000, but if you keep it in disrepair, over time it's going to cost more than $50,000. So they expect the city to write them a check every year. So what exactly do they do? What is your mandate? What I've outlined in my points there in regards to keeping the arena clean and working with the community is just basic things they should be doing already. And they cannot even do that. And when I actually became a councillor 2.5 years ago, all the members of the arena board lived elsewhere around the city. No one lived in Toronto Centre, and no one looked like me, right? But yet, they are located in the poorest part of the city. Right across the arena is Maxwell Megan Shelter, one of the largest shelters in the city. All the people that are underhoused are on the lawn of the arena, but no one is invited in to watch a game or use the showers or the washrooms. To the south of the arena is the Moss Park Safe Consumption Site. Everyone's around the arena, but no one's have access to the arena. How can I, as the local councillor, turn a blind eye to the inequities of what's happening there? If Councillor Burnside and others had an interest in knowing some of the work I've done around that area, they could actually come to me and speak to me rather than working around me. Anyways, I will continue to support the community to make sure that they have a safe arena to go to. I want to make sure there's free skate time for people in Regent Parkland, St. Jamestown and the surrounding area. I want to make sure that this arena will be around for a long time. And in closing, I also want to state too, very early on when I first went to the arena, I actually had a minister with Minister Surma, Minister of Infrastructure, asking her, can you please provide some funding to the arena so we could actually bring it up to a state of good repair? Unfortunately, she declined to give me extra funds. But I have pushed every boundary available to me
Councillor Moyes,
to try
your
to
time
make
is up.
sure we can have a great arena
Your
here for
time
the
is
city
up.
of Toronto.
Thank you. All right, let's recess to 7.